boo boo. Yup. Relaxed stream. It's time for a game. What game do you wanna play? What game? I know! Puppy game! Puppy game? Yee! Oh. Oh wow! It's the smallest game in the world. Ooh, wow, 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 la la la. Install. Install little puppy. Install little puppy game. Woof 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 woof. Woof 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 woof. Dun 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 dun. Woof 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 woof. Woof 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 woof. Play game. Woof 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 woof. Yeah yeah yeah. Woof woof woof. Resident Evil. Hold on. Hold on, Resident Evil. Let's not the doggy game. One call game, evening game. Woof 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 woof. One call game, game capture. One call game. Every big window. Woof, 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 woof. Woof, 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 woof. Woof, 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 woof. Woof, 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 woof. Woof, woof. Yay. Oh, here we go. Blech. What's the controller? Hold on. Oh. Where's the sound? Oh. Woof, 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 woof. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. Pomadeli. Woof, woof, woof. New house. 1 week later. Okay. Yay! LT, splash the dirt, cover yourself in dirt. Woof, 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 woof. What a wonderful game. You need to get more dirty. You. Woof, woof. Best game ever. Oh! This is the best game ever. Shupo. Yoink, yoink, yoink. Oh my gosh. Green pie. Hey. Can't believe people don't want to watch me dirty the apartment. This house is huge. Oh my gosh, this house is huge. Did she even wake up? Damn. My siblings' room. Oh my gosh. We're so destroying everything. Woo! Yeah. You're kidding. Wow. I have to get more mud. Wow, people are not interested in this game. This masterpiece. Damn. People don't like making a mess, I guess. Wow. Let's soil the teddy. That's right. We're soiling the teddy. Yeah. Oh. It's okay though. Where are the packages? Where are my new packages? Packagee! Pepper? Woof! Woof woof! Hey! Hey! Woof woof! Yeah. Oh. This. How is this house so enormous? This house so enormous they can afford cleaning. It's no problem what I'm doing. It's morally neutral, or something. I'm doing is literally morally neutral. Just like incest. Where are the reward packages? I wonder if anybody left a comment under the video. Any new comments? Nope. Oh. Well, that is unfortunate. Here. Blech. Let's soil the beds. They're so sterile looking beds. Hello. That's right, it's an early stream. We're playing a very special game. This is an advert for the game because this game... Chat is not frozen, no. Shouldn't be. It shouldn't be frozen. Hold on. Let me check. If it's frozen, I'll fix it. Stream is freezing for you. I mean, it shouldn't. It looks pretty fluent on my end. Hold on. It looks pretty okay on my end. That's it? Hold on. That looks pretty fluid on my end. Yep. Looks okay on my end. Also, we're playing a very special game. We play as a puppy, and our job is to mess up the house. This game is called Doronko Wanko. And what's special about this game is that you can get it now because it's free. It's a free game about messing up a house with a cute puppy. You should get it now, while it's fresh. This segment is an advert for this cute game. Cute game that you can just go to Steam and get for free and start messing up houses with a puppy. Isn't that exciting? Aren't you excited to make a mess with a puppy? Taj, are you excited? Can you even hide it? It's okay, these are clearly rich people if they can afford such a huge house. Like if these people can afford such a enormous house, they can afford cleaning. Oh, okay. So you should get this game. My partner would probably love this game. It looks cozy. It's free! It's free on Steam. You can get it. And it's only 300 megabytes. It's very small and it's very, very free. It costs $0. This game costs $0. Doronko Wanko. Your job is to mess up the house. But it's okay because it's rich people's house. Judging by the size of the house. Imagine, this is not a house, this is a residence. Good God. Bourgeoisie house. I'll mess it up. Doronko Wanko. Wanko means pupper. I'd like to believe that the number of money that this money counter means how much it'll take to clean up this mess. $46,000. I'd love to believe that's the cleaning bill. It is Japanese. I just switched the language to English. The house is so beautifully messy now. What a beautiful mess. I was watching a video describing a paper by Peter Singer. Well, guess what? Now you're watching a video of me messing up a house using a puppy. Okay? Now you're watching me mess up a house with a puppy. I gotta admit, that's a very nice change of pace. Some boring old paper guys tell you about. But listen, don't worry. Right after this, right after messing up a house using a cute puppy, we'll be talking about neo-Nazi creators of tabletop systems. Aren't you glad? We're talking about a neo-Nazi creator of an RPG tabletop system. Aren't you glad for the things that we've got in store? But first, we're gonna play some more video games. You like games about war? Would you like me to play a game about war? War game? Tabletop types, honestly, I'm not surprised. I mean, tabletops are great. I love tabletop RPGs. It's just that one of the early creators of within the company that published Dungeons and Dragons happened to be a neo-Nazi. But it's a very interesting story, you'll see. It's a very... I have a few videos lined up. It's very interesting. Actually, much more interesting than you would think. Very fascinating story. Dominated living room, true. I've dominated. Of course, we're gonna drop all these. Yeah, fall to the ground. Get him! Get him! Gonna make a mess. That's the whole point of this game. Yes! Oh my god, yes! Let's go. Where is that? Let's go. I have to find that cute little... Where did the owner go? The owner was sleeping here just a minute ago. Where did the owner go? I could do a impromptu call in to explain my thoughts about it. About what? About the... I mean, you can, yeah. We're just messing up the house here. Okay, do a call. This is the perfect setup for such a call as well. This could be a segment as well. Perfect. I know. I know, this is the perfect setup for it. The doggy game. Okay, call me. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you. With all my heart. I'm trying to find the yes! We found it! Okay, now we're gonna make a real mess. Watch this. Projectile. Projectiles mess. Pretty cool, huh? I'm gonna show you on camera. I'm gonna put you on the... I'm gonna put you on the screen. Damn, this is a perfect conversation game as well. This is the perfect game for having conversations with people, I think. Don't you think? This is a perfect game for having conversations? Messing up the house? This is real demonstrating.
Oh, Barry!
Oh my gosh! Thank you for the $10 for being the streaming savior today. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have a lot to talk about today. We have a lot of games to play today as well. Oh! I'm having a call. Just like I don't have sound on Discord, so... Okay. Hello? Hold on a moment. I have to set you up. Wait. Oh my gosh. Where is the Discord? Why can't I see you? I see you now.
How's going, Lucy?
Sorry?
How's going?
What's going? What do you mean?
How is it going?
Oh, you know how's
Sorry.
it, you know how's it going. You know how it's going. I'm messing up the house. In the game.
Yeah.
Oh, you're watching, no? You're
Yeah,
watching me
but
do it. You're watching me mess up the house with a puppy in this free game that you can download right now for free. I'm totally not advertising this free game.
well,
Hold on.
yeah.
Before you
At
start
worst,
the topic, we need to be on the screen, or else there's no point.
yeah, you know that Gamergate thing, that like
Gamer
game
gay? I
journalist.
know gamer gays.
Yeah, it was about ethics and
It
game
was
journalism
about
and
being gay in video games. I was
yeah.
totally
Well,
on board.
like the whole controversy stemmed up from like a journalist started up promoting a free game that one of the people they had been in a relationship before,
One
Zoe Quinn was.
Oh yeah, I know about the whole Gamergate thing. Don't worry.
But like, it's a free game. Why do you why complain? Why all that thing about promoting a free game?
I don't know. It was a wider. It's what's supposed to be a wider thing about ethics in journalism and sleeping for good reviews
Yeah.
or something. Um.
Isn't it really? I can close the blinds a little bit more. Ah. I'm not
I'm being
on screen
annoyed
yet?
in the Juggle card.
Having trouble with OBS.
No.
One thing that I don't like with this setup is that I have when it's daylight, it's like I have a nuclear explosion going on continually and on one side of the screen.
Hold on.
You don't have an OBS preset saved for like conversations while watching a stream?
Mm-hmm.
While playing a game.
One moment.
Just to know a bit of context, here's the video I
Okay,
want to talk
we can
about.
start talking about the thing soon. Okay.
Jeffrey Kaplan.
So, you can tell me about the paper thing while I mess up the house.
Yeah.
Charity,
is my
yeah?
stream a bit? Yeah. Oh, wait. I'm looking at your stream right now, and I'm not on screen.
Oh, you're not. Hold on. Oh yeah, because I didn't
Maybe
finish. I didn't finish putting you on.
might.
Hold on. Hold on. It's gonna be okay. Yeah, you're separate. You're separate but equal.
Mm.
Maybe you should be on. I have to make you smaller. Sorry. It's for your own. It's for your
Oh,
own
no,
good.
I see myself.
It's for your own good. You cannot be too big. Your ego cannot grow too much. Plus, we have to see the game.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and also all the chats.
That's right. Thank you again, Tajryu, for the $10. $10
Okay, the audio is fine. You can hear me like well, I think. So okay, so this paper is draws on ethics, like basically because you're involved in society in a capitalist society that you should like therefore you have this capacity of like helping with charities around the world that solve things like famine and other things that you should if you like there's no um it's not instead of like not uh not doing anything is like the neutral sense that like and like that doing something giving to that charity is good.
I mean,
It's
it's nice to
actually that
do if you have the means.
yeah, well, like that's the thing. Peter Singer is arguing that
If you don't have the means, you should give to charity and starve, for example.
well, it's not just a nice to do, it's like the thing you should do.
Well, if you have the means, then sure, maybe an argument can be made there, but you must have the means first, no?
Yeah. Well, like but like I think it's kind of having a very narrow mindset of like consumer choices of like what you do with your money is the only thing you can do to affect the world. And that well like just it's only about what you spend your free like your income on. That's like the um, that's the only thing that's worthy of moral consideration.
What do you mean?
Uh, that like they were giving an example of um like I mean, mm,
Yeah,
it's my point is that it's mostly focusing like your consumer choices
yeah, but
and
it's sort of I could make a defense of the thing by saying that while it focuses on what you can do with your money, it doesn't stop you from doing anything else, right? You can give to charity and also help out in a soup kitchen.
yeah uh mm, eh, like there's like contentions with which I think aren't addressed by the video. I think that um do those charities actually help?
It
Um,
depends on the charity.
yeah.
Like for
Can
example,
mhm.
it depends on what you also count as a charity. For example, is if there's a group that's trustworthy, and that's a pretty extreme example, I guess, but I think it's legitimate. If there's a group that you trust that's um, sort of doing a fundraiser for Ukraine, are you doing charity by contributing?
That I think that could pretty well be considered charity.
Oh, that's good, no?
Uh, yeah. It's
And
not
it
that I
does
don't
help.
think. It's not that are you uncovering a pentagram? On
I think so, yeah. Pretty exciting, huh?
yeah.
Pretty apropos topics.
Yeah. So this house has wicked mysteries.
Yeah, rich people, am I right? That's why I have
Uh,
to mess up this house to teach them a lesson.
uh, well, like I, it's not that I don't think that giving to charity is like I think it's good, but um,
Thank you.
it's
You both look very nice today.
thank thank you, Tash, Ryu. Um, it's when it's not the only consumer choices that affect harms or can do good. Like if you're uh like the way our economy is run is deeply immoral. It's
Sorry,
deeply
the way what
destructive.
is run?
The way our economy is run, the way like not just the way it's run, but the thing that constitutes it are deeply
Our
immoral.
economy?
Yeah,
But we can't just change our economy, no? We participated whether or not we like it.
yeah. Well, like it's the the things that you do that you work at that uh that's contributing to this entire enterprise.
Yeah, but
Um,
whatever you do will contribute to it,
yeah.
charity or no.
So, like there, it seems like if if you have the money to give to charity, maybe like from that perspective, you may be doing something uh, wrong if you're getting more than uh,
I mean, if there are good
uh,
alternatives, you
mm,
can tell me what they are to just giving
uh,
to charity. Holy crap. Wow.
you're getting a big gun.
Yeah, oh my god. This is the best thing ever.
It's a paint minigun. Uh, mm, I think it just puts you in that um like mm, I the claim that ordinary people are evil. Well,
Like my grandfather
we
had certain charities that he would give to.
yeah
He had extra income. He had like, I think he had one charity for taking care of an animal in long distance, and one that gave to some people abroad. And he had specific
uh,
people that he contributed to.
okay. I think I've so a response to Singer that I think wasn't really talked about in the video is that um since we have little to no choice in involving ourselves in like uh, a system that produces uh, unequal outcomes,
Yeah,
immoral outcomes.
yeah.
That therefore that whole thing that well, like I can say yes, people, ordinary people are not doing the best they can, uh, but they're uh,
Ooh.
like it doesn't seem to be a very convincing argument that therefore well therefore it doesn't seem to be a convincing argument that like uh there's this thing that uh
Yeah.
that it makes not involving ourselves, not donating ourselves in charity um somehow uh like uh an obligatory thing. um
I mean, I don't think it's obligatory. I think it's a
well
nice thing to do, depending on the charity.
oh well, that's the argument by Peter Singer that he makes that since we have the capacity to like donate, uh, well, if you have the capacity to donate, you should donate anything you can. Uh,
I mean, it would
uh,
be good. But then again, it also depends on what you do in general with your life, right? For others.
uh, yeah, well, this is operating strictly on the level of what income you like of your income, of what you do with your income. Um,
What if you don't do anything with your income, but I don't know, but you regularly volunteer to do things yourself?
well,
Dangerous
since you
things
still have
for others.
well, since you have an income that you're not choosing to do anything, according to him, it would be immoral
Yeah, but
to
overall,
not
you'd be
donate
still a
the
moral
things that you.
person, considering that you'd be still doing a lot for others, no?
Well, like, sure, but well, it's not really about the uh, m- like the whole moral quality of someone. It's about like the act of um doing or not doing something that's immoral in itself. Like the act of not, well, like the decision to not give to charity is would be immoral.
I mean, maybe.
Wouldn't
But
necessarily make someone immoral, but it would. But at the same time, like yeah, there's this kind of totalizing of someone that's going on. That
well, no, if it's just the act that's immoral, but the person is not necessarily immoral, as you said, then it's not really totalizing, is it?
uh yeah, kinda, but well, may it's
Like if he
it
said
may
that the
be
person is immoral if they don't give to charity, then that would be totalizing. But if they're just saying it's an immoral act, but the person might still be moral because they do other things, then it just goes
yeah.
sort of. Then it just sort of becomes that, oh, it would be, then it de facto becomes, it would be nice if you did it because it would make you slightly more moral.
Mm, yeah, like
In practice,
that.
it just becomes it's a nice thing to do thing.
Yeah, that's like a problem that I see with his language, because to him it's something that's not supererogatory. That's something that's obligatory, and that like the person that explains his argument in the veil says that it compares it to like saving a drowning child. If um
Yeah.
if you if like
What if you
well
can
there's lots
swim?
of people, yeah, like if there's lots of people that there are, well if you come if okay the situation goes like this. If you're going to a meeting and you're all dressed up and all everything, and then you go by a pond, and in that pond there's a child that's drowning,
Yeah.
uh you should, like, insofar as you can save them, as you have the skills to save them, you should
Yeah.
save them.
That's true. I think
And
so.
uh the argument is that
Do you
um
think you should not save them?
no, I think you should save them. uh but he uses that argument to like say that since we're put in some
I
similar
mean, you could put it in a very concrete situation. If you know there's a person suffering, and you could contribute some money,
donate.
and they would not be suffering anymore, then is it not comparable to the drowning child a bit?
Yeah, well, like if we would say that that person who doesn't save the drowning child, all they have the capacity to do it, is um is doing a bad thing, is like uh doing wrong and not saving the child,
Yeah.
and we would consider that person as very evil.
Right.
um and like that's when you translate it to a more global context, that people find contention with it, that like if you if you don't donate to save that person from starving, Singer would say that uh, you're evil, in the same way that not someone saving a
Wait,
child
if
from
someone's
that.
starving and you're not saving them from starving?
If you're not donating to this charity who's helping people not starve, uh, if you're not donating to them, you'd be evil.
Hmm. I don't know. Feel like it depends. But
Um, like
like I had I guess I guess I can call it a friend, a coworker
mhm.
slash friend who used to work with me on projects, and she, for example, no matter how much money she made, she spent 50% of her whole salary each month to a pet shelter, to an animal thing, an animal organization.
Yeah, that's very nice. Uh, but then so I guess someone could go in and like say, oh, you care about pets more than you care about humans. Why don't you donate to?
And she'd say,
Uh,
"Yeah, I do care about animals more than humans, probably."
yeah,
She'd actually own it, knowing her.
yeah. Uh, but like I think seeing in that like in that perspective, seeing
But then again, she
everything
was
like
right because she died because humans didn't save her. So,
hmm,
but
what
she,
happened.
her heart sort of just stopped. She was outside in the city, and people thought she was drunk, and nobody assisted her. A simple CPR would have saved her life, and then she suffered brain death, and she died in the hospital.
Uh, yeah. Uh, uh, That's such like that. That's a shitty thing.
Yeah, a simple, the simplest form of CPR would have saved her life. But nobody did it.
Like it was kind of one of those situations where people, people know that a crime is, well, even then, well, people are witness to a crime happening, and they either justify it themselves to themselves that oh, maybe it's not a crime, it's actually something else, or anything to not help,
Yeah.
and the person committing it gets away, and the other
Like
person.
Spider-Man.
I've not watched any Spider-Man
You,
movies.
well, it's a comic book primarily, not a
Yeah.
not a movie. You don't know the origin of Spider-Man? He didn't stop
Uh.
a crook, and then the crook killed his uncle
Oh. What was the crook
because he was
doing?
like the crook. He was trying to be a star, like in I don't know, it was wrestling or some movie kind of thing, and then the person fired him and didn't pay him the full amount, and then a moment later that the his ex boss got robbed, and the robber was running, and the boss screamed stop him, and Spider-Man just moved aside because the boss earlier said it's not my business that you need money, kid, and then uh, and then the boss says, you could have stopped him, tripped him, done anything. And he said, you know what? I'm looking for a number one for me. It's none of my business. And then the same person killed his uncle.
Hmm. And, like in the
In the comic.
wait. Well, yeah, but in person is in the same incident, or is it
No, he later robbed
later
his
on?
house and killed his uncle.
Okay. Well, I mean, that doesn't seem to be very I
And then he
yeah.
learned that he should not ignore things because it can bite him in the ass, basically.
Yeah, but I mean, that seems like a freak thing, unless there was other factors involved. It seems
There were no other factors involved.
it seems like, oh, this person, I didn't stop them, even though it's not really. Yeah, I mean, the, the rubber
Hello,
was
Maya Meyer.
hey, the rubber was just rubbing his boss.
Yeah.
Like, what does it have to do with his uncle being killed?
That you could have stopped him and then his uncle would not have died?
Yeah, but well, they have done many other things that, uh, like things that aren't related directly to this criminal, or his uncle dying, and would have prevented it.
Or in this case, it would have, literally.
Yeah, but that doesn't seem to be right. Like could have like just went to do something with his uncle or something, and the uncle wouldn't have been there to be killed by the criminal
Yeah,
without
but
knowing more about.
for doing something with his uncle, he'd need future sight, and he could have just stopped the criminal.
Well, at that time, as someone who's just willing to steal from someone won't necessarily go on to murder people.
Yeah, but
It's a distinct possibility, but
yeah,
it's
but
not
it's
something
still
that
good to stop a person that's robbing someone, no?
uh, like yeah, but well, did he have his spider powers at that time?
Yes,
Oh,
that's the whole point.
okay. Yeah, if he
That he
didn't
wanted to
have,
use the
then
spider powers to gain fame.
yeah. Well,
And didn't care about
and,
anything.
and he's using it to stop crime.
And then so he decided to use it to stop criminals.
But well, like I don't know. He's not. Um, he's also not in charge of like the whole criminal system.
No. Well, you can stop as many as you can, no?
He can't stop the things that he sees happening,
Yeah,
that he's
but
aware
that's
of.
true for everyone that stops trying to affect the world, you know? When I try
Yeah,
to, like when you could say that to people that do the whole gathering equipment for soldiers in Ukraine, right? You could tell them, well, you can't equip every single soldier. Well, no, I can't, but I can equip some, you know?
yeah. Uh,
Like you can do as much as you can. You don't have to be in control of all crime as Spider-Man. You just have to stop as much crime as you can. You do
I
what you
would
can.
stop the
No?
things that I like. I was like, if I had that power, I would stop the things that are doing the most harm. Like pay robbery, yeah, that's bad. That's uh, but like it's
Of course, there's
I'm
the
not.
whole dilemma of the superheroes just perpetuating the incarceration system, but that's a
Yeah.
different story. That's a different discussion.
Well, that's kind of that's kind of a part of the discussion, right? Because well, my point with um
Actually, Spider-Man comics even tried to tackle with this whole thing.
yeah.
Yeah, when Spider-Man became a teacher, he had a girl that was a student. Her older brother did crime, and then he sort of, instead of just getting him arrested, got him to better his ways.
Yeah. Well, like depends on like how it's approached, because a lot of crime reason is um like the reasons for crime are pretty systemic. Um, not like
Yeah, but
or
he sort
there's
of, again, individuals can't really solve systemic problems, so they have to do what they can, right? Like, just
yeah.
because problems are systemic, it doesn't mean that you shrug and say, well, there's nothing I can do as an individual, so I might as well do nothing.
Uh, kinda. Also, you should be speaking out against those systemic issues.
I mean, that's true. But you can do both.
Yeah, like there's some victimless um not and I repeat, not Ukrainian scammer scamming old um old grandpa, because
Ukrainians? Oh, you mean
oh
supermodels. Okay.
you remember
Yeah, of course.
remember
I'll always remember. Ukrainian supermodels scamming old geezers that uh, should be mocked for being scammed. Yes, I do remember that.
that's a deeply personal crime. I don't think it can be called victimless in any kind of way. Uh, and
That is a
it's
very strange discussion. Let me just say that.
yeah. It's uh President Sunday has advised me to not interact with that person. Um, and I can see, yeah.
Inside is
Oh,
a coward. Why is it black? What?
but
What happened? What's
but
happening? The room's turning into a
mm,
black hole.
it looks like a graphical. Well, I guess the black in itself is not bug, but like the way it's
Damn.
flickering.
I've broken the game. Too much mess. But it's a free game, so it's okay. I can forgive it, I think.
Yeah, like that must hurt. So
I
like,
can forgive this free game for not being perfect.
how do you track all the
There's something that
all
I
those
must get
things?
somewhere, but I'm missing something. Just need one more thing to fulfill the goal for this level. Also, yeah, who do you think I should debate next? We're debating
Hmm.
now about charity, and I won. I think you should give all of your money to charity.
I think I don't
think you
have
should give
much
your
money
life
to
to
give.
charity.
Like I'm more benefiting from charities than I am giving back.
Yeah. What sort of
Um.
charities do you benefit from with it, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, or like food banks. You know.
Are these considered charity? I don't know.
Yeah.
Aren't there
Yeah.
just
Well,
aren't there just like systems or something?
It depends on the food bank. I think there are some that are managed by the state,
I believe so as
something.
well. Yeah.
But this one, I think it's pretty much uh, it's
How do you
made
apply for those,
donations
by the way?
to get for food banks. To get
Yeah.
like
For yeah, for a food bank. That's charity. How do you
uh
apply?
well
Probably some
the
criteria, right? You don't just go and say I'm hungry and they like okay. I
the,
assume.
for me it's well you gotta provide a proof of your income.
All right.
Like if you have below a certain income, they will provide.
Right. What sort of things can you get from a food bank?
Well, depends on the food bank. It depends also on the time of year too,
What kind of
because
things can you
well,
personally get?
uh, well, like basic bread, like staples like bread. Um,
Well, that's sort of relative what is considered a basic staple, right?
yeah. Well, it depends on like the culture. Yeah.
So what sort of things do you get?
So like I got pasta, bread, fresh fruits, vegetables,
It's pretty good.
meat. Yeah,
Of course, it assumes that you
yeah.
can cook.
I can cook a bit. They give like a lot of they give prepared meals too.
Oh wow.
Um,
Do they give fruit?
hmm?
Fruit.
Do I what?
Fruit.
Fruit?
Yeah, you get fruit.
Yeah, they give fruit
Oh
and
god,
fruit.
I got stuck. You get fruit?
Yeah,
Wow, food banks are pretty cool.
they're
Maybe I
pretty
should
cool.
apply for a food bank.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. Like also,
I mean,
uh, it's much better for like your mental health to like be struggling for food, to not be struggling for food. Uh, I think for the my misspeak that would be
oh no, the character is
Destiny would
fine. It
think.
seems. What would Destiny think? The character is just hidden in a box.
That uh well, oh, those Asians, you see, they haven't struggled enough. They have not known true struggle, and that's why well, we should
Food banks are pretty.
like
So where do you redeem them, in grocery stores or?
uh why do I redeem them?
Yeah.
Well, it's just they give you the food. You
Oh, okay, that's cool. So you don't have to
uh,
go somewhere and redeem it, right?
well, like I go to the place, the food bank, and I come back
And you
with
give the yeah. Okay, that's
a
cool.
cart full of food.
That's pretty
I have
cool.
my own cart. Since I don't have a car, I carry everything by hand.
That's pretty cool. I don't have a car either, so.
Like it depends on like each food bank is like its own organization. Well, depends on where you live, but like
Yeah.
it's not um
Maybe I'll look into it
it,
in Poland, how it works.
yeah. I know that in the US they have this like the EBT thing that gives you some money you can spend on like food in the grocery store.
Right, there was this whole controversy in the
Uh,
US over that,
yeah,
about buying warm foods etc., which was ridiculous. Of course,
Oh,
people should be able to buy warm foods with their thing, with their
you
stamps and
mean
stuff
in
you get.
the online sphere?
I think that was like a whole legislative thing as well.
Oh,
No?
really?
Yeah, in the
Well,
US.
I think
And there was
yeah,
discussion about it online, yeah, but I think there was this decision that would not allow people to get warm food like fast food or whatever for their stamps, and that created a whole discussion online over it as well. If that's fair or not. I think it's not, personally.
yeah, I think like that's pretty ghoulish to be like dictating someone's
Putting
food
aside
choices like that.
putting aside the fact that you know, maybe it's nice to cook, but it's also nice to have the dignity to be able to treat yourself to something nice, you know?
Yeah,
And this time should be able to give you that opportunity to treat yourself to
yeah.
something nice.
Well, like
Yeah.
it seems their reasoning is that those poor people don't suffer enough, and so we should. Well, maybe not the reasoning, but it really comes across like that. That
It has a little bit that if you're um, sort of a little bit poor, then you just don't deserve certain things.
yeah, and it translates a lot to like how people see uh poor people in other countries.
Oh yeah,
Um,
and the homeless.
yeah, like you treat those people poorly in our country. Why would there be any different standards for people who live in poor countries?
Yeah.
Like I was having this argument on Reddit
Oh,
with
why do
that.
you argue on Reddit? I don't even use Reddit. I'm
Oh,
happier.
I just decided to go on the r slash destiny subreddit,
R
and
slash
like this,
destiny. Why do you go to
yeah,
slash r I wow. Okay.
because I wanted to see like the blowback about like his
I've never
ghoulish
been to the
attitude towards.
US actually.
Yeah, no, I'm neither. I've been to the U.S. once, but like it was on a leisure
I
trip.
should go to the US and I don't know, visit some of the nicest states.
But like this person just didn't have any conception of like what food insecurity actually meant. That like, well, it's not just about like not being able to eat, but it's about not knowing when you're going to have stuff to eat and not knowing, um, like having inconsistent stuff. And like they were saying, oh, they must not be famished if so many Palestinians are fat or obese. Uh,
Well, that's a bit of a complicated issue, right?
yeah. Well, like when when you um when you have um food insecurity, when you don't
Also,
have
put a put a pin on that, and I will say, listen, if you want me to go to the US, donate loads of
yeah.
money. But yeah, the it depends on your eating habits, on what you eat, how often you. Yeah,
But like if you're if you have very inconsistent access to food, like one
then
month
your
you
body
don't have,
starts storing fat, as I understand it.
yeah. And
Yeah,
like, well, it's also the eating habits. Like when you finally have access to a lot of food, but a lot of that food is perishable, so you got to eat it quickly. And also in
yeah, or
Gaza, like
share it with your friends.
they can't really store things for very long because
Yeah,
they
because
have
you have
very
no
inconsistent,
electricity.
yeah, or they have very inconsistent access to electricity. So
Yeah,
you gotta eat a bunch very fast.
so you cannot freeze food, which is a huge problem. That is a good point,
Yeah,
actually. It is a good point with the whole argument of food trucks while we're at it.
yeah.
I must
So
admit, I
like
have not even thought of that, of the storing and the connection with electricity.
You gotta eat a lot of things fast if you don't want them to spoil. And so like
True.
it leads to very unhealthy patterns of eating, and that kind of trauma will carry on an individual level.
Of course.
Um,
Or might even
and
carry on to the next generation.
yeah, that's the kind of stuff that like there's society that ours societies. Uh, and people are just saying, "Oh, do you mean eating?" Like the person I was arguing with was like saying, "Oh, you eat once, you get access to food once every 2 months. Uh, that's consistent. That means that's just like going to the grocery store from time to time."
So Gaza people get access to food once every 2 weeks, 2 months,
Well, like I was making an argument about food insecurity, of like,
because the
yeah,
whole
you're,
electricity thing and not being able to store things that just defeats that. No,
yeah.
very small amount of foods not don't perish in the course of 2 months.
Well, like you can like there are some there are what we call non-perishables, and that's
Yeah, sure, but they're
like
very limited and they have also limited nutritional value.
yeah, and they like or they are good enough. Like some like rice can feed you, right, and other stuff, but it's not
It can fill you,
something.
certainly.
Uh, not something that uh, like it leads to very
Oh my,
on.
wait, $100? Money for a plane ticket. Oh my
Oh,
god, thank you for the $100. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my gosh, thank you.
thank you on behalf
Oh my gosh.
of
Maya
Lucy.
Mayor. Maya Mayor. Thank you. A lot of generosity today.
Yeah. Um. Like, but a non-varied diet leaves you vulnerable to diseases. Like there was, I mean, I guess like the food that's found in aid packages, they are they are enriched often, very often with other nutrients to like prevent or like limit the extent of those diseases.
Right, but
Um,
also it has to be more than once per 2 months.
yeah, but like I'm not actually uh like I wasn't making a claim on like what actually made it to Gaza. I was more making an argument about like how even if you have consistent access to food, if it's like a very uh, scarce, like it's not, it's it's still uh it still could be considered food insecurity. Um, it's not just a matter of
I
well,
mean, considering that you're sort of dependent on a thing to get food, you could call it
yeah,
food
that
insecurity, yeah.
yeah, it's like uh we're talking about like Sunday was talking about the logistics of like all that aid being available and also like the political implications that like um uh Hamas can come in and like take a bunch of food, hoard a bunch
That's
of food
true,
for
yeah,
themselves,
that's true.
and like
That's
make it
why
so
there
that
should be systems in place that would ensure if there's a necessity to for people to depend on food via such systems, then there should be it should be made guaranteed that there would be that the food gets actually distributed to the people.
yeah, but like with
And this is
the
how the
idea,
soldiers, I don't know, could be used instead of terrorizing people. Could be used to defending them from Hamas taking their food.
well, like the IDF has no like Netanyahu has no interest in governing
I
Gaza.
mean,
It
he's a
it wants
fascist,
to
so
it won't like then like what will happen next is is unclear. It's um like will he finally come in and say we want to go to the final solution, or
Well,
like will
nobody
it
will ever say that openly, at least.
yeah or
No
like
government in the right in their mind will ever say that officially. Ever, you will not get that. All governments want to say we're totally not doing this, including the Sri Lankan government with the Tamil people, as an example.
yeah I should look into that. Um,
Yeah, they spend like what 50% of their GDP for military purposes, some crazy amount. They did
but
the
like
thing with the Tamil people when they would um, direct them to special safe zones. Little safe zones, go to these specific zones and you'll be safe, and then they would shell those zones.
yeah, it's kind of exactly like what's happening in Gaza.
Yeah.
Uh, like I think they're not yet at that stage where they are um like trying to uh like kill the most civilians possible. They're just being very they have been
Well,
like
in the case
very
of Sri Lanka, I
closely
was directing them to those points to be able to
yeah.
shell those points specifically. So it was very,
Uh,
very deliberate.
yeah, but I don't know if we're at that stage yet in Gaza because it seems like an extreme disregard for the civilian population, but not um not specifically targeting
Mm.
civilians. There's still like the justification of like those are
I
junior
mean,
Hamas operatives.
there's always justification. You're never gonna officially not have a justification.
Yeah,
In
that's true.
In Sri Lanka, I also have just a million justifications.
That's true.
Like they're
Just
terrorists, actually. They're all
yeah, it just
terrorists.
doesn't seem like it's like intensified uh pointing towards them specifically targeting civilians. Um we- and so there's a there's like with with also the protests against Netanyahu mounting up
Well,
since
the
he
whole thing started with a protest against Netanyahu, which people don't seem to remember,
yeah
before the October 7th attack, right?
yeah
Like
I
there was
remember
this
Bush.
big protest over the judicial system, quote unquote, reforms that he wanted to instill, and the
I was
society was really torn over it.
I was watching Bush at that time, and he was covering it and like wondering if it's gonna like lead to something like a coup or something.
I was
Seems to
wondering
have
if it won't lead to Hamas taking advantage of the chaos in the country to do some sort of an attack, and lo and behold, it led to an attack by Hamas that took advantage of the chaos in the country.
uh, yeah. Well, I think that was pretty delayed though. The protests have were going on or had died down in
No,
between.
not really. They've been still going on. They haven't died that all. They have not died down all that much. They've been
Mm.
going on. They've still been on.
So like it's more a thing of like the media coverage that's died down
I think so.
in the West.
After all, remember that was a very convenient thing for Netanyahu, the thing that happened, because it sort of drew attention away from people
Yeah,
wanting him to be out.
yeah. Like Hamas is very useful for the Netanyahu government.
Yeah.
It's like there's wasn't like this push, like this explicit push, um, to Netanyahu, but all the actions that he's undertaken are were towards legitimizing Hamas as a threat, as the governing body
Body.
of
Yeah.
Gaza.
Well, I cannot find the last thing. That annoys me.
Where would that be?
I'm stuck in the game. I'm stuck in this free game. And it makes me annoyed. Might rage quit soon.
Hmm.
Play something else.
Yeah.
But we've strayed from our debate about the charity, which I think is the duty of every citizen to spend their entire salary for charity.
Yeah. Well, like is
Your
it
citizen should be
obligatory or?
revoked if you don't give to charity at least a certain threshold. Like Trump in this regard, if you don't pay enough, then yeah.
Yeah. Well, like, can we ask the government to do more?
The government, yeah, the
Uh,
government can enforce you giving to charity. They can do more, of course.
yeah, the government can be the charity in it.
They can arrest you for
So,
not giving to charity. They can do more. Yeah, I agree.
or they can be the charity. They
They can
can.
beat you up for not giving to charity as well. True. True. The government should do more to enforce you giving to charity. True. True and real.
We almost bow down to charity.
True. Or else your citizenship gets revoked. I think that's fair and just.
Speaking on citizenship, it's like it's almost a tool of racism that, or like because
Charity is a tool of racism?
Citizenship.
Oh,
That,
yeah, of
like,
course. Citizenship,
even
yeah.
naturalized citizens, they are still not considered part of, like, their citizenship can be revoked, like if they commit a crime or something, which is a bit strange. Like, isn't the point of citizenship that you that you are of that country, that you have the same protections and the same, like, duties as any other citizens?
Yes, in theory.
But, like, still,
I'm not sure of how it works in Poland, actually. If your citizenship gets revoked if you commit a crime, or if you just get arrested.
well, like,
I think you might actually just get arrested.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
Because I knew
can
people
depend
that did not have
according.
yet a citizenship. They just had a card that allowed them to stay in the country for a time, and they committed a crime and they didn't get deported. They got arrested.
It depends on the country. I see that in Quebec, though, that, like, citizenship is like such such
For the young.
a tool.
Very rude of me.
Oh, that's all right. Everyone yawns.
No, that's not true. Polite people don't.
Well, like, when I'm on my meds, like, well, I'm not tired at all, so
Well,
I
just
don't
be
have.
on meds. Forehead.
I like my meds. I think they're allowing me to have a better mind. Like, to be more.
What are those meds, if it's okay to ask?
Yeah. Well, I take Adderall.
Okay. So ADHD?
Yeah.
Okay. ADHD, as they call it in Polish.
Yeah.
ADHD.
We in French we call it TDAH.
I know you had it. Hey, she Heidi.
Yeah.
HD Heidi. Monsieur.
Well, disorder in French
plaît.
is trouble. Trouble, or, well,
S'il vous plaît. Mon ami.
in English, we, like, there's a direct literal translation of trouble would be trouble.
Bonjour, mon chéri.
So yeah.
S'il vous plaît.
Mm, Uh,
That's right. I'm a polyglot.
ich, ich keine sprechen Deutsch. Ich spreche Französisch.
Yeah, Französisch. Also, as they say, yes.
I, I really would like to travel to Europe one day. So it's
You
it's
should
not really
stream more and get more donations.
kind of, but that would also may force me to live off of streaming because well that there's with social security you can't be working.
Oh yeah, you can be make that. That is the most nonsensical system, by the way. I always said
Yeah,
so.
like
There's
just
this.
give money to people. Don't waste
Yeah,
money
just
on like.
don't just give money to people so that they can stand on their own 2 feet. Because if you immediately when they have any income outside of this, you cut it off, then you're incentivizing people not to try to do anything. You know?
Yeah, it's like trapping you,
Yeah, it
and
is
like
quite literally.
it makes you um like
You cannot
it
even
force
accept gifts.
it kind of forces you to like either you're like no life, you don't have any life, or you have to have a job that like that's like full time almost
Yeah, that's
or
like that's just to me
multiple.
that's the worst part. You cannot even accept gifts from people. Because if the
Yeah,
gift is worth too much, then you're cut off. That's so nonsensical.
like it's made to make people less free to um lead their life.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just ridiculous.
Like it's oh, we're gonna make you poor if you're
Like it should be
uh,
this springboard that would allow you to do things while having this support, and then when you stand on your own 2 feet, potentially, you'd be able to not use the aid anymore. But
yeah,
like this, you're just
like
forced to use it indefinitely.
uh, that's the beauty of universal basic income, that like you just it's universal, you get it no matter what. uh and like people are trying to make it like are trying to neutralize it, it seems, by saying, oh, if you make above that certain income you should get uh that, which like defeats the purpose of universal basic income. Like if you're so concerned about rich people getting more money, then you should tax. You should make tax.
You should eat them.
You should tax them more. Like
Mom,
it's just uh, all those
I
concerns
quit.
are
I
like
quit this game. Exit game. I exited the game. I quit the game. I
oh
rage quit the game. Because
oh
I'm angry.
that's all right.
Listen, buddy, have you got any other memes for me?
uh
For this
mm,
debate that I won?
not much. I've was it a debate?
Of course. Everything's a debate.
Everything's a debate if you name it a debate.
Everything's a debate if you live your life to the fullest.
uh
So yeah.
I mean, yeah. You have other things to do.
Sorry?
You have other things to do.
Of course. I always have things to do. I will play a war game now. Because you
Oh,
love war.
what war game?
Valkyria
Tekumel,
Chronicle.
Valkyria Chronicle. I've
The
seen you play it.
Tekumel is a tabletop, and it's a topic for today.
Oh, okay.
It's a topic about a neo-Nazi tabletop creator. It's very exciting.
Hmm.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's unironically very interesting. So
I'll be there to see it.
be watching a video
Uh,
of a trans woman that sort of got. You'll see. You'll see. It's a very interesting video.
oh, you got some hate.
No, it's like it's basically the I'm not spoiling the um, segment, but it's about getting into a hobby, getting really invested into a hobby, and then discovering that the creator was a neo-Nazi.
Well, like a lot of the people we that have shaped and that of our society are not so
And the question
serious
becomes:
types.
do you keep one to sort of support the hobby or not?
Hmm. Is it like owned by the person?
Well, the person's dead, but the person's wife sort of owns the thing still.
Hmm. Yeah, that's kind of that's a complicated topic. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, because well, the wife maybe doesn't is sharing the same exact point of view, but hmm,
No. You'll see it all in the segments and the things. It's gonna
yeah,
be exciting, you
uh,
know. But first, we're gonna play the war game.
yeah, for sure. There's you've seen
There's a demand for war games, I know.
you've seen the Rosenkreuz video about it.
I've seen a bit of it.
Like the way the caste systems are portrayed and like how it the kind of way and want to make it a bit like uh, Germany in their interwar period or like, but there's some fundamental differences that complicate things.
Mm.
It's not it's not a necessarily a bad thing, a bad job they've done here.
Yeah, it's a good game.
Ah,
Okay, so I'll
what
see you. Yeah, you have something
what
to
are you
add about the
drinking?
Valkyria Chronicle? Pepsi, of course.
Pepsi. Hmm.
You can see it
Are
on
you?
screen.
Yeah. Have
Am I
you seen?
addicted? Of course not.
Have you heard of the uh was it Finnish? The delicacy known ab à la Pepsi Max.
No, I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, it's I don't see the game on screen. On screen.
I haven't started it yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm starting
Oh
it
well,
now.
it's a video by the famous cook named Killian. He's also a red panda, and
Right.
he uses Pepsi Max
Oh,
as an ingredient to as a medium to cook a crab in.
I mean, you can
It's
use. There's a recipe for a Coca-Cola cake. I used it.
yeah. I don't think
Chocolate cake.
boiling a crab is very common. Boiling a crab in Pepsi Max.
Is common?
Yeah, I
Really?
don't think that's common.
I don't think that's common either. Okay.
What?
Let's.
It
So
was a delicacy.
any ending words before I start the war game?
Well, I stream from time to time on like uh on my channel, which is named Inconvenient Estelle. And I can link it to the chat.
Link it. YouTube will probably eat it, but
Oh well, I was meaning in the
Ink it on the page, yeah.
Wait, how? Copy link. Is that? I do that here. That should be right.
Yeah.
Nice talking with you today, Lucy.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm gonna
She
find
had-
another thing to disagree on, and then we're gonna fight again.
Yeah, I'm all here for it.
Okay.
Have a good rest of your stream.
Thank you. See you. See you. See you.
Yeah.
When I fight the war game. I'll disconnect. Okay, so disappeared. Okay. It was an excellent session. We're now going to have an even more epic session. Hello, Palm Dad. Yeah. Thank you for the link. Tell me if the audio is okay. Sega. Pum pum pum. Ba da ba ba da da ba 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 da ba 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 da ba ba.
それでは作戦を説明します。
I'll explain the mission.
これより作戦を開始します。これより風車島広場にいる帝国軍を攻撃します。隊長を倒せば指揮系統が乱れて町の人たちが避難する時間を稼げるかもしれない。
分かった。気をつけていこう。
ちょっといい？今から説明することを
説明することゆっくり A bit loud. See? I'll make it a bit less loud just for you. I will make it especially for you. Less loud. Hold on. I have to enter the groove. Hold on. I have to check something first. Let me do some checking. Okay. Let me check my... I think I understand the problem. I think I understand the problem. Hold on. I'm surprised. I don't know why this game is not listening to my commands. What's with the options? Show me the options. Show me the audio options, please. Okay. It should work now. It's not working. I hate this so much. This game is so stubborn. I hate it when it doesn't work with the software correctly. What can I do to make it less loud? Just for you. Let's make it less loud. Also, why is this so annoying? Is it better or the same? Is it better? Better? Well, still not quite. Okay. Wait, how do I... Oh. Boom, boom, boom. We know all this already. We've played this game before. Wow. So bad aim. Ooh. Baby. Bakery girl. It was a debate. It was blood sports. That's what they call it. In the cool kids club, we call it a blood sports. The Red Army. Oh. Woof! Bum, ba, ba, bum. You better be ready. Uh-oh. Die, enemy. Oh, wow. Damn. Die retreating.
行動開始する
Working. Para para bubaba.
そこだよし
よっしゃ。勝ったぞ。勝ちましたね。できましたね。勝ちましたね。はいです。うん。
私の出番ね。発見したよ。
よし行くぞ
Creepy voice. What do you mean? Whose voice? The characters in the game, yeah? I know. Oh. Tanko. Nice try. But no, it won't work. Ratatatatatatatatatatatatandarara. Sensei-yo?
まずいな今の僕たちの武器では戦車に歯が立たない
悔しいけど一旦ここは交代しましょう。 メルキー、この大通りから東の路地に抜けて、そこなら戦車も追ってこられないはずだから。あとなるべく障害物に隠れながら移動してね。戦車の砲撃をまともに食らったらおしまいよ。
Working! How long did it take you to get to your current level of Japanese? A few years, quite a few years. I still have a lot to learn. And I still have to relearn a lot. I forgot a lot of the characters. I'm better at speaking than at writing, for example. I've been learning Japanese for quite a while. It's been an ongoing process. Many years of practice, blood and sacrifice, sacrificial lambs. Sacrificial penguins. Oh, there are two-headed ducks or something. Cute. Woo! Jum jum jum. Wow! Holy crap! But it was. Oh, retreated, not dead. Okay. But he was hiding. How do I avoid death if I cannot even hide? If I die now, I'm gonna be mad at this game. I'm gonna be pissed with this game if I just die now. Okay? I'm gonna be so pissed with this game. Oh, I can just go to the exit. Yay! I won! Ha ha ha! I won.
よし、なんとか振り切ったぞ。アリシア、この後はどうする？
悔しいけど戦車まで出てきたんじゃとても町は守りきれない。こうなったら町の人を一人でも多く脱出させましょう。大通りの門で敵を食い止めてみる。少しでも脱出する時間を稼げるように。
わかった。それじゃあ僕は家に戻ってイサラとマーサさんを連れてくる。
気をつけてね、ベルキー。
Rank D is okay. Da, 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 da. Let's save game. Escape from the bra. Bra. Escape from the bra. Get it? Escape from the bra. Oh, okay. Look, escape from the bra. Bruchel.
イスラマーサさん無事でいてくれよ。
マーサさん。
なんだこのババア、ガキをはらんでやがるのか。めんどくせえ。まとめてぶっ殺してやる。
やめてください。
おい見ろよ、こいつダルクスの布を巻いてやがる。なんだお前、ダルクス人だったのか。道理で油くせえ家だと思ったぜ。ババアに油くせえダルクス人に。ここは豚声かってんだよ。
この家で勝手な真似は許しません。今すぐ出て行ってください。
銃を下ろせ。ガキが扱える代物じゃねえ。
イサラ
なんだてめえは。やろう。ダルクスのメス豚が。
イサラ
私は大丈夫です。でもマーサさんが。
マーサさん
いけない。鎮痛が始まってる。動かすのは危険です。
と言ってもここで寝かせておくわけにはいかないよ。かなりの数の帝国兵が町に侵入してきている。風車島広場が制圧されるのは時間の問題だ。
兄さん、庭の納屋に行きましょう。
納屋に。
父さんたちが残してくれたものが私たちを助けてくれるはずです。
View the episode? Yes. Oh, yes.
これは父さんが乗っていた。
父テーマーが将軍のために1両だけ製造したエーデルワイス号です。
だけどこの戦車は10年以上も動かしていないはずじゃ。
大丈夫です。いつでも動かせるように整備してあります。私が軍事教練で整備を専攻していたのは父のような技師になりたかったからです。
整備ってイサラが一人でやったのかい？
基本部分はほとんど手を加えていません。エンジンに新型のタービンを搭載して出力重量比の向上を図ってあります。今の時代の戦車と比較しても水準以上の火力と機動力を発揮できるはずです。
父さんの戦車が動くのか。
兄さんは機構訓練コースを選択していましたね。
ああ、高校の時一応ね。
マーサさんを連れてきてください。戦車に乗せて安全なところに避難しましょう。戦車は私が運転します。兄さんは指示をお願いします。
イサラ、発進の準備はいいか？
エンジン始動。エーデルワイス号発進準備整いました。
アリシアたちが住民を逃がすためにまだ交戦中かもしれない。風車島広場を抜けてアリシアと合流してから町を脱出しよう。エーデルワイス号発進。
作戦内容を伝えます。
The enemy is a squad centered around a single tank, currently advancing from the plaza onto the main road. You need to defend the gate on that road. If the enemy breaches it, the evacuating townspeople will be in danger. They'll probably head for the gate and try to destroy it. The tank will be with them. Our goal here is to take out that tank while keeping the gate standing. Without the help of your tank, it's next to impossible for us to destroy their tank. Until we can rendezvous, the Brule Town Watch will do everything we can to keep that gate in one piece. The Town Watch will need to haul off the enemy forces until we arrive with the tank. We'll need to use the sandbags around the starting point and gate for cover to hold back the Empire's attack.
それでは作戦を開始します。みんなここで帝国軍を食い止めるのよ。この門を破られたら避難中の町の人たちに大きな犠牲が出るでしょう。これより我が自警団はこの門を死守します。ちょっといい？今から説明することをよく聞いて。
Thank you for explaining to me everything. About sandbags and hand grenades. By moving behind sandbags and selecting crouch, our unit's defenses are maximized and extra damage for headshot is negated. When focusing on defense on ending one's turn, it's always best to hide this way. Contrarily, this means that enemies hiding behind cover also will protect that and are more difficult to defeat as well. This is why the hand grenade is used. Its explosive power can destroy sandbags. Press the X button, the weapon toggle button, to cycle among your options to hand grenades. In this battle, Alicia possesses some. Grenades are limited in number, so use them wisely. Each player face units will recover one hand grenade.
行動開始します。
Um... Wow. The enemy did a mistake. The enemy did a whoopsie. The enemies are making a lot of whoopsies. Damn! The enemies are just... I don't know what they're thinking. There's like very Russian strategy, I must say. I'm seeing some Russian type combat. Human wave. I know! This is so wild. That is so wild.
私の出番ね。
How do I stop the gate from being destroyed? I don't get it.
いけない。門が壊れ
No, if this keeps up. Damn. Human waves. Oh, you're kidding me. Also attacking the gate. Bastards. Tanks possess firepower and endurance far beyond that of foot soldiers. They are able to deflect nearly all gunfire from enemy foot soldiers. This makes them a solid wall for your own ground units to hide behind. Unlike ground units, however, tanks do not recover a portion of their lost HP each turn. Tanks also consume 2 CP when selected in combat mode. Relying too heavily on tanks in battle will quickly lead to a fatal shortage of CP. Additionally, tanks require AP to turn, so take care to plan ahead which direction you'd like to face at the turn's end. Hi.
兄さん、敵戦車を確認しました。対戦車戦闘用意。鉄鋼弾装填完了。
よし、敵戦車を撃破するぞ。
If you hit the engine, you just kill the enemy tank in one hit. Is the gist of it. Just like I'm about to do. Did I miss? One more time. Boom. Oh my god, I'm almost dead. Oh no, wait, that's the enemy. You bastard! You still attacking the... Oh god. Are you serious? Are you serious? I'm gonna throw a grenade your way. Or something. More Russian tactics. It is what it is. Kaboom! Very quick birth, by the way. Speedrun birth. Quickest birth ever. Quickest birth in the history of humanity. Rank B, nice. I think I did a good job, if I do say so myself. I think I just did a exemplary job. The music is really good in this game, isn't it? I have both chats open. Same. Uh-oh. Polish hell. People running away from Polish hell. Okay, let's go. A new episode has been added, as we know. View this episode.
リシア。
戦争が始まってこうなる覚悟はしていたつもりだった。でもね、自分の生まれ育った町が壊されてたくさんの人たちが一瞬で死んでしまった。こんなことが起きるなんて今でも信じられない。
気ままに生きているように見える鳥や虫たちも自分の縄張りを持っているんだ。そしてその縄張りを守るために命がけで戦う習性がある。人間も生き物である以上、その宿命からは逃れられないのかもしれない。でも生き物たちは争い合ってるように見えて、種族を超えて共存していることもあるんだ。
共存？
うん。僕はその共存の仕組みを知りたいんだ。それを知るために自然科学を学んでいる。その仕組みが分かれば人間の暮らしに活かせるような気がするんだ。そしていつか教師になれた時、子供たちにそれを教えていくことができたら、争い自体をなくすことができなくても共に手を取り合って生きていけると思う。
メルキン。
兄さん、マーサさんが眠りについたので赤ちゃんを預かってきました。
アリシアが言っていたように、戦争の中でも生まれてくる命があるんだね。ほら、お前のふるさとだよ。
きっとここに帰ってこようね。
ああ、いつの日かきっと。
三章バーゼル市街地。西暦1935年3月、帝国はガリア公国東部国境を越え侵攻を開始。帝国軍ガリア侵攻部隊総司令官のマクシミリアンは、独自の軍事思想から戦車主体の機甲師団を編成し、ギルランダイオ要塞をはじめとするガリア東部の重要拠点を次々と制圧していった。侵攻の対象とされたブルールもわずか2時間で陥落。ウェルキンをはじめとするブルールの住民たちはガリア公国の首都ランドグリーズへと避難した。ガリア公国の首都ランドグリーズ、古くから城塞都市として栄えた町である。ユニコーンにも例えられるランドグリーズ城にはガリア公国元首コーデリア姫が住まう。中立を国是とするガリア公国では、国民開閉制度と呼ばれる制度が定められていた。この制度では、各教育機関での軍事訓練を単位科目として義務付けており、有事の際には一般市民が義勇軍として招集されるのだ。帝国との争いが激化した今、ウェルキンとアリシアもその例に漏れず義勇軍に配属される運びとなった。
今日からここが僕の部屋か。お、これが軍服だな。出頭する前に着替えておかないとな。よし、準備をするか。
Cool game, huh?
照明弾に双眼鏡、それにコンパスと地図か。作戦行動に必要なものは一通り揃ってるな。
ウェルキン、入ってもいい？
ああ、どうぞ。
ウェルキンも着替え終わったんだ。よく似合ってる。かっこいいよ。ねえ、私はどうかな？新しい軍服似合ってる？
そうだな。うん、よく似合ってる。すごく着慣れている感じがするな。
本当に？無理して言ってない？
無理なんかしてないさ。凛々しくてすごくいいと思う。
よかった。似合っているかどうか不安だったんだ。
特に腰のあたりの装甲とか甲虫類の外骨格みたいでかっこいいよ。
甲虫類って虫？ウェルキン、虫みたいって言われて喜ぶ女の子っていると思う？
甲虫類だよ。カブトムシだよ。虫の王者だよ。嬉しくないかな。
わかったわ。ウェルキンらしい褒め言葉として素直に受け取っておきますか。
そういえばそのスカーフずっとかぶっているね。
これパン屋で働いていた時のスカーフなんだ。
そうだったんだ。
今は軍隊にいるけど、パン屋で頑張った気持ちを忘れたくなくて。また働ける時までつけていようって決めたんだ。
そっか。アリシアがまたパン屋で働き始めたら買いに行くよ。
約束よ。焼きたてのパンをたくさん食べさせてあげるね。
ああ、約束するよ。よし、準備も終わったし、中隊長のところへ出頭しようか。
We're gonna play it some more and then we're gonna do a segment about Tekumel. About neo-Nazi. You know? Tekumel. Oh wow. Yeah. Woohoo! Doing well. We're gonna be maybe playing later some New Vegas. You this episode? Yes. Knock knock. Come in.
本日付で義勇軍に配属になりましたウェルキン・ギュンターです。
同じく本日付で義勇軍に配属になりましたアリシア・メルキオットです。
私はエレノア・バーロットだ。義勇軍中隊の隊長にあたる。ウェルキン・ギュンターを少尉とし、第7小隊の隊長をしてもらう。
第7小隊。
アリシア・メルキオットは軍曹とし、 少尉好きの下士官として彼の補佐を任せる。
まさかとは思っていたが、やっぱりウェルキンじゃないか。
ファルディオ、君も義勇軍に配属されたのか。
ああ、本格的に帝国との戦争が始まったからな。士官候補者は次々と配属されている。
二人は知り合い？
はい、こいつとは同じ大学の同級生なんですよ。こいつは自然科学、俺は考古学専攻です。しかし驚いた。ちょっと前まで学友だったのに今日からは戦友になるってわけだ。
そうだね、よろしく頼むよ。
お、
あなたたちにはこの後作戦会議に参加してもらう。会議の開始までにはまだ時間があるな。ランドグリーズ市内や軍施設の中には今後あなたたちが世話になる場所も多いはずだ。見回ってくるといいだろう。作戦会議の時間になったら各自作戦本部へと帰還するように。以上、解散。
以上、解散。Can do cool things here. Book mode. We're gonna save. Squad barracks. Largo, Rosie, Alicia, working. Command room.
ちゃんと見回っているようね。感心だわ。ここは作戦司令室。あなたが率いる第7小隊の編成を行う場所よ。
行う場所よ。
国民開閉制度に基づき志願動員で集められた義勇軍の兵士を小隊に編入することができるの。そういえば第7小隊は人数が不足していたわね。ちょうどいいわ。編成について教えましょう。これが兵士のリストよ。本人の適性をもとに陛下は最初から決定されているの。それでは5つの陛下について説明するわね。まずは偵察兵。その名の通り偵察を任務とした陛下。
You have the biggest range when it comes to running.
特徴は移動力。敵の情報を集めて戻ってくるだけの脚力を有しているわ。あと探知能力にも長けていて、草むらに潜伏した敵を遠くからも発見できるの。弱点は攻撃力が低いことね。だから前線へは索敵に向かわせるだけと割り切った方がいいわ。次は突撃兵。最前線に突撃し敵を一掃する兵かよ。特徴は高い攻撃力と防御力。こと戦闘に
But they have lower.
右に出る者がいないわ。これといった特殊能力はないけれど目立った弱点も存
But
在
they
す
have
る。
lower range when it comes to.
最も安定して運用できる兵科だと思うわ。次は対戦車兵ね。戦車に対抗できる重要な兵科よ。特徴は言わずもがな。特殊な条件を除けば対戦車兵だけが戦車にダメージを与えられる。
Oh, there's also other tanks.
爆発系の攻撃に耐性があるのも特徴ね。戦車榴弾にも強いわけだからまさに対戦車ね。弱点は足が遅いことと逆に銃弾に弱いこと。次は支援兵。
Engineers are great.
戦闘支援を司る兵科よ。特徴は弾薬の補給や治療ができること。戦車の修理もできるわね。
Great units.
土のうの設置や地雷の除去、櫓の修理などの戦闘支援も行えるまさに支援のエキスパートよ。弱点は攻撃力が低い点。あくまで後方支援要員と見た方がいいわ。最後は狙撃兵ね。遠く離れた場所から目標を狙い撃つ兵かよ。
You should have at least
特徴
one.
は高い射撃能力と長い射程。かなり距離が離れた敵にも命中させられるの。狙撃兵のライフルにはスコープがついていて、より精密な射撃が可能となるのよ。弱点は移動力と防御力が低いこと。孤立して敵と向き合ったらまず助からないわね。以上が各兵科の簡単な説明よ。では早速あなたの小隊を編成してみて。最大人数は20人。いつでも入れ替え可能よ。
Okay, let's get some recruits. Scout.
モントリー・レオナール、よろしく。
Oh, Aika! Let's get Aika from Skies of Arcadia.
私の名前はアイカ・トンプソン。頑張るからよろしくね、ベルキー。
Yes, we're getting Aika from Skies of Arcadia. The Dreamcast game. That also had... Oh yeah, we're getting Vice. 100% we're getting Vice. It would be bad not to get Vice. The protagonist of his own game, Skies of Arcadia.
俺はバイス・イングルバード。これから一緒に頑張ろうぜ。
Hi. Okay. Oh, we're getting Eddie. I always get Eddie.
私は E.D. ネルソンですわ。今日からお世話になってもよろしくってよ。
Yay. Skies of Arcadia is very good. We're getting this hoodlum.
セオルド・ボーアです。お見知りおきを、ユンター隊長。
It was great. I love the Dreamcast.
私はヨーコ・マルテンス。これから世話になるよ。
Okay, let's get some engineers.
ターリス・ワイアットです。よろしくお願いいたします。
Hi.
クローディア・モンスです。ご期待に添えるよう頑張ります。
Yay.
Marina ウルフスター、よろしく。キャスリー・オハラです。今日からよろしくね。 ラミー・クレメント。
あたいフロロジー。 ユーノコレンです。本日より第7招待でお世話になります。
第7招待。
アイシャ・ノーマンです。
どう？招待を編成できたかしら。時間が経てば新たな兵士もそうそう、新たに動員される兵士もこれまであなたと共に戦ってきただ
Nice.
から隊員を入れ替えたからといって
Alright.
あなたは自分の目を信じてこれと見込んだ人間を隊員として迎え、私からの説明は以上よ。あとは自分なりに考えてやってみなさい。
Alright, we've done a team.
隊長ってのも大変なものだな。そういえばファルディオは第一小隊の隊長だって言ってたな。あいつも今頃部隊編成とかやってるのかな。よし、僕も僕なりに頑張ってみるか。
Training field.
よく来たな、ウジ虫ども。俺が今日から貴様らを鍛える教官だ。
まあ鍛えると言っても大したことはできない。所詮実践に勝る訓練などないからな。ここでは貴様らが実践で積んだ経験を俺に示してもらう。俺はそれをもとに貴様らの能力を伸ばしてやる。
Level your bombs up.
ここはレベルアップができる場所だ。ただし軍隊において個人なんてものはない。あるのは部隊であり兵科という区分だけだ。故にレベルは兵科ごとに設定されている。偵察兵レベル2、突撃兵レベル3などとな。そして偵察兵の兵科レベルが1上がれば偵察兵の兵士は皆一律レベルが1上がる。いいかウジ虫ども、レベルアップは兵科ごとよく覚えておけ。では実際に陛下のレベルアップのやり方を教えてやる。と言っても簡単だ。戦いで得た経験値を鍛えたい陛下に割り振っていけばいい。割り振った陛下の経験値が一定の数値に達したらその陛下がレベルアップするというわけだ。どの陛下に割り振るか選ぶのは隊長の貴様だ。
True.
実際にやってみろ。
Yee.
鍛えたいだけ鍛えるがいい。
I think it was best to balance them all out. Hello, Gaius Winston. Today we have an exciting stream. Bong. We're one level closer to human. Looks like that's a Shinji.
狙撃兵どもに新しいポテンシャルが目覚めたようだな。
Okay.
どうだ、これが陛下別の訓練ってものだ。戦いで経験値を獲得したらここに来るがいい。そうだ、付け加えておくことがある。
Yes.
陛下がレベルアップした時にポテンシャルが目覚めることがあるのだ。
Oh.
ポテンシャルとはそいつが持っている潜在能力だと考えていいだろう。
Oh.
それは戦場で発揮できる一種の能力だ。大事にするがいい。
Hi.
同様に陛下のレベルが上がるとオーダーを習得できることもある。そうだな、せっかくだ。貴様にこのオーダーを教えてやろう。つまりこれは隊長である貴様だけが使える特殊な命令だ。これも大事にするがいい。
Hi.
要するにだ、陛下のレベルを上げることで隊員たちはどんどん強くなっていく。さらにポテンシャルとオーダーを得ることも可能というわけだ。
Hi.
わかったか。訓練というものがいかに大事か。
Alright. Now we have to level up gear.
次からも陛下ごとにビシビシ鍛えてやるから覚悟しておけよ。
Okay, let's go get new equipment now. R&D facility.
いらっしゃい。どんなご様子か。その対象、もしかしてギュンター少尉っすか。
Hi.
やっぱり聞いたっすよ。ブルールからの撤退戦の話。あの惨劇の中で守った小さな命。燃えるっす。 ギュンター少尉、あんたはすごい人っす。ぜひ兄貴と呼ばせてほしいっす。
どうしたのリオン、なんだか盛り上がっているようだけど。
おークライス、見ろよ、ギュンター少尉だぜ、俺の兄貴。
すみませんギュンター少尉、彼はこういう口調ですが、申し遅れました。僕はクライス・チェルニー。
チェルネ。
ここで整備士の見習いをしています。
なあ、おいらはリオン・シュミットっす。リオンでいいっすよ、ウェルキンの兄貴。
ところでギュンター少尉、この研究開発所
I wanna upgrade my weapons, of course.
ここでは兵器開発を行うことで武器を強化していくこと
That's right, I wanna upgrade.
ライフルやマシンガンだけでなく、戦車も強化していくことができるっすよ。
Wow.
ただ、それ相応の資金が必要っすけど。
ライフルなどの銃器類は開発に成功すると自動的に量産されます。ですので隊員の人数分用意しなくても数はいくらでも供給できますよ。
戦車の開発は戦車の車両自体を
I wish that worked like this in real life. Oh yeah, you just there's an unlimited amount of the things that you need. God, I wish that worked. I wish it worked like that in our little predicament in Ukraine.
そうそう、車両整備を行うことでオプションパーツの装備付け替えが可能です。戦いの状況などに合わせて自由に付け替えをしてみ。
In fact, I wish the production capability was also as like here. Ugh, the dream army. All takes money. Is this game Skies of Arcadia? No, this game is Valkyria Chronicles. Skies of Arcadia is an RPG when you play as a sky pirate. But characters from Skies of Arcadia make a cameo in this game. Okay, let's now get some parts for the tank. I don't have any parts.
どうです？お役に立てたでしょうか？
はい。
僕たちは日夜研究を続けています。今日できないことも明日には可能かもしれません。だから日を置いてまたいらしてください。その時まで ご期待に添えるよう努力します。
兄貴、また来てくださいね。そんでどんどん発注してほしいっす。
Yeah, book mode. Ooh. On the Gallian militia base, you can use the experience points and funds you've acquired in battle to train your troops to higher levels or develop new weaponry. Stopping by before combat or after an op once you've acquired more resources is a good idea. Open the menu with the Y button and pick headquarters from the tab select menu to visit the base's facilities. Okay, it's almost time for my HRT as well. And I'm feeling like maybe we'll do the segment soon about, what do you call it? You know, you call it, what you call it? You know what you call it. You call it, Tekumel. So I'm gonna go to HRT and then we're gonna do Tekumel. Exciting. Okay, I'm gonna go take my HRT in a different room, go to the toilet, and then we're gonna do Tekumel. We're gonna finish the game now and we're doing a segment. Are you excited? Hold on. I am excited. Because it's gonna be a doozy. Here. Stopping the game. Well, getting out of here. Okay. So. What is this? Oh. That's quite interesting. So. We are now doing the thing. And by that I mean welcome back. Thank you. So, Wick has done a panel recently on a topic of tabletop RPGs, or more specifically on Dungeons and Dragons. And it's about how... Let's not spoil. And the question was about the toxicity of the fandom, the toxicity of the game itself. And there was this... There were people inside the panel that said that Dungeons and Dragons and such has certain dark roots, so to speak. There was sexism, the creators were sexist, and the roots had their problems, various problems that sort of permeated into later iterations of Dungeons and Dragons. And there was a group of people that said no such thing took place. Everything was kosher from the get-go, and you're just sort of smearing the creators of Dungeons and Dragons. But what if I told you that Dungeons and Dragons was not actually the first tabletop made by this company that had a full fleshed out world? That there was a certain linguist that sort of created his own big fleshed out world, and that the creators of Dungeons and Dragons decided to take him under his wing and to help sort of under the company brand to make his imaginary world a reality in the form of a tabletop system. And as we will learn from a certain video that I want us all to watch, the history of this tabletop, or rather its creator, becomes quite interesting, to say the least. The creator has very interesting ideological background, and we will learn it from the video that I'm about to show you. The Dark Secret of Tekumel, the Empire of the Paddle Throne, which was, of course, the name of this amazing, fleshed out tabletop system. The Empire of the Paddle Throne, Tekumel. We're gonna learn all about from the channel Legal Kimchi. So let's dig in. Let's do this. I'm ready. I'm ready to react. The Dark Secret of Tekumel. There's gonna be a little bit of a refutation that Dungeons and Dragons as a system and the starting point of Dungeons and Dragons did not have dicey elements. This is a great channel, by the way. I'm gonna link it because just after I've watched just this one video, but I already believe that everybody here should sort of subscribe to this channel. I think it's great. So I'm gonna link it right away. Maybe I'll also link it when we're done with the video. It could be a great idea. I'm gonna link it as many times as physically possible.
I often discuss how I'm a second-generation player. Even with me pushing 40 when this video comes out, my father played tabletop role-playing games well before I was born. But he didn't start with Dungeons & Dragons. There was a second game, a variation on Dungeons & Dragons, arguably the first campaign setting ever published by TSR.
See, first campaign setting ever published, because Dungeons & Dragons was not all that fleshed out at that point. This tabletop sort of took it to the level that Dungeons & Dragons had not yet achieved at the time.
To give you a frame of reference, first we have the beginning of time. Then some stuff happens we really don't need to get into. Then Tactical Studies Rules is formed in 1973. Dungeons & Dragons...
Tactical Studies Rules, so... TSR.
...out in 1974. And this game came out in 1975, 1 year after the release of Dungeons & Dragons. And while there were other supplements that came out afterwards, specifically Blackmore and Greyhawk, also in...
Can we just stop for a second and appreciate how the aesthetics of these things have changed over the years? Like, this little booklet is like Dungeons & Dragons. This is Dungeons & Dragons, this little booklet. Can we just appreciate how much of an evolution the thing has went through? Like, from a little booklet like this to these big books in hardcover. I can turn up the video, of course. I would love to get my hands on one of those old first edition. I really love to get my hands on one of these. I wonder if you can buy it. Even if it's a reprint, I'd like to have like this sort of Dungeons & Dragons booklet the way it was first published, you know? It would be a really cool thing to have in your collection. If it's available to be bought like this. I assume it probably is. I assume there are many more people like me that sort of feel the same.
1975. This one came out before those. Yes, I have an original copy of the Greyhawk supplement that was published in 1975. This one's not a first edition, it's actually an 11th printing coming out from 1979, but still, along with the original Deities and Demigods, it's one of the prized possessions that I have in my collection. Tactical Studies Rules dissolved after...
I wish I had a collection like this person.
releasing Dungeons & Dragons in...
Is the audio okay now? Is the audio alright now?
1974, then reformed into TSR Hobbies. But even the Greyhawk and Blackmore supplements, the two first supplements done for D&D, came out after this product. And while these two products were named after Gary Gygax's Greyhawk setting and Dave Arneson's Blackmore setting, they did not actually include the settings as part of the supplements.
See? So the world was not as fleshed out, was it? Which is very interesting to think about.
This was the first release from TSR Hobbies, the first campaign setting ever published by the company. Rick Swan, game designer, game critic, and author of The Complete Guide to Role-Playing, said this setting, quote, is without peer, a richly developed, exhaustively detailed treatment of a truly alien setting.
Yes, and this is Tekumel. They're not talking about Dungeons and Dragons. They're talking about the system that came out a year later, Tekumel.
This was the second RPG product released by the company, the one they put out right after Dungeons & Dragons. The Empire of the Petal Throne.
Okay, full disclosure. Who watching right now has heard of this before? Which one of you have heard of this before? The Empire of the Petal Throne. The world of Tekumel. Has any of you heard of this before? Because I will admit, I've never heard of this before. I've never heard of this before, and I've just learned about it recently. Yeah, this science fantasy. This presumably takes place in the far future. I mean, I've learned about it from you, so of course you knew about it. So that makes sense. Makes sense for you to know about it since I've learned about it from you. This is very fascinating. A whole huge system that I had no idea even existed. Like, let alone the thing that we're gonna learn about the creator.
The world of Tekumel was, as the kids say, built different.
I don't think Tekumel. I don't think this system Tekumel was even ever mentioned in Poland. There were many systems mentioned in Poland, but I don't remember Tekumel ever being mentioned in Poland. I just don't remember that. Maybe I'll ask my brother. Have you ever heard of the Empire of Petal Throne Tekumel? And see if he's gonna be like, oh yeah, I remember it, or no, I've never heard of it. Because keep in mind, we bought every single issue of the Tabletop RPG magazine at the time. We kept buying those magazines, and those magazines kept in touch with various systems that were available in Poland, including the Polish exclusive system called the Wild Fields, which takes place in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, specifically in the Ukrainian portion. One of the classes available to choose in that tabletop is Ukrainian Girl. So make of that what you will. Okay, let's continue. I've never heard of Tekumel before.
Born of the same linguistic passion that gave us Middle-earth, its creator was a linguist first, storyteller second. Just like Tolkien, M.A.R. Barker was a professor of languages.
Remember the name Barker. Remember that name. It's important to remember the name of the creator. Remember, important name.
But in contrast to Tolkien, an English professor, M.A.R. Barker was a professor of Urdu and South Asian studies. For those that don't know, Urdu is an Indo-Aryan language that is the national language of Pakistan, spoken extensively.
Very fascinating language, by the way. I had a friend that wanted to learn it. And she showed me some of it, and I found it to be pretty fascinating.
Extensively in the subcontinent of India. Yeah. M.A.R. Barker was born Philip Barker in 1929. In 1951, he converted to Islam as he found it the, quote, only logical religion. He changed his name to Muhammad Abd al-Rahman. He became passionate about Islam, Urdu, and married a Pakistani woman. He poured his love of these.
Also, he looks like a person that could play Henry McCoy from the X-Men. But he has really big hands, and I must say that he looks a bit like Henry McCoy from the X-Men. That is a really weird and random insert by me, but you know, all the weird random inserts are exactly why you even watch this stream to begin with. Someone should gift Karasu a subscription. Just saying, just a suggestion. Okay, let's continue. He really does look like Henry McCoy, though.
He poured his love of these things into Tekumel.
By the way, I really find the idea of a linguist creating a world fascinating. Of a linguist of a specific language that many people don't really also delve into. Because as a amateur linguist nerd, I will tell you that one of the most interesting, fascinating things about languages is that in different languages, you have different ways of formulating thoughts. So in a way, in different languages, you have different ways of thinking about things, which is quite interesting. You have different ways of formulating certain thoughts or certain sayings about things.
Again, like Tolkien, Barker created entire fictional languages for his world. The most fleshed out of these was Silyani, the name of the titular empire of the Petal Throne. Silyani was read from right to left, like Urdu. Barker wrote a pronunciation guide in 1979 that you can still buy in PDF form on DriveThruRPG. Barker ended up writing 5 novels in Tekumel, published between 1984 and 2003. Now, Barker had heard of Dungeons & Dragons in 1974. A gamer as well, he decided to make his own rule set.
Gamer. Wow, that looks amazing, doesn't it? Doesn't this little booklet look amazing? Wouldn't you like to get a hold of it? I'd like to have this. Looks so... And look, it also looks quite thin. I wonder how many pages it had. I can see that he did the whole conversion before creating the game, by the way.
For a game to play in his created world. Dave Arneson, the co-creator of Dungeons & Dragons, caught wind of this. It eventually got the attention of Gary Gygax, the other co-creator, and they decided to release it as a product from TSR Hobbies. This is how, in 1975, TSR released their version of Empire of the Petal Throne. This game was somewhat innovative. From my research, it appears to be the first game to introduce comeliness as an attribute, comeliness being the stat for how physically beautiful your character was. I didn't say the innovations were all good.
That is a very interesting stat, isn't it? Beauty. Objective beauty stat. Wild.
Dragons actually tried this attribute as an optional rule with the release of Unearthed Arcana in 1985, but it never made it into the full game and was dropped entirely by the time 3rd edition came out in 2000. It also appears to have introduced the concept of the critical hit.
This was close to the Dungeons & Dragons docences. Yeah. I mean, some of the things were based on Dungeons & Dragons, right? And then, as the person saying now, some of the systems from the Petal Throne were taken into Dungeons & Dragons.
Idea that if you rolled this magical 20, you did double damage, or even killed your opponent outright.
With advantage?
Yeah!
Last man standing, 20! Natural 20.
I mean, that seems to be a keeper in the D20-based systems to this day. And with its intensely fleshed out world, with different cultures, languages that Barker actually constructed, and history, it's easy to see why gamers playing the game primarily focused on dungeon crawls would latch onto this concept of the realized fantasy world to play in. So
I believe this is the important part, that this is the first fully realized, fleshed out world with a history and all that stuff that Dungeons and Dragons apparently at that time still did not quite have. So it was a first introduction of people to a fully realized, I guess, mind theater, right?
So readily. At the time,
because Dungeons and Dragons sort of at the time was an offshoot of the war game, so it had I assume you had figurines or tokens and you watched them physically walk through the map of the dungeon, so it wasn't quite mind theater completely at that time.
Most dungeon masters would create a multi-level dungeon. Now, you could take your character from one table to the other because the concept of the dungeon master having a singular world that they designed wasn't as popular or prevalent as it is now. That isn't to say that it didn't happen in those early days, it just wasn't as common. So this setting comes along and puts an entirely new fantasy world in front of the players. Maps, kingdoms, religions, languages, cultures. This level of detail was very ahead of its time because, like Ed Greenwood did with The Forgotten Realms, Barker had a head start. The world was started as a hobby unto itself, a passion project for novels, or just a way to construct languages.
Right.
As previously mentioned, Barker did eventually write 5 novels in the world of Tekumel over the years, in addition to the game book source.
Keep those things in mind as we learn more about this fascinating creator. Keep all those things in mind.
Books and helping with new editions of the game that came out as recently as 2005. Of course, M.A.R. Barker wrote other things as well.
Yeah.
Content warning, anti-Semitism, and racism.
Oof.
In 1991, Barker, under the pseudonym Randolph Culverhall, wrote Serpent's Walk, a novel that begins in the near future of 2041, 100 years after the United States entered World War II.
Already, red flags are beginning to show.
So, what's this book about? We can read the back of the book to get the summary. The good guys win sometimes. Not always, of course. They lost big in the Second World War. That war was a victory for communists, Democrats, and Jews. But everyone else lost. Hitler's elite warriors, the SS, didn't give up their struggle for the white world when they lost the Second World War. Instead, their survivors went underground. A century after the war, they are ready to challenge the Democrats and Jews for the hearts and minds of white Americans who have begun to have their fill of government-enforced multiculturalism and equality.
By the way, for those people that will try to tell you right now that things used to be so much different, that the wokeness has invaded the world now.
Oh, Barry!
Thank you for the tier 1 subscription. So, this is an interesting sentence to me. The whole Americans who have begun to have their fill of government-enforced multiculturalism and equality. Like, this is from 1991, right? So, if anyone tells you that things used to be far less woke and far less, than now, that wokeness has only now reared its ugly head, quote unquote, then remind them of this book from 1991 that cried about enforced multiculturalism and equality, okay? And remind them that people cried about the very same things in the 90s. The neo-Nazis of the time cried about them in their books that they wrote under pseudonyms. Just, an additional thing to think about.
This novel was published by National Vanguard Books, the same publisher of the Turner Diaries, which has been called the Bible of the Racist Right.
Hey folks, Editing Kimchi here. I found literally hundreds of sources stating that the FBI referred to this book as the Bible of the Racist Right.
By the way, I have to give credit to this creator for doing his due diligence and fact-checking if the Turner Diaries actually were the Bible of the far right. This is a level of looking into things that is not super relevant. That is not done much by content creators, okay? Not many content creators will go above and beyond like this to sort of make sure that the information that they're presenting is legit. Which is why I've linked this channel and you should subscribe, because this person really goes, really does his due diligence.
However, I was unable to find where the FBI said this specific statement. News article after news article, Southern Poverty Law Center, encyclopedias, all of them stated that the FBI refers to this book as the Bible of the Racist Right. But I couldn't find any first-hand primary source of the FBI making this statement. If it's on a list somewhere, I just couldn't find it. I think it came out during the Timothy McVeigh trial. It may have been in the transcripts there, and it could just be something where there's no news article that specifically talks about it being spoken in the trial. But I was unable to find it. There's probably a source out there. I apologize. But I left it in the video because it has been cited so many times as the Bible of the racist right.
The book that inspired the Oklahoma City bomber Timothy McVeigh. What is National Vanguard? Well, National Vanguard, per their own words, are white supremacists, espousing clearly racist and anti-Semitic beliefs. These people are unapologetic. They're based out of Charlottesville, by the way, if that rings any bells to you.
It does ring some bells.
News went public in 2022 when the Tekumel Foundation released a statement confirming the rumors that Barker wrote Serpent's Walk. They apparently sat on that information for years. The foundation was...
This is very interesting, and we're gonna run into a certain theory. I'm gonna give my thoughts on the theory. I'm gonna ask some questions. Don't worry, we'll get there. This is a trip. This is an adventure that I'm taking you on about this a tabletop system that you had no idea existed, which is sort of close to the beginnings of Dungeons and Dragons. And I guess, let's just continue. I'll talk about this later more.
Created in 2008 by Barker as the administrator to his work. It has continued, since his death, to preserve Tekumel and sell products relating to it. Since the revelation of Mr. Barker's activities, a portion of the proceeds for products sold about Tekumel go to the Jewish Community Relations Council and Holocaust educational organizations. While I can applaud that, the board of directors is still run by his spouse, Aberdeen Barker, and while she is Pakistani, I can't help but wonder what she knew or participated in with regards to her husband's wildly anti-Semitic work.
That is a good question. And in my opinion, by the way, is not, it's not actually such an obvious question, She might have knew everything. But as far as we know, he might have kept that sort of part of himself so secret that she might have known nothing. It is possible, unless some information came out that would suggest us or show indications that she knew, then it could actually go both ways. She could have known, but she could have known nothing. It could have been the perfectly kosher husband that did not have any of these views in front of her. People keep secrets sometimes. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they're open and honest with their loved ones, but sometimes people keep things. So it's not a question with an obvious answer, in my opinion. At least with the level of information that we get from this video. I mean, you can doubt, but we cannot know 100%, is what I'm saying.
As with anything that comes to the surface recently, when the news came out, there was denial. Some claimed that it was an ill-conceived joke, some sort of prank, or what some social media influencers today might refer to as a social experiment. Some stated that from their personal knowledge of the man, there was no way he could be racist.
I don't remember if this is going to be read out loud, so let's wait.
The denial was strong, but more details were uncovered.
Okay.
For 12 years.
Let's read it. I don't believe Professor Barker actually held the Nazi views. He wrote an alt history novel with a US Nazi as the central character, which he mentioned in a letter to me in the late 80s. He discussed it as similar to books like The Man in the High Castle and did not say anything to suggest that he personally held those views. In fact, he told me that he wasn't going to submit it to Don Valheim, who he described as a friend and lovely person, as he didn't want to offend him. Valheim was Jewish. what was really going on there. I think Barker wrote it as a kind of literary hoax, enjoying the notion that if actual neo-Nazis bought into it, he could shock them by revealing his own personal circumstances, an American Islam convert married to a non-white woman. Somebody said he was briefly on the editorial advisory board of a Holocaust-denying magazine, but that was a Philip Baker, and B, it was Mar Baker. He might well have submitted a spoof letter as part of the literary hoax. My own impression from years of correspondence was that his politics were, if anything, progressive rather than right-wing. And most certainly, he never expressed any anti-Semitic or pro-Nazi sentiments to me or anyone else I know who corresponded with him. So perhaps we should give him the benefit of the doubt. So here is where I'll just call this little post pure copium, okay? Because if it was a hoax, if it was a literary experiment bait for real neo-Nazis, then my question is, why was it kept a secret? Why was it kept under wraps? Why did the Tekumel company keep such a tight-lipped about it? Well, if it was a hoax, you'd expect that after some time, either the creator himself or the company would come out and say, hey, dumbasses, you've been had. This whole thing's been a hoax. I don't really believe these things. This book is a one big screw you. The one big you, like jokes on you if you actually believe this was for real. But no, this was written under the pseudonym and kept under wraps for years. So if that was an intentional hoax, then keep it a tight sort of held secret makes no sense, right? It's like a very basic logical inconsistency that just destroys this whole notion that it was some sort of an elaborate hoax in my mind, to be quite honest. Because if it's a secret forever, then what's even the point of the hoax? If it's just kept a secret forever, and it was probably supposed to be kept a secret forever, then it's not a hoax, it's just for real. You know? That's the reality of the situation. It's not a hoax if you just intend to keep it a secret forever and just release it and never correct it. So this is just a cope post.
But more details were uncovered. For 12 years, from 1990 to 2002, Barker, under his birth name, Philip, served on the editorial board for the Journal of Historical Review until they ceased publication. Now you may ask, what was the Journal of Historical Review? It was a Holocaust-denying white supremacist organization.
Damn.
Per the Southern Poverty Law Center, they are considered an extremist hate.
Imagine being a Holocaust denier. Imagine being a Holocaust denier and being part of a whole organization of Holocaust deniers. Like, pretty shocking, but you know, whatever.
Hate group.
Like, Holocaust denial is a really unthinkable thing in places like Poland, to be quite honest with you. It's really hard to deny something of which physical evidence you have surrounding you in your daily life, depending on which city you live in Poland.
While they claim that they are not hateful, not bigoted, not Holocaust deniers, every single essay from their founder concerns Israel and the Jewish people. 9/11? Fault of the Jews. Iraq War and occupation? Fault of the Jews. Holocaust museums? Jewish propaganda.
Damn.
They make the claim that every major American city has a Holocaust museum or memorial.
Ghetto walls in Warsaw? Oh, that's one big propaganda piece.
I live in the 10th largest city in the U.S., and we don't have one. They also want there to be free speech. in regards to history, but more specifically, the actions of the German government in the 1930s and 40s, and the ability to question the official story of this so-called Holocaust. Here are just some quotes from Mark Weber of the Institute.
Damn. And that's genocide, like Holocaust denial is just always shocks me to the core, man. But then again, people deny all sorts of genocide, so.
For Historical Review, the group who published the Journal for Historical Review. In his essay, Anti-Semitism, Why Does This Exist and Why Does It Persist?
Anti-Semitism is not an aberration, but rather a natural response by non-Jews to alien Jewish behavior and attitudes. Anti-Jewish sentiment is not due to ignorance or bigotry, as so many have claimed. Instead, the ancient and seemingly intractable conflict between Jews and non-Jews is entirely understandable, because Jews are a distinct and separate people with interests that are different from, and which often conflict with, the interests of people among whom they live.
Just a quick reminder that, for example, in Spain, when Jewish people were forced to convert to Christianity, converting did not help them because they were seen as lying and scheming, pretending to have converted while staying the same on the inside. Just a little gentle reminder of how these things historically worked.
Anti-Semitism is not a mysterious disease, as Herzl and Weizmann suggested, and as history shows, what is often called anti-Semitism is the natural and understandable attitude of people toward a minority with particular loyalties that wield greatly disproportionate power for its own interests, rather than for the common good.
These are very vague terms.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Barker worked for this guy.
Yep.
Aligned himself with him for over 10 years until the journal's dissolution in 2002. This was not a fluke. This was not a joke. This was not a prank. M.A.R. Barker was a clear-cut anti-Semitic bigot. It reminds me of the old saying in Germany. If you sit at a table with 10 people and 1 Nazi, you have a table with 11 Nazis. Barker sat at a table with 10 Nazis. And you can't look me in the eye and say that he was the only one at the table that wasn't one. Barker died in 2012. He was heralded by Wired magazine as the Lost Tolkien. Obviously, the writer of the article...
Well, thank God Tolkien himself was not a full-blown neo-Nazi.
...didn't know that M.A.R. Barker was...
We can still enjoy Lord of the Rings. Somewhat.
Well, who he was. Very few did. And the gaming community was mostly clueless until 2022. He did a really good job of hiding it. And few folks were sniffing around an old gaming...
And so again, if the whole writing thing was a spoof, a hoax, then why would he go to such lengths to hide it?
...figurehead from the 1970s who died 10 years ago. But where does that leave his creation? What about Tekumel? The last time materials for the game were published was in 2005. Tekumel will probably fade even more into the background, a forgotten artifact from a bygone age. Or maybe at some point folks will revisit it. Empire of the Petal Throne isn't an exceptionally racist game. Oddly enough, especially for its time, it was very respectful to the cultures that it drew from. Now, I'm no expert in these areas, so I asked some friends for help. Remembering that this was in the 1970s, their responses were, aside from a little bit of Orientalism, it wasn't that bad. The author's prejudice doesn't always make the works lose their luster in the public consciousness, especially when the author is dead. So many people resonate with H.P. Lovecraft's work as innovative in his field, and he wore his hatred on his sleeve. Of course, most of the Lovecraft fans that I know who champion his work, even while acknowledging his faults, are white. So they weren't the targets of his hatred in many cases. So maybe it isn't up to me to defend or rehabilitate his image. It isn't up to people like me to say whether or not his art is worth saving.
I mean, I guess I can. See? Jewish. I can make this judgment right now on stream. And I don't know. I'm a little bit torn because the world seems interesting. But on the other hand, neo-Nazi, you know? Eh. I did get my hands on the books. I am going to probably read them. I'm going to probably read through the books and see. But I don't know. I'm not entirely sure if the whole thing should be thrown out. What an interesting conundrum. And of course, I am curious now just how much of his beliefs has seeped into his work in practical. Like, if you know what you know about him and you read the things for the first time with that knowledge, I wonder if I'll be able to sort of spot some of his beliefs in his work. So I guess I'm gonna see. I'm not gonna prioritize reading the books, but I'm probably going to be looking into them and seeing how many of these beliefs just sip into the work. Right.
But it is the responsibility of all of us to acknowledge the skeletons in the closet of the things that we love.
Yeah.
This is one of the many in Tabletop Gaming's closet. Take a second to look at it, lest we forget. Thanks for watching.
And keep in mind, this was a person that was taken in by the creators of D&D into the fold, so to speak. So I guess the question arises, how much did they know? How much were they complicit in sort of pushing for the system while possibly knowing about the beliefs of the creator? And let's not forget that some of the things that were made in Tekumel, the Empire of the Petal Throne, made their way into D&D proper as well. You see? And then you think. Of course, I would still say that Dungeons and Dragons itself is far more divorced from Barker himself than the Tekumel, the Empire of the Petal Throne. But it remains true that the guy cooperated with the company early on in the early stages of the fleshing out of Dungeons and Dragons. You know, Gary Gygax had strange sex essentialism. Yes, he said that women were biologically not built to like RPGs. That one came up in the Wiki panel. Yeah, Ginger was absolutely incorrect. That person, Ginger, was one of the panelists who said that basically she tried to suggest that the beginnings of Dungeons and Dragons and the company were squeaky clean. There was nothing wrong. There was no sexism. There were no problematic elements within the company. It was all great. It was all fine. It was just a product of its time. And then it was just a war game. And what girl would be interested in a war game? And then it changed. You know? Iskara, Dungeons and Dragons had its iffy spots, but they've been correcting that over the years. Yeah, I agree. They have been correcting them over the years. But you can see actual pushback against the correction of these things. Like, these things are still sort of being corrected. Like, it's a process. You know? It's a process. These things are being corrected. And every time these things are sought to be corrected, you get a pushback and a wig that will create a panel called "Did D&D Go Woke?" or something. Because people are pretty resilient to change, as it turns out. I see Gygax was also racist and pro-colonialist. Yeah. So, let's continue.
As always, folks, want to thank you for...
So again, it's a great video, so I encourage you all to sort of subscribe to this channel because this content creator has went above and beyond to provide us with the information of about the creator, the person, and now we're gonna switch gears a little bit and we're gonna get into the mindset of a person that was personally affected by this system, the person that played it, the person that was part of this hobby, the person that sort of later in life discovered this I guess secret identity of the creator, the person that actually at one point of her life contacted the creator via letter and received a response and felt it was a big inspiration for her personally. And then she felt betrayed because, you know, neo-Nazi, you know? So we're gonna watch a second video, a bit more of a personal video, in which a person will explain her journey through the world of Tekumel, and of course the separation of the artist and the art. Just yeah, I think this is also an important thing to go through when we're discussing the topic of Tekumel, because we can clearly see here how it affected people. I've never played it, I've never heard of it before, but now we can hear from a person that has played it without the prior knowledge of the creator being a neo-Nazi, and then learning later.
Well, hi there folks, it's Paulie here in Impromptu Garden Theatre. So, I've had some disturbing news. You will have seen, hopefully, I did a review some time ago of one of my favourite games of all time, Emperor of the Petal Throne, which was by Professor M.A.R. Barker. Now, this game was very formative to me personally.
If the audio is not okay, tell me and I'll adjust it.
Personally, it was the first role-playing game I really played. It was the first campaign I ever played. It completely lit up my world in the 70s in high school. It was also the world's first published role-playing games setting. It was TSR's second game. They did Dungeons and Dragons and then they did EPT. In various variants, EPT.
And of course we heard all this history in the prior video, that Dungeons and Dragons did not actually have the world fully fleshed out. It was Tekumel that did it actually for the first time.
Has remained constantly in print. There have been other games which have taken the setting and used their own rules to create it. Still in play. I'm still playing it, or I was. So news came through that M.A.R. Barker had, as it turns out, published a pro-Nazi, anti-Semitic, racist novel under a pseudonym. This is bad. It was not a joke. It wasn't done in fun. It was done to seriously push Nazi agendas and show, you know, how it can be done right, how that Jewish question can be solved.
And it's just saying that it was a joke again. If it were a joke, then why keep it secret for years? Why?
How we can just get back to, you know, racial purity again. But wait, it gets worse. So it turns out there was a journal was put out. The JHR, Journal of Historical Revision, revisionism. I'm a historian. Revisionism is, it's the cardinal sin, where we rewrite history to turn it into something we feel is better. Forget the facts, let's just do what's good.
Of course, unfortunately, that is a thing that is often done, especially in the world of politics, when certain things are not presented as they are, but are more presented as we would wish they happened. A great example of that is the Law and Justice Party, which ruled Poland till the end of last year, actually. And they have done a whole campaign against historians because they would, well, specifically the Holocaust historians, because they would speak about the collaboration of Polish people during the Holocaust, and the Polish government, especially the Law and Justice government, did not like that. So it actively tried to censor, silence, discredit historians. So it's really important to remember that while revisionism is a cardinal sin, it is also unfortunately a thing that happens. That happens especially when we get a far right government that is interested more in narratives than in historical fact. Well, we can continue now.
Oh, this wasn't just any magazine. No, this was the magazine that essentially formulated and pushed Holocaust denialism. And
which, by the way, is also a form, what I just described from the Law and Justice Party is also a form of Holocaust denialism. Let's not mince words here. That is also a form of Holocaust denialism, or at least revisionism.
And M.A.R. Barker edited it, sat there on the editorial board of it, and the institute of which this was the published journal, under his own name. Now, this was published all through the 90s. It was the rallying point for the resurgent Nazi movement. This is what unified, in pre-internet days, individual right-wing, hate-filled, crazy lunatics, and made them feel that they had a community,
a home.
This was seriously pushing an agenda of genocide, of murder, of, you know.
And it also sort of framed the Nazis as the good guys in the war, like in the back cover of the book, that the good guys don't always win.
Racial purity, right wing, smash the left, kill those who oppose you, all that cool stuff. Pauses for car. So, okay, we've had some problems in recent years with many creators unmasking themselves as basically toxic individuals. J.K. Rowling is a perfect example. Rowling's work on Harry Potter was obviously beloved by many. As a human being, she's a sorry excuse for an organism.
And I must admit that it is a pretty fitting example, J.K. Rowling and Barker. Like, you can see the similarities, right? Creating beloved works, writing hideous works under a pseudonym. There are certain similarities between these two.
And her outspoken, dedicated attacks against the trans community, of whom I am one.
Although I must admit that J.K. Rowling is actually much more openly hateful. Because, okay, I guess I will have to explain this. I mean, I probably don't, but I will still explain this. Like, I think it's much more unacceptable to be openly a neo-Nazi than it is to openly hate trans people. As unfortunate a reality as it is, in my mind, there isn't hatred against trans people is basically the same as hatred of Jewish people, but it is still, at the end of the day, a lot more not acceptable in society in general to be a neo-Nazi than to be a transphobe. Transphobia is far more socially accepted, as it seems. Because there's the discussion around J.K. Rowling is much more divided. You know, you will find many more defenders of J.K. Rowling, then you will find defenders of Barker, for example. You know? You will not find many people probably that will be like, oh, Barker, yeah, sure, neo-Nazi, whatever, who cares? But you will find people that will defend J.K. Rowling and say, oh, she's just saying that biological sex is important and is real. She's not saying anything hateful, actually. So I would say that's a big difference between how these people can operate. Barker had to operate in secret. He had to keep it completely secret. And J.K. Rowling can just, parade with her hatred in the open.
Has caused untold misery for thousands of people across the world. Under the legitimization that her fame gives her, she has been able to push her agenda politically. The UK has decided that she makes a great flagship to launch anti-trans legislation.
Yep.
So kids are being bullied, kids are suiciding.
And this is another difference, by the way. As much as J.K. Rowling can be the springboard for anti-trans legislation, Barker could not, in my opinion, be a springboard to neo-Nazi legislation, because it's just, no. This is just a matter of which sort of hate is more acceptable. Sadly, as sad as it is, it's also unfortunately true.
People are being denied medical care that they want, misery, pain, death, and people feel they can get away with basic, gay bashing and trans bashing out in the streets because, author of Harry Potter says this is fine. This stuff causes real harm. This is leagues beyond that. In her defense, Rowling just wants trans people to not exist. She doesn't particularly advocate murdering them in the streets. A Nazi advocates murdering Jewish people in the streets.
I mean, I will say here that simply not wanting a group to exist can be taken in many different directions, depending on how things escalate. I'll just say that and leave it at that, okay? Simply not wanting a group to exist, a very vague statement which leaves a lot of room for improvisation, a lot of room for escalation, radicalization.
No ifs, no buts. There is no acceptable level of Nazism within any group or society. Period. Okay, so I've tried not to be political on this channel because I'm trying to be a voice for role-playing games. However, a political statement is a statement that is contentious.
Of course, I would argue that role-playing games themselves tackle political subjects, tackle political subject matter. So in my humble opinion, I'm not even sure if politics are completely avoidable when discussing role-playing games, because many political topics that we can discuss make it into the worlds crafted by the imagination and make the worlds more interesting, make the stories more gripping, So I'm not sure if it's completely avoidable to be discussing politics, but,
Nazis are bad is not a contentious statement. It is. It is an acceptable norm of belief. Nazis are bad. Ergo, one who is a Nazi is bad.
True.
So, can you...
Although then again, the obvious counter from certain types of people would be, sure, Nazis are bad. Sure, Nazism is not acceptable. but your side of the aisle calls everybody Nazis. So the word became useless. The word is useless because you call everybody Nazis. That's the most common counter these days to this argument.
Separate the art from the artist. Now, this is a difficult question. Oh, if only there was someone with a degree in like ethical philosophy. Oh wait, here's one. Okay. Let us just say that what we accept under this sort of cloak of I can separate the art from the artist tells us a lot about ourselves and tells us other people a lot about ourselves. If I can tolerate the artist because I like their stuff, god damn it, it says that I have acceptable levels of tolerance for that person's belief. I'm willing to overlook it a bit because the two are never separated. Oh, Joanne doesn't do that much damage with her anti-trans stuff. I'll keep reading Harry Potter stuff and so on.
Okay, then. What if, and that is a question, I guess. I guess at this point is a valid question, considering that the authors of the creator of Tekumel is dead. What if you pirate every single book of the Tekumel series, all the novels, all the books, etc., and play it as a way to sort of want to dive into the mindset of this sort of creator that created this sort of world? Is this still sort of accepting the person's beliefs or tolerating them? Or does it become something else? Answer in the chat what your thoughts are. Or in the comments, since this is probably going to become a segment.
So, in essence, there are three basic reasons why you would drop consuming someone's material once they've been unmasked as a toxic person. There's profit, there's perception, and there's platform. So profit. You don't want the toxic individual to profit from the fruits of, their horrible attitudes. That would be why you wouldn't run out and buy Harry Potter books. In the case of someone who's long dead, they do not personally profit from it. So in this case, profit is not a motive. We're not denying a dead man, royalties and just saying. So that's gone. Perception. Now, perception is very, very personal. Is the person's creative output now forever tainted for you by what you know? Now, in some cases it can be quite direct. The person's attitudes absolutely inform the creation. Rereading the Tekumel material, I can see hints. And I think
I will probably read the materials, as I've said before, because I want to see these hints. I want to find them, knowing what I know. I want to find the hints.
Reading it with a different eye will suddenly make me go, oh, as I perceive some interesting kind of ethno-state
shenanigans
themes running through it. But it's a personal choice. Is it forever tainted to you in your perception? Can you play this game without hearing that horror going through it? I must say, for myself, I can't. It's a bright and sunny day in Jakarta as you pilot your little boat through the canals. The sun is shining and you can hear someone singing praises to the gods from one of the mighty ziggurats that overtowers the canal. A beautiful day, made all the more beautiful by the complete lack of Jewish people wandering past you on the streets.
Jesus,
because before man went to space, he's ensured that racial purity came first. This is what's going to be running through my damn head.
Oh my gosh.
Alright, so we have that personal choice. Last one is platform. Does this person have the ability to use their fame or leverage the property as a platform to leverage their horrible...
With this, I don't think so, because a lot of people have never heard of this, of Tekumel. Maybe it's because of the neo-Nazi thing, but I'm not sure. Like, I'm not sure if that's why many people have not heard of this. This is a good question. If it did not turn out that this person was a neo-Nazi, do you think this system would have been much more in the mainstream and popular? Or do you think it would be as obscure as it is now?
Views. Again, the J.K. Rowling problem. Yes, she uses her fame to do this. This is a dead man we're talking about here. Surely he cannot use this to push his platforms as well. Now here's an interesting problem. Others can push that for him. There are people lined up to stand on that platform and to use this as a means of advancing their...
True, but it only becomes a platform if the system itself sort of is present in people's minds, present in sort of like broader culture. But if it's just known by a few nerds, then it doesn't become much of a platform, does it? I'd approach it like this. I'm able to recognize the yucky worldviews and or personal faults of an author and look at aesthetic and technical aspects of the said author's work and find the work enjoyable, impressive, inspiring. Maybe. I mean, or you can just take certain elements that you think are good and reject the Nazi-tainted ones. But that's also... there are many different ways to approach this sort of a dilemma, to approach this sort of a problem, so to speak.
Genders. There is a vile element in modern role-playing gaming who have been trying their damnedest to shove their way into gaming spaces and essentially establish particularly old school rules.
Then again, one could argue that tabletop RPGs have always been sort of niche to begin with. Although I think they've went more into the mainstream as time went on.
These as right-wing spaces, where trans people are not welcome, where gay people are not welcome. They are pretty dedicated to this. They will often cover themselves by saying, everyone's welcome at our table. Yes, but diverse people sure as hell aren't invited. And the rhetoric on their chat boards, on their Facebook pages, on their Twitter feeds speaks absolutely for itself. So to these people, to have one of the original game designers who created one of the very first role-playing games coming out as an actual Nazi, that is gold. That is magnificent. They have prayed to whatever beast pig things these creatures worship for a stroke of luck like this to happen. They can basically push this. See, the core of the game has always been pushed by mighty right-wing Nazi people. It is a space for us, not for you. This makes it much harder to push back against, you know, face it, Nazi elements in gaming. And it makes it difficult if we continue...
It does make it a little bit different when a creator of a system is a literal neo-Nazi. Yes, I will admit that.
You to sort of celebrate, unfortunately, the Tekumel properties and so on. So the platform test, I feel, is positive. This man's work can be used as a platform to create harm.
I guess.
We can fight against that, you know, but part of that fight is to push that property away. Look, I knew Barker. He was my mentor in many ways. As a young kid who discovered role-playing games, I wrote straight to the guy to say how amazing this was and how it had lit up my world and how I'd been a war gamer but now I was studying other cultures. He wrote back and said, look, do it, go out there, study, be a game designer, get those history degrees, become an author. And that was an amazing...
Now that is a very troublesome situation for a person to go through, right? A person that is your inspiration, the person that means a lot to you on this formative level, sort of, you could say, puts you on a path, and then later it sort of turns out that they were a pretty despicable human being. And the question is how a person sort of grapples with that, how a person moves forward from that. you know?
Empowering thing, to a 15, 16-year-old kid. And I remained in touch with the man till his dying days. So this is very personal to me. I don't say lightly, I have to turn away from this property. But I think it does say a lot about us as to what we will tolerate within the people whose work we enjoy. There is no tolerable level of Nazism. I cannot enjoy this. I have set myself up in many ways for decades as a spokesperson for role-playing games. I've appeared on TV, I've appeared in magazines and newspapers, talking up the community. So as such, I really cannot embrace works that have sprung from such a poisoned well.
Yeah. And I can understand
look, it's entirely up to you guys what you do, but that's my position. I know the guys who run the Tekumel Foundation. Many of them are close friends because, we all knew the guy that wrote it. I know this is a really difficult time for them. They have to figure out what the hell they're going to do now. And there are things they can do to try and mitigate. They can try and maybe
That's also a pretty important thing to remember, that just because the creator was a neo-Nazi doesn't follow that every single person involved in the project, involved in the sort of thing that published and promoted the thing, knew and was also a neo-Nazi, So that creates a sort of like it's a difficult situation for many people, for sure.
New editions of the game where the profits go to Holocaust memorials, these sorts of things. Those are the correct actions for them to do. Those are noble things for them to do, and I sincerely hope they do it. But guarding this property against becoming a pulpit for the alt-right will be very difficult. In some cases, it might just be better to just let the podium collapse.
All right, so we've watched this video. It's a very interesting take on perspective from a person that was, you could say, personally wronged by the property, personally affected by the creator himself. As you've heard, this person was in direct correspondence with the creator of Tekumel. And I guess today we've touched upon a few things when discussing this property. How it is absolutely not true that the roots, that the beginnings of Dungeons and Dragons were free of these very, very unsavory elements. And we've sort of discussed just how difficult it can be sometimes to separate the artist from the art. We've discussed how certain people can treat people as mentors, as people that direct them in their life in certain ways, that sort of become inspirations for them to do what they do, only for those people to turn out to be monsters in certain ways. And just how a person can sort of move on from that and not let it sort of taint the good things that they did due to that inspiration, which is also an important topic in my opinion. If you were inspired to do great things by a person that turns out to be a monster, then it does not need to take away from the great things that you did and the great things that you do and the great things that you will continue doing. So, with that said, for today we will be finishing our Tekumel number 1 segment because I want to come back to this topic. I want to explore it a bit more. I still have more materials related to this topic, to the topic of the creator, I still want to go through the materials themselves, so I'm probably gonna be going through the material slowly, and I'm gonna be sharing my impressions. I'm gonna be sharing my sort of observations. I'm gonna be sharing my discoveries of how certain views sip into the art itself. So I guess we're gonna do it. We're gonna make it a recurring segment, Tekumel. This has been a pilot to our new recurring segment, and then maybe from there we'll be just doing recurring segments on tabletop. Overall, we'll be going through them and we'll be having our share of fun. So if you've enjoyed this little intro to what's to come, press like, press subscribe, bell, and all that good stuff that make me grow into the biggest creator in the space, the biggest Polish trans creator, not just because I'm the only one, but actually because I'll be super big, biggest in the universe. Okay? I feel like we've done a really nice segment. I feel like we've done a stellar job. I feel like we've done great. Don't you feel like we've done great on this? Don't you feel really good? About this segment? I feel really good about it. Okay, so we've done the Tekumel, which, wow, took us a bit, but we did it. We did it. I'm proud. How long is this stream? So wait, hold on. We've already been streaming for 4 hours? Damn. I'm going for a marathon, aren't I? But that's because I started the stream a lot earlier than usual. So you're getting a treat. You're getting a treat tonight. Getting a real treat of a long, hardcore stream. Which, before I get to the next thing, because we're getting a sequel to to a thing from yesterday. We're doing a sequel to a segment from yesterday. Okay? A big fat sequel. But before we go to the sequel, if you enjoy what I do, if you enjoy the diversity of the topics that I do, the history, the art, the languages, the video gaming, maybe increasingly even the tabletop related topics, and if you also enjoy me talking about politics, war in Ukraine, various types of protests that are going on right now, then you know what? Consider giving me a hug and a donation. Or possibly a subscription. All of these things make this whole enterprise roll. All of these things make this whole thing go roundy round. You know? All of these things are fueled by these sort of this sort of help. You know? So whew. Pretty cool, huh? So, hold on, let me collect my senses. Let me collect myself after this powerful segment. And then we will sort of continue to the sequel of yesterday's news about our favorite spy kid Polish judge. Spoiler alert, that's what we're going to be talking about, the judge guy. Let me see. New tab. Mute. Damn. Okay. So we have talked yesterday about a certain judge that decided that he wanted to escape from the Polish regime, that he wanted to escape from the tyranny of Poland, the lack of human rights that is of course prevalent in Poland, all those horrible things that await you if you live in Poland, and to escape, to run away, to stop being a judge and to become free in Belarus, and to seek a status of a political refugee in Belarus, of all places. And we've talked about it basically yesterday. We've read a few articles. I've shown you the press conference in which Mr. Schmid has asked for asylum directly from Mr. Lukashenko. And now it seems, which I've also hinted at yesterday, that this judge could actually cause some more long-lasting trouble. And it creates a pretty bad precedent when it comes to the security of information that judges have at their disposal, and that a judge can just quit, go to a hostile country and share top secret information that they potentially handle as judges. That is not a good precedent to set, right? That a judge can just defect and basically spill the beans in a hostile enemy country. And as such, let us take a look at the article from TVP World. Without further ado, let's just jump into it. Let's not waste time. Schmid's case could have powerful consequences. BBN chief. Poland's National Security Bureau, BBN chief Jacek Siewiera, stated that the case of Judge Tomasz Schmid, who is seeking political asylum in Belarus, is an unprecedented event with potentially powerful consequences. He described the lack of counterintelligence control and protection in the judiciary as a loophole in the system. Tomasz Schmid, a judge at the Warsaw Regional Administrative Court, asked the Belarusian authorities on Monday for care and protection. The National Prosecutor's Office is conducting an investigation in the direction of espionage. And also, by the way, ever since this whole conference, he also took part in a show of the famous Russian propagandist Solovyov, which we often watch when we check out the page Russian Media Monitor. we often have the opportunity to listen to Mr. Solovyov's propaganda pieces via that channel. And that propagandist has had a talk on his show with our judge. Unfortunately, as I cannot find the material, I am not going to be able to show it to you today. I'll try to look it up and maybe then I'll include it. But if not, then unfortunately we'll just have to note that it happened. This is treason. It has the character of treason. Treason not only understood as in the criminal code, because that is a separate topic, while acting to the detriment of the state's interest is evident here. The BBN chief told Polish Radio Free on Tuesday. Asked what information Schmidt might have had, he said, as a rule, the judge does not get direct access to classified information because it is not the subject of his proceedings. While the judge settles disputes between the body conducting the inspection proceedings, in this case, for example, the ABW, Internal Security Agency, and the person who applies for a certificate of access to classified information. What is placed in such proceedings by the applicant is very important, Siewiera explained. Hello, Aris. This could be information on personal contacts, mainly abroad, but also information on extramarital relationships, possible compromising materials, and medical histories. Asked whether judges should be checked, he replied, they should. This is a loophole in the system that many commentators point out. It is necessary to restore control and counterintelligence protection in the judicial area as well. That's sort of like an very important part of this whole puzzle. Prime Minister, case cannot be ignored. Prime Minister Donald Tusk said in Katowice on Tuesday that the situation surrounding the escape of Judge Tomasz Schmidt is unprecedented and cannot be ignored. We must be aware that the Belarusian services worked with a person who had access to the head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and to be classified documents, he said. Deputy Prime Minister, head of the Ministry of Defense, Władysław Kosiniak-Kamysz, stated that all services should be involved in investigating the case. It should be checked whether, while still in Poland, Schmidt did not carry out activities of an agential nature, he asserted. Oh yeah, that's also a very real and very concerning thing. Whether or not he has not been basically a spy, and what he knew, what he did, etc., etc. Interview with Solovyov. Oh, it's part of the article. Excellent. So we might not be able to watch the interview itself, but we might be able to actually read about it here. Schmidt was also due to give an interview to the Kremlin's chief media propagandist Vladimir Solovyov on Tuesday morning. He posted the invitation to an interview on his Russian language Telegram account. The live interview on Solovyov's Telegram channel began before 9 a.m. Polish time on Tuesday. However, it was quickly interrupted due to technical problems. Wonder what the technical problems were. Solovyov is one of the Kremlin's best-known propagandists. Yes, we've talked about him quite a few times. We've watched his unhinged segments quite a few times. So I'm really curious about how that whole thing went with Solovyov. The journalist has repeatedly threatened Poland with Russian attacks, including nuclear ones. Last March, he said that Polish cities would be destroyed by missiles. Even earlier, he stressed on state television the need to restore Russian cities. His list included Warsaw, as well as localities belonging to Ukraine and Estonia. Restore Russian cities like Warsaw. That's cool, I guess. So we've done a little bit of a sequel, a follow-up, if you will, to the story of our little runaway judge that decided that he must be free, that he must be, that he deserves freedom. How tough it is to be so persecuted, to be so... what a life. What a life. But it happens. It happens to the best of us. This sort of situation. Alright. That was a short one, especially compared to the Tekumel one. But hey, if you enjoyed it nonetheless, you know what to do. You know what to do if you've enjoyed this little political segment. We're on fire. We've done 2 Polish segments 2 days in a row, although basically they're on the same subject, but it's all good. That's right. Thank you, Ant. Thank you. Oh yeah. Guess what? Okay, I'm gonna put it all under the same umbrella topic of what I sort of did yesterday. Yesterday I said that Russia was doing drills when it came to nuclear weapons, tactical nuclear weapons. And now it seems that Lukashenko, the leader of Belarus, is joining in on those drills. Is going to be talking about it with Vladimir Putin, because whatever Russia does, Belarus will soon follow, especially since it's part of the broader plan to basically scare the West into not supporting Ukraine too much. That's basically it. Like, oh, you're pushing, and sooner or later you're gonna push us so hard that basically you're risking that we're gonna get into a conflict using nuclear weapons, tactical for now, nuclear weapons, and that already is going to create a situation from which all of us will not be able to return from. So you better back off from supporting Ukraine as much as you do. And to support these words, because there's been a lot of sort of posturing, nuclear posturing when it comes to Russia and now as well Belarus. In addition to that, you can take these sort of views as a package. You can sort of take them as a combo. In addition, Russia has announced that all F-16s that will be delivered to Ukraine will be seen as potential nuclear weapon vessels. That all F-16s that Ukraine will use will be treated as potential vessels for nuclear missiles. So we're combining these sort of 3 postures: the drill in Russia, the drill in Belarus, as well as the fact that now Russia is threatening that we will see all F-16s used by Ukraine as potential nuclear threats. And we're sort of starting to build a picture of Russia trying to once again scare off the West from supporting Ukraine by alluding to nuclear warfare. And I personally think that the West, the so-called collective West, should not give in to such threats. That is my personal opinion as a person that lives in a country that is right next to that country that is being currently invaded. The West should not give in to the threats. The West should continue supplying aid to Ukraine. It should in fact continue supplying the West to Ukraine faster, in bigger quantities. It should ignore the nuclear posturing until some actual real signs appear on the side of Russia, which I doubt they will appear because Russia also is not so keen, unlike some may think, to end the world. Because we must also remember that while all of this is happening, the situation on the front is still difficult. Russia still, as we speak, is gaining ground. Even if slowly, it is still gaining ground. The aid is still getting to the battlefield extremely slowly. So it really is no time to be scared of Russia's posture. Now is the time to be decisive. Now is the time to really turn up the heat on the aid, really send what Ukraine needs to fend off the aggressor. No half-assed measures, which I must say we have been dealing with for quite a lot, for some time now. Like half-assed measures called half-assed measures combined with outright blocking aid by certain pro-Russian groups within state governments, like the GOP, for example. There's clearly a pro-Russian group within the GOP. And this has been corroborated by many, not just Democrats in the US, but also, I guess, Republicans as well. Which is a worrying trend, but at least the aid has been unblocked. And of course, as I've ranted before, the aid will reach the big chunk, the biggest chunk of the aid will reach the Ukrainian front within several months. So no, now is not the time to suddenly fear Russian nuclear posturing. Now is the time to double, triple, quadruple down and send more aid than ever before. Now's that time. Now's the time to do it. Do it. There's no time. There's no time. Ukraine's, believe it or not, in a difficult situation right now. And only decisive action by the West can even create a hope that this can be meaningfully reversed. So I guess, I don't know, this is an ultra short one. I don't know even if I'll be able to do anything with this, but I think it was important to mention this little thing about aid and about nuclear posturing, about nuclear drills in Russia, Belarus, and how all F-16s will be somehow treated as nuclear threats, which I will see what results this will lead to. We'll see what sort of repercussions this will create for for this region of the world, for sure. After all, there's also the aspect like Russian media keep telling about nuking Ukraine, nuking Poland, nuking all those other places, but considering that the goal of Russia is to restore its sphere of influence from the times of the Russian Empire, from the times of the USSR, does Russia want to rule an unusable nuclear wasteland? Because I'm not sure if that would be a wise course of action either. If Russia's plan was to restore the unusable nuclear wastelands of Ukraine and Poland to the fold. I'm not sure if that's exactly the plan here, if that's the play. So yes, that was a pretty short little cute segment. Thank you for listening. Thank you for being here with me. And now let's see, because I still think I had something interesting. I've talked about this already. I've talked about this. I've talked about that. About a lot of things actually. Still have a backlog of news to talk about. Oh yeah, there is one thing that I want to talk about. Yeah. About the hypocrisy of the allies. Let's go. Let's talk about that. This is going to be the last thing of the night, and then I'm going to go to bed. Because I need bed. I need to sleep sometime, and we've been streaming for 10 years, it feels like. So if you feel like giving me some sort of last minute support, then it is more than welcome. We've been streaming for 4 hours, 40 minutes. This is all really good. This is all really swell. But what I've got to tell you is there's this hypocrisy of countries, state leaders claiming that they will support that they will support Ukraine till the end, forever. It's like the support is going to be great. And one person that has been receiving a lot of praise lately, which I've said I was very careful about that praise, is Emmanuel Macron, about his sending troops to Ukraine scenario that he floated around, about his whole "I'm not afraid of you, Putin" posture. There was a lot of pictures of him boxing, how tough he is, how cool he is. And I don't know, I sort of remain skeptical. I sort of point out that France has been lagging behind when it comes to actual aid for Ukraine, that there's sort of, let's be honest, words are cheap, actions are more difficult. And what do you know? There was an inauguration of Vladimir Putin as the new, again, re-elected president of, no, not president, ruler of Russia. I believe he is like the prime minister, right? Putin was the US president, and then the role was sort of Dmitry. Yeah. Medvedev is gonna be his successor, apparently, according to the Polish wiki at least. Oh wait, he actually is both. He actually is both the prime minister and the president at the same time. Hello. Rachel Winsome. Oh, Squid Ray. Well, I guess I won't be ending stream anytime soon then. Hello, Raiders. We're just talking about a little bit of hypocrisy. We're talking about hypocrisy within Europe when it comes to Ukraine and when it comes to Russia. Hello. We usually say dobry wieczór when we want to greet someone at night. We don't say dobrej nocy. We actually say dobranoc when we say goodbye, and we actually say dobry wieczór when we greet someone at night, which is a very strange thing. It's a very it's one of those bizarre things when it comes to the Polish language. Welcome, Squidsters. See, I've given you a cute nickname. I've given you a cute nickname, and I'm gonna tell you that we've been streaming for 5 hours. So I encourage you to join the page. I encourage you to subscribe to the YouTube. I encourage you to join this page, and I encourage you to give me some love. Konbanwa versus oyasumi nasai. Yes, that is indeed basically that. Konbanwa versus oyasumi nasai. Yes. That is exactly how it is. So I'm going to finish up this segment, and by finish up, I'm actually going to talk about it. And then I'll give you a little bit of a choice. We can do another segment, or we can play your favorite transgender game, which is New Vegas. But let's focus on the thing that I want to say. So Putin has been re-elected predictably, because it is basically impossible for Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin not to be re-elected. But what was less expected, because there is this whole question of illegitimacy of his election, the fact that it happened in less than legally sound circumstances, right? There's the circumstance of the whole illegal invasion of Ukraine, the war, the genocidal, quite frankly, war against Ukraine, and how the West has framed themselves as the staunch allies of Ukraine that will never abandon it in its time of need, which, of course, to me follows that the Western countries would not accept Vladimir Putin as the legitimate leader of Russia. But it seems that for certain countries, that is simply not the case. For countries like, and that is the biggest example, which is why I will focus on it, France, which has sent its representative for the inauguration of Vladimir Putin. So, how can you talk of supporting Ukraine, float around the idea of possibly sending troops to Ukraine, French troops to Ukraine, doing all this posing about how great an ally you are, and then basically just send a representative to say, oh yeah, Mr. Vladimir Putin, your rule in Russia is totally legit, your election was totally legitimate, we are here for your inauguration. Like, I'm just gonna say this, Poland refused to take part in this inauguration. Poland basically does not accept Putin as a legitimate ruler of Russia. Simple as. Most countries should do this. But I guess for France, this was a little bit too big of a task, too big of an ask. I guess as a little bit of a difficult thing. So France, in fact, did send a representative for the inauguration ceremony of Vladimir Putin, which I must say personally is disappointing because people have been really praising Emmanuel Macron in recent, I don't know, months, I guess. People have been saying that, oh yes, Emmanuel Macron, he will be the person that will take the lead in Europe when it comes to anti-Russian sort of effort, when it comes to organizing real aid for Ukraine, when it comes to this sort of stuff. And now basically France is the only country of the bigger countries that support Ukraine sent a representative to sort of legitimize Vladimir Putin's rule over Russia. It's just silly. I'm not sure whose call it was, but it was the wrong call in my opinion. It was not the right call at all. But hey, you know, we all make our choices. Like for example, the United Kingdom that also boasted how much it supports Ukraine while also buying Russian oil via third-party sources. Or Germany that also claims that it supports Ukraine forever until the end, but also somehow refuses to give those Taurus missiles because it's super impossible for any Ukrainian soldiers to operate it, and German soldiers would have to be involved or something. Also, the entirety of Europe, which have about 100 of those anti-air systems, but have a big difficulty sparing even a few. Again, this is turning into a rant about the broader aid from the West, when actually the topic of this thing is France de facto recognizing Putin's legitimacy via sending a representative to the inauguration of his election that he won. So yeah, I don't think I have anything more to add to this. This has been a pretty short segment. This has been a pretty short discussion, but you know what? It's fine. It's fine. It's all good. So now we have a choice, because we have 53 people here, 53 amazing viewers, 54, dare I say, friends. Dare I say, almost family members. Because as much as anti-parasocial President Sunday is, I make up for being double, triple, nay, quadruple as parasocial. So if you miss this sort of special connection from President Sunday, possibly lovers, if you play your cards right. If you miss this sort of special connection from President Sunday, you can be sure that you will receive it from me. Yes. So, I will once again link the page, and I will give you a choice in YouTube. And also I will, since I have no idea how to create a poll on the page, I will expect all the people on the page to just write their choice manually. But I'm giving you a choice between, let's start a poll. Do you want a Destiny debate with Andrew Tate? Or New Vegas? Andrew Tate, I don't even know what it's about if it's not gonna be Andrew Destiny New Vegas. I don't even know what this debate is about, so there you go. This is the beginning of this lovely dilemma of the ages. Vote. vote with your wallets, which doesn't make any sense because you're clicking on the button or writing your choice, but you're sort of, time is money, so you're sort of voting with your wallets. Listen, time is money, so Addie says Destiny debate, so that's one vote for. So far, Andrew Destiny is winning. I can see that even though President Sunday tries his best to create an anti-Destiny crowd, in your heart of hearts, you are all DGGers. I'm sorry, I should not have said that. I'm sorry. I apologize. That was a joke in bad taste, and I apologize. It's just that I have a really particular sense of humor. I was just kidding. You're all not DGGers. You're all gigglers. You're all actually gigglers. I could never do that to your hubby bubby. Says the one married to Destiny. Well, if I'm married to him, then by definition I cannot be a DGGer now, can I? Because that would be a conflict of interest. You're gonna either be married to him or be a DDGer. You cannot be both. So I'm actually the most free from being a DGGer by being married to him. Oh yeah, you all missed a pretty interesting segment about a super fascinating tabletop RPG that just happened to be created by a neo-Nazi. The first fleshed out tabletop RPG world before Dungeons and Dragons was fleshed out, but was published by the same company as Dungeons and Dragons, that just happened to be created by a neo-Nazi. So that's a very interesting story. And while it's time for a little bit of self-promotion, I will add that this has been just a first of an ongoing Tekumel segment series that I've decided that I will do. This was the intro. This was the introduction to the creator. But going forward, we'll be going through more materials about the person. I still have some materials about the person in stock. And I'll be slowly going through the materials of the tabletop themselves. And I'll be probably showing fragments of these materials. And I'll be sort of analyzing them as I read them, and I will share with you my findings. How does the tabletop read when you know that the creator was a neo-Nazi? What sort of elements have seeped into the work? So I'll be sort of discovering this tabletop for the first time, and I'll be sharing my findings on stream via this sort of ongoing, reoccurring segment series about the magical world of Tekumel. Isn't that exciting? I bet you don't get this sort of thing from anybody else. No other streamer will ever treat you to such a fantastic thing. Tabletop politics about discovering Nazi ideology in the theater of the mind, which we might also go into some theory while doing this. We might sort of touch upon more esoteric elements of Nazism, which often is not discussed when sort of touching upon the subject. So I think that might be also worth sort of tuning in for, because I believe that thanks to Karasu Kafka, we must always give credit when credit is due. We have stumbled upon a topic that is top tier topic. Okay? Top tier quality topic. Destiny and Tate debate. If it's a nothing burger, then we'll sort of abandon it, but you know, it might be interesting. The whole thing might be interesting. It might not be interesting, but you know what? It just might be interesting. So I believe this is gonna be pretty cool. Right? Right. Excellent. So, what is this? Oh. I found it. Destiny debates Andrew Tate. Is this new? 1 year ago. We're looking for the new one. Oh, this is Destiny debates Andrew Tate, Nick Enns, Nick Fuentes. So this is it. This is from 1 day ago. Destiny debates Andrew Tate, Nick Fuentes,
American
Nico. How exciting. Let's jump right in. You're gonna see my thoughts. Hear my thoughts. You cannot see my thoughts, but you can hear them. Okay. Can you actually see the video? Have I actually switched? No, I have not. You would have been looking at my face. I mean, admittedly, it's a pretty cute face, but, you know, you probably want to see this. You probably want to see this thing. Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared. I'm mentally prepared for the onslaught that this debate on whatever topic it is that they're going to debate is.
Didn't Tucker get fired for having an opinion?
Oh, if the audio is too loud or too quiet, please tell me and I will adjust. I will go above and beyond just for you, specifically for you.
Went outside of the narrative of Fox News.
No, Tucker got fired because he almost cost Fox News $1 billion for lying.
Oh no! Defending Tucker Carlson, the biggest liar, especially since he spent, as I remember, a lot of time lying about Ukraine, which is probably why he got that interview with Putin and praised those shopping carts that you put a coin in. You know, one of those most common things in Europe that I've been using ever since I was a child. But that's neither here nor there, right? That's not important. Oh gosh, what a start defending Tucker Carlson and his journalist integrity.
On air. It's funny that you defend the fact that he had an original opinion. What you're actually defending is misinformation and lies, which is
true. I mean, to be fair, misinformation and lies can technically be original opinions. It's just that those original opinions happen to be lies and misinformation. But they're sure original. If you like originality, maybe that's what you crave.
Supposed to be something you guys are against, I thought.
Which opinion was this? That's not what I heard. Tell me, please educate me, Destiny.
Andrew Tate. Oh gosh, what timeline have I stumbled onto? Isn't he supposed to be in jail or something? Is he debating Destiny from jail? What happened? What happened?
The Fox News, the Dominion lawsuit. There were texts that were leaked from him where he admitted that he was lying on air about claims that Sidney Powell made to him, and he was tired of lying to his audience about things about the Dominion voting machines being rigged.
Oh no! The 2020 thing. Oh gosh. Wow, this is gonna be a doozy. It's gonna be. I wonder if they're gonna be talking about Ukraine. They have to be talking about Ukraine because lying about Ukraine was a big part of Tucker Carlson's platform. It still is. We'll see. Debate those Selbar State. I mean, isn't he supposed to be in jail or something? I've not been following the Andrew Tate thing, but I know that he's supposed to be at least on trial. No? He's being apprehended by the Romanian police when he tried to flee or something. It's not an open and shut case like everyone thought. Really? That is interesting. But he has been apprehended. So, like, is he free now? Is he out of jail? Why did he try to flee if it is not a open and shut case? Oh, whatever. It's like, it's all a big ball of confusion for me.
Rigged.
Well, I don't know if that's a lie at all.
You don't know anything.
Destiny, I want to
You don't know anything.
understand your worldview.
You acknowledge that your point of view is fundamentally anti-American.
Listen, you might actually be rooting for my husband in this one, because I'm not sure if I feel like rooting for Andrew Tate, Nick Fuentes, or Sneeko. I'm not sure if I want to root for any one of these individuals. I might have to default to rooting for my husband. This might just, this debate, depending on how it goes, it might just save our marriage. It might stall our divorce. I might not file the papers if he does well in this one. Apparently he's going to court. Interesting. The woman trafficker, Andrew Tate.
Founding fathers, the framers, the law.
100%. Americanism is a heresy in the Catholic Church. You know that if you know anything. But
Okay,
you get
so
all
then why the
information
f-
from media
in this
articles.
country? Why not go live in Rome or go live in the
Poland, the most Catholic country of all. Go live in Poland. No, don't go live in Poland. Don't go live in Poland. We don't claim you. We don't want you here. But it is a pretty Catholic country.
Catholic Vatican, or go live in prehistoric wherever the f- in the United States and try to change us into some theocratic regime when that's not fundamentally what the country is about.
He's appealing the legal logic of the charges.
Make the Muslims in the call answer. Suleiman, Sneeko, and Myron. Nick said he would never allow any Muslim in this country.
Aren't they supposed to be best buddies? Didn't they eat chicken, whatever, waffles or something together? Weren't they supposed to be eating waffles together? What happened to their friendship? What happened? What happened, Steven? Can't you keep a friend? If you cannot keep a friend, then how can you hope to keep a wife? It is a topic what the US is not fundamentally about.
Country to hold public office. You're chill with that?
You chill with that.
But Destiny, I was going back.
What creative editing? What treat are we in for tonight?
Forth with Nick and Andrew on this is that where do you draw the line? Who decides where that line is? Destiny, good to have you. And I'm sure there's a lot of voices on stage that some you agree with, some you strongly disagree with. But where would you say that line should be drawn?
But wait,
exactly. Where should the line on what? Oh God, so many people, so many. Did this happen on X? Your kid, did this actually happen on X? Whatever. This is just silly.
I'm on Destiny's blacklist. He cannot speak to me because I'm on his blacklist.
Are we talking
Okay.
about for? Are we talking about for like legal purposes? Or are we talking about for platform community guideline purposes? Or what do you mean?
Let's keep it more broad. Free speech purposes.
Well, I mean, for
where do you draw? Is it so? Elon has drawn.
Can't talk. I'm
Okay,
on
so
Destiny's
Destiny
blacklist.
is Nick on your black? Do you have a blacklist?
Destiny, have you broke? Yeah, he has to go. I'm
No,
on
no.
his black- he can't
Give us
stream with me.
Why would you ever do something like this on X? Is beyond me, but
an exception here, Destiny. If you
Can
could
we have
speak
the
to
exception?
Nick, if
he could make the same argument against socialism. I mean,
if we can have the exception, Destiny,
he could, and he probably would, but
That'd
that's,
be-
that's neither here nor there.
we'd be very grateful. But on a serious note, Destiny, where do you draw the line? Because Elon was asked that question. I think he was asked. We were doing a space on Brazil. When he was asked that question, he said a country's law, even though he might disagree with it, that's one. That's the line he cannot cross because he's running a business. Where do you think that line should be drawn, Destiny?
Well,
Because we've been having so just
Yeah,
sorry.
I
I
mean,
just want to add one more. Go ahead, Nick. Go ahead, Destiny.
Well, yeah, I
sorry.
was gonna say. I mean, like to say the line is drawn at the law. I mean, is the most boring answer ever. Obviously, and if you're a business owner,
True, the biggest, boringest answer ever. Which I mean that depends on the law, but some laws are worth to be broken. And also, apparently, this is not even the debate. This is the pre-debate ramble, the warm-up before the actual debate, the setup. We call that hate crimes and harassment.
you kind of have to operate there. But that's not the only place you can operate, right? Business owners can also make suggestions to Congress. They can have their appearances. They can talk.
Lobbying. Make suggestions to Congress. Lobbying. Make suggestions with money.
Whoever they want to talk to, they can push culturally for the norms to change. In terms of like where it should be, I mean, I like the United States freedom of speech. I think that sometimes people speak about it in kind of an ignorant way. Like, for instance, when we talk about TikTok, it's kind of funny that people think it's unfathomable that a foreign adversary literally having connections to so many different American cell phones and having their thumb on social media, which we all know is incredibly like influential and important. The idea that that wouldn't be a thing we'd want to avoid as the United States, I think it's an easy to understand idea without needing to invoke
Interesting.
Any kind of weird.
I got raided, Moho. I'm not even gonna pretend I didn't. I got raided. You got me. You got me, Moho. I would not be able to get this many viewers on my own. You've crushed my self-esteem. Are you happy, Moho? Are you happy with yourself? Are you proud of yourself? That's right. I was raided.
Conspiratorial nonsense.
Yeah, Israel.
Cool. But yeah, no, I mean, I like the United States. I don't think we should have hate speech laws. I think you should be allowed to say more or less what you want to say in terms of like legal protections. And then obviously platforms can regulate speech as they want. But I think they should lean a little bit more on the freedom of speech side and just give people the opportunity or the tools to like block or mute people if they don't want to hear them.
So my next question,
Well,
Destiny.
let's get to the debate without those randoms. Let's go.
My next question is, do you think Nick should be censored?
Thank you. I am actually growing like crazy. I've grown quite a lot.
What, from X or from Twitter?
Social media.
No, I think Nick's
those
pretty
are
harmless. I think if he wants to do his little thing, he can do what he wants.
Okay.
I just got something real quick I want to say with TikTok because I find it very interesting.
Why didn't you expect that from Destiny of all people? Of course he's gonna say that. What did you expect? Why were you so shocked? Yeah, of course Destiny's gonna say, oh yeah, he's doing his whole thing, whatever. Like, what did you expect from Destiny, my husband?
Real quick, I just want to say this with TikTok. There was a push to ban TikTok for years on a national security premise because, obviously a foreign adversary has created the app. But I find it very interesting that a bill didn't get passed to get TikTok banned until what? Oh, it was overwhelmingly pro-Palestine, about 70 to 30% versus being pro-Israel. But once it became pro-Palestine and people became extremely critical of Israel, guess what? Oh, we got to pass the bill and get rid of TikTok.
Ed, I know you were jumping in.
So what does the chat think? Do you think that the government wants to do away with TikTok because it's too pro-Palestine? Do you think that's a legitimate theory? Write your opinions in the chat. Be active participants of the stream. After all, a stream is not just me reacting to material. It is also me interacting with you, the viewers. And also, by the way, come to the site. Give me some love. Give me some love. What are those reactions? Like, I imagine a guy on this phone molding when Destiny's on the mic and convulsively tapping. Blah, 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 blah. That is a funny image to imagine, actually. That is a pretty funny image to have in your mind.
We were talking about Nick's ban. I know you were banned, I think it was 2021 or something, and then Elon actually let you back on, or X let you back on after Elon took over. And then I think it was the same day you were banned again.
There we go. Here,
is there, like, do we know
I've spotted all of the debaters: Andrew Tate, Sneeko, and Nicholas.
What you were actually banned for? Because I know, doing research, I know you had a post where you said who controls the mind, and it was all these Jewish people in the media. And then you also were in a space where you said, yes, we love Hitler, bitch. Like, do we know which of those got you banned?
Well, when I got unbanned, I was under the impression that the new principle was free speech.
Nicolas Fuentes. Oh, the waffle guy, the chicken waffle guy. Have no idea about the whole TikTok thing, but with Palestine support, yeah, more often than not, younger people use it, so.
I didn't say anything illegal, and they didn't tell me what I was banned for, but I only posted like 3 things.
Sure, I wonder what Nicolas Fuentes could have been banned for. I wonder. What a mystery, what a mystery. We need the Scooby Gang on that one. Come on. You didn't know what you were banned for. Nick Fuentes did not know what you... Okay, whatever.
I posted the Red Media. I said I did my Twitter space, And that's funny, you know. You think, oh, well, you said you love Hitler. I love everyone. I love you. I love Destiny. I love.
Yeah, okay, it's such a mystery how Nick Fuentes could have been banned from any form of social media.
Everybody.
But it's very different saying. But it's very yeah. It's 2 seconds. So guys, 2 seconds. 2 seconds. So this is the slippery slope.
Listen, I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna go out here. I'm gonna go on a tangent. I'm gonna go on a whole tangent. Stop this whole debate. I'm gonna freeze this whole debate. I'm gonna go on a defense of American quote unquote food. Okay, America is a place of immigrants. Okay, it has people from communities from all over the world living in the US, which means that you can taste the greatest foods from all over the world in the US. Okay? So saying that American food is degenerate is not true because the US is the melting pot of different cultures and you can taste great food from talented chefs from all sides of the globe. Thank you. Rant over. We can now go back to the debate. If you want to challenge me on that, you can call in, debate me. I will debate you, and I will win for sure.
Hold on. Yeah, I've just. Okay. Yeah, I am speaking, so I'm not letting it go. But Nick, do you think so? First, a question, and we'll ask Elon that question on why you were banned, if you managed to drop by. But the question is, do you think that particular statement? So obviously you can't compare loving Destiny to loving Hitler for obvious reasons. But do you think that's the statement that got you banned, or do you think it was something else? Nick Fuentes.
I was banned for the freedom
and
of my
I hope you're not being banned right. I don't know if he's rugging or his account just got banned again. I'll be honest.
Wait, can I say something real quick? Something that's really,
go ahead, Destiny. Go ahead,
Can you let Destiny speak? Can you let Destiny say anything?
Destiny, yeah, go ahead, Destiny.
I wish that we had like better freedom of speech defenders.
Oh
like,
yeah, Nick Fuentes does love cat boys, but that's neither here nor there, is
like,
it?
listen, it's the United States of America. If you want to say you love Hitler, if you want to be anti-Semitic, you should be like allowed to say those things. I don't like it when people get banned for being anti-Semitic and then they say they weren't anti-Semitic, but then they also defend freedom of speech, but they won't say those things. It's ironic because all the people that talk about the Jew stuff are like the people who are the most scared to own the things that they've actually said. Like, it's the United States of America. If you want to be anti-Semitic or anti-Jew, you have the right to say that publicly. Like, there's no law against like saying that publicly. Like, champion.
Hey,
don't
can
like,
I jump in now? My thing was glitching.
Yeah, go ahead, Nick.
I want to answer this. Yeah, so you're right. You're right. We cannot compare loving Hitler to loving Destiny.
I mean, I guess that's true, but if you're gonna say such things, you also have to be prepared, even in the US, that you're gonna be, for most people, social poison, okay? You're gonna be socially poisonous for most regular people if you're gonna go out in the US and proclaim your love for Hitler, I'm afraid. But even if it's legal, it does not mean that it will be widely accepted, okay? Just putting it out there. Just putting it out there for you to contemplate.
The Destiny is far worse.
I knew you were going to say that. I knew you were going to say that. Man, look, let's try to last more than 24 hours today.
Come on, that's a good riff. No, you're right. But here's the thing. I think that in those cases, in those edge cases, yes, like we do have to permit people to say things that even everybody disagrees with. We have to permit people to say things that anybody would say, oh, you know, of course you shouldn't be able to say that. That's where it matters. The limits of free speech, that's where it becomes tested. We don't have free speech so that people can say, I like Burger King instead of Wendy's. No, we have free speech so that people can say things that are outrageous and question fundamental assumptions, like about Hitler, like about certain political myths, or you know, how our political system is founded. And so when Destiny says,
oh, certain groups in the US sure seem to have an affinity towards Stalin, I'll say that much.
You don't own what you say. It's not about that. It's just about if you are able to discern the tone when someone is
talking. But it doesn't matter. Legality doesn't matter because each company can just make its own rules, its own sort of rules of service, etc. And it has nothing to do with legality because fundamentally a social media platform is a company that creates a space and that company dictates what sort of things are acceptable and non-acceptable in that space. So certain things might be legal. Discussing certain things might be a bannable offense on the social media, and that's perfectly fine because that is the freedom of speech of the company or whatever, since we're gonna go that route.
Talking or what the meaning is. You look at a lot of the things I say, a statement like that is
whatever.
Obviously said in a tongue-in-cheek. It's punchy, it's outrageous, it's intended to be. That's the obvious purpose. And all of a sudden when somebody who is like, and by the way, I should point out, while we're playing this game about, you said this, you said that, when I say something like I don't want to get banned, but when I say something like what I said a year ago that got me re-banned after I was reinstated, everybody looks at that and not rightly.
Cannot even go back, cannot even get back from without being banned right away, once again.
They rightly say it's outrageous, but there's a complete context denial. People hear that statement and they go, he said what?
Context.
Because I'm a right-wing guy and I have all these views and I'm like a canceled American. He's got to go. Hang on. I'm making an important point. When Destiny...
Oh no, I got banned on a social media platform. I'm a canceled American.
Says, I think that the Palestinians should be genocided. Ha ha ha. Nobody looks at that and says, oh, he should be canceled. What an outrageous thing to say. Some people do, but he's...
I mean, people did say that he should be... People did say that he should be banned and canceled. TOS moment. I mean, the video's up. The video is up for Destiny, so I don't think I'm gonna have some special problems.
On YouTube. He hangs out with Shapiro, Jordan Peterson. When I say something because I'm right-wing and it's outrageous, there's no charity. People pretend like they don't know what humor is. People pretend they don't know what rhetoric is. Humor. That's just who he is. He's an odious person. Get him out of here. And same goes for everyone here. Same thing happened to Tate. Similar things have happened to Elon. It's happened to Alex Jones.
Heck, Tate is even worse. Tate was cancelled by the Romanian government for his freedom of, I don't know, conducting business, let's just call it that.
When left-wing people do or say things that are...
Maybe the Romanian government is just left-wing, fundamentally. That's why they cancelled Nick in such a bad manner, in such poor taste.
Just as bad, just as racist, or just as violent, or whatever. It's always with them, oh, I'm sure he was joking. Hassan Piker can say, we deserve 9/11. As far as I know, he's still on Twitch. I'm not. But what is materially different from saying...
I mean, there is, unironically, a case that Hassan Piker received special treatment on Twitch, that things in the past that got other creators banned did not get Hassan Piker banned. So there is an actual legitimate case to be made that Hassan Piker gets VIP treatment by the Twitch platform. Like, the rules of Twitch have changed now, but I know creators that have covered Destiny and got a ban, but Hassan covered the same Destiny thing but did not get a ban whatsoever. So that was a little bit of a problem. Solved, of course, by the fact that Twitch did some time ago change its policy around that whole thing, but
America deserved 9/11. 3,000 souls innocent were killed. We deserve that. That's a fine statement. You're on Twitch and Twitter and there's no censorship. What Destiny says, I think Palestinians should be genocided. Ha ha ha. He's still on YouTube. He's still on all these platforms. Nobody even thinks twice. When Nick Fuentes makes a joke, or hang on, when I say something like, oh, whatever I said, I don't want to say it again because I don't want to get banned. Oh, well, he's a horrible person. He's an avowed neo-Nazi. Look at what, they're going to reprint the quote like Ed Krasenstein did with that.
They just hate Nick Fuentes in particular.
The laughing or the tone. And that's BS. Like,
hey, Lucy, your voice is very calming. Thank you, Levan95. I actually hear that from a lot of people, that my voice is nice and soothing. If more and more people keep saying it, then one day I might even believe it. Also, consider joining the page and giving you some love, because I will tell you a secret. Your contribution to my channel is the way that I sustain myself, or at least try.
Let's just be honest. Everyone can recognize what's going on there.
This is
so let me,
Nick,
Destiny,
can I ask you- hold on, guys. Yeah, just
a quick question. Just on that
on the
point.
Before that point, just because there was something mentioned, just, there's it's important sensitive thing. So Destiny on the
freedom to be, the freedom to say, I don't know, your love confessions to certain leaders of certain countries from the 30s and 40s.
joke that Nick, and obviously it's a joke that many will find insensitive.
Thank you, Jordan W.
Offending, etc. On the joke of you being a more despicable person, I think he said, than Hitler. Now,
wait, so when are they gonna actually be debating? Because so far they're not debating. This is supposed to be a debate between Andrews, Nico, and Nick, and of course Destiny here.
I think he meant it as a joke. Do you think such jokes, Destiny, who you said that Nick is on your blacklist, do you think such jokes should be censored or they should be allowed? What's your position on that, Destiny?
If you're talking legally, I think you should be allowed to joke about whatever you want to joke about.
But then again, social platforms have the right to have a TOS and enforce it. There you go. Easy as pie opinion.
But again, like the problem again is like the advocates for freedom of speech are so like boring and dishonest. Like Fuentes is not banned for telling jokes. Fuentes is banned because he jokes about things he actually believes, right? The difference between like me and Fuentes is if you ask me, Destiny, do you think all the Palestinians should be genocided? I mean, if you listen to the rest of that clip, I go, man, it's like a really situation. I don't know how it's going to end. It seems like there's no way out. Like, that's my answer. If you ask Nick, do you really think that like Jews run 70% of the world and the white race is being bred out of existence by mass immigration that's facilitated?
I wonder if Nick actually believes that. Yeah, he does. So
by secret Jewish financiers who also control all of our foreign policy and make us allegiant to Israel, and they've done this for thousands of years, and that's why they're kicked out of every single. He'd be like, well,
like if I don't talk about cars on the car forum, they should just be able to ban me, right? I mean, depends. If you talk about something else, then they should be able to warn you and then ban you. But if you just lurk and read about cars, then you should be able to stay. But he didn't even know where Palestine was on a map at that time. That's true. That is true. But we all learn. We all evolve, so to speak, right? We all go through evolutionary changes.
Well, yeah, and also, 6 million cookies, right? Like, the difference is Nick isn't joking.
No, but
again, like, just own it.
Oh, God, I remember the 6 billion cookies thing. That was a
good question.
That happened.
No, but Destiny, like, do you not agree that a person can ask a question, so they can believe in a certain ideological position?
Really great type of humor to hear as a Jewish person.
And then ask a question that people would find harmful, or find it emotionally hurting. As an example, you said you're anti-Islam or you're Islamophobic, and then you make jokes about it. So you can clearly have a position and yet make jokes about it, right?
Well, yeah, no. But if you were to ask me, Destiny, why do you make jokes against Islam? I wouldn't be a pussy and say, oh, bro, I'm just joking. I would say, because I don't like Islam. I really don't. I hate the religion. Like, I would be honest about it. I'm not going to say to him, like, oh, yeah, they're just jokes.
So let me ask Nick. And this is the thing. So why is and this is the real question people are asking, like, why is Destiny able to make those comments and someone like Nick gets banned? So Nick, same question to you.
Listen to me, Estelle. I mean, I'm going to read your comment. I mean, I would have at least a cursory understanding of the region I'm going to joke about genociding. And this is your mistake. And that is your biggest mistake. Because if you had no knowledge about, even cursory knowledge or understanding of the region, then maybe you'd be just as successful as Destiny. Are you as successful as Destiny? No. See? Then he probably chose the correct path when it comes to being informed about these issues. See? The results speak for themselves.
You. Your position in terms of whether you believe that certain people run the world or whatever it is, I mean, have you hid from that position?
Get used to my weird sense of humor.
Like, that's his argument.
Absolutely not. No, but here's the difference. People are not saying, oh, you believe that Jews have disproportionate influence in media. I don't think anyone would even disagree with that. I don't even think Jews would disagree with that. Also, it's an empirical question. So people, if they're interested, can go and look it up. It's actually not a completely subjective question. It's actually quite objective. But that's not what people accuse me of. And that's like a very slippery way to frame it. When Destiny says they should be genocided, so of course I don't believe they should be genocided. Okay, fair enough. People watch my speech from a year ago or 2 years ago, and they say, oh, he wants to kill all people that aren't like him. In the same speech, I say, we love everyone. We love even our enemies. We need to pray for them. We need mercy and compassion towards them. We don't need cruelty. I think even in that same speech, not even about Jewish people or Israel, in that same speech, I said, when I look at homosexuals and transsexuals, I don't like all the cruelty visited upon them.
Transsexual is mentioned. I've been mentioned because in Poland, when you're trans, you still get the official diagnosis of being a transsexual. Just a little bit of a trivia about trans healthcare in Poland, in case you were curious, and I bet you were.
We need to pray for them. We need to bring them into the church, blah, blah, blah. So it's like the same speech where people say, oh, Nick said he wants to kill everyone and all of his opponents. I'm literally as Destiny said with his comments about genociding Palestinians, if you look at the full context, so it's like it's completely misrepresented. The difference is the ADL and the SPLC aren't clipping Destiny's joke and throwing it on social media every time.
Oh, yeah. Famously, nobody ever clips Destiny. Yeah, sure. I'm sorry. You can say whatever you want. You can think whatever you want of Destiny, but he gets clipped all the time. You cannot say, oh, unlike me, Destiny never gets clipped out of... Yes, he does. It's been happening for years. Like, come on. Don't be a dupe. I know I have a bias because we're married and all, but he gets clipped. Come on.
He makes a post.
Now.
The difference is when an article is written about Destiny, there isn't a preamble that says Destiny, a live streamer who said Palestinians should be genocided.
Are you sure? Are you sure that does not happen? Maybe. I've never read any article about Destiny, so I don't know if that happens or not. And I don't trust Nick Fuentes, so I guess I don't know.
But they do that for me. Every unfortunate thing, joke, exaggeration, whatever you want to call it, always with the most uncharitable interpretation. That is on my Wikipedia. That is the preamble of every article written about me. And I'm not going to hide behind my real views. Okay.
Are you saying that all of that was taken out of context?
Saying that we're going to kill everybody?
Everything.
Or whatever? Yeah, it absolutely is taken out of context. I mean, we have to give me a specific example.
How many Jews do you think died in the Holocaust? Well, there's a specific question. How many Jews died in the Holocaust?
So Nick, just a quick question, right? When he
should have been pressed to answer that. He should have been pressed to answer that.
Explain the disparity in terms of the rules. Like basically, Destiny can attack Islam, Muslims, and he's got no problems, and you.
I'm pretty sure that Hitler advocated against petty Jewish hatred is a pragmatic thing. It was a lot more complicated than that. It had to do with how genocide perpetrators actually think about how genocide is perpetrated as a thing, how genocide perpetrators see themselves fundamentally as moral agents, how they see the genocide that they perpetrate as a moral duty towards a better world, and hence in Nazi Germany, believe it or not, killing a Jewish person for petty personal views, at least officially on paper, was punished by the person being tried for murder. And in that way, as I've said before on different occasions, Jewish people under Nazi Germany got their humanity back in death if a person sort of killed them for petty personal reasons and not for the glory of the Third Reich, etc., etc. That is actually a thing that happened, and trials like that did actually happen, believe it or not.
You have been banned. Now, the question becomes, when you know that that's the level of Sophia that we live in, that there is this disparity, do you then, like, now you made a joke, didn't you, right? And it was clearly a joke, but now that could be snipped and that could maybe be used to get you banned or whatever it may be. So does that make you become, a bit, does that make you become, well, obviously it hasn't, but should it then make you become a lot more careful in even the jokes you make?
No, absolutely not. Because what I have learned, because I've been doing this for a little while now, longer than many people, what I've learned is it doesn't matter, actually, what you say or how carefully you say it. Keith Woods is on here. He just jumped on the space. This is a guy who, I mean, me and my followers, it's like an inside joke that
I mean, I'm pretty sure that it actually does matter what you say, but maybe it's just me. So Nick's excuse being we love them and we see how they are treated poorly is easily seen as the, yeah, of course. Like, it's Nick Fuentes. Nobody's getting fooled by Nick Fuentes. Come on. Calm now.
His streams are so, they don't have any rhetoric. They don't have any, there's no jokes. It's very dry. It's all philosophy. This guy is like the most controlled, disciplined, and by controlled, I mean he has self-control, not like controlled op. I mean, he's self-controlled, restrained, disciplined. And even when he got popular last year for the ban, he started the Ban the ADL campaign, hashtag, they dug up like a tweet from 2 years prior where he said something like, sarcastically, oh, I guess I'm a raging anti-Semite because blah, blah, blah. The ADL cut that, and now every time there's an article about Keith Woods, it says, self-avowed raging anti-Semite. One tweet from years ago said in an obviously, I mean, Keith knows the details, so he can reproduce the tweet, but it was so obviously, he wasn't saying, hey, it was obviously rhetorical, it was obviously sarcastic, so it doesn't matter. All the videos, all these dry videos about Platonism and, video essays.
God, when does the debate begin? This is like, come on, why did he include all this? Is the debate itself so short that Destiny had to, like, include this crap? What's happening? Is this whole thing the Twitter thing? When's Andrew Tate gonna hop in or whatever? He's muted.
Articles about birth rates in a very measured academic way. He said one thing sarcastic one time. They dug in, found it. Some researcher reproduced it. Now he forever will be known as the self-avowed raging anti-Semite. So
the fact that Nick has to specify that he means by control, what he means by control is a problem in itself. True. What a strange guy.
So I've seen many things like that. So the question is, do you like self-censor and impose a chilling effect? And, we can't be funny. We can't make jokes. We can't be rhetorical. We have to kind of go through this translator and be, as Tate said at the beginning, you neuter yourself. They want you neutered with the chilling effect from these free speech regulations. Or do you just kind of go out?
Or maybe they want you to not be horrible. If that means you're neutering yourself, then that maybe speaks more to you than to anybody else. But what do I know?
I feel like I have filled up the room with such a cacophony. Like there's just like this ambient perception of me as this like vaguely horrible person. Now I can say whatever I want. Now I can say whatever. And
that just sounds to me like he's saying I'm being perceived as horrible anyway, so I might as well go mask off fully. Like, that's, come on. What a thing to say. Oh my god. That sounded so horrible. Now I can just say whatever I want because everybody hates me already. I can just go, I can be free and go mask off.
And I think people can recognize if they watch my show. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Nick, I'm going to put you on the spot and then get Destiny's thoughts. I'm going to ask you a tough question.
Sure.
And I'm pretty confident you will not get banned answering that question, but what is the most controversial belief that you currently hold? And the mic is yours. You can.
Let's just let him answer the question about how many people died in the Holocaust. Just let him answer that. That'll sort of, like, okay, answer this then. What's your most controversial opinion? That's a softball question. Answer the Holocaust one.
It doesn't matter how controversial it is, because then my next question for Destiny and anyone else would be, should that belief be censored? Should the ability to speak about that belief be censored? Nick, the mic is yours.
Okay. Well, I would say the biggest taboo right now is...
My biggest controversial opinion is that eating fried food is perfectly fine, and that, I don't know, you don't always have to boil your water.
Talking about Jewish people, because I talk about race and I talk about gender and a lot of things.
Of course he went to that immediately talking about Jewish people. Why am I even not surprised? What a shocking what a shocker. Talking about Jewish people. Immediately jumping to his main topic. Yeah, because now he can just say mundane things. What a shock. Damn. And didn't see that coming. Never saw that one coming.
Biggest taboo is, as we all know, talking about Jewish people's influence, and they could be right wing or left wing. I think, though, it seems like
Jesus, of course. Dude, come on.
like the influence of Israel is maybe the biggest one, because even conservatives talk about George Soros. So I would say it's Jewish influence, and you know, my answer for that is I think that only Christians.
Listen, if I have so much influence, then why are only 34 people watching me right now and not 10,000, 20,000, 50,000? If I have so much influence as a Jewish person, I should be getting donation after donation after donation right now as a Jewish person because I have influence over all of you. Something's wrong.
Should be in power in America. And I don't know the details of how you'd work that out in terms of if you pass a law or there's a qualification, but...
Mr. Wynn, Lucy has a fried food. Shameful. Listen, if you... And I realize how shameless I am, but, you know, it's you do what you're going to do. If you join this page, if you follow this link, create an account, and join this page and possibly subscribe, I will consider dropping fried food forever, depending on how big the donation / subscription will be.
I think that we should have all Christian legislators and Christian presidents and Christian Supreme Court judges. So I would say that's probably my most controversial.
I'd say taboo number one. We've discussed this point in previous spaces. I want to ask you, and Keith, I'm going to go to you in a second, but give me one more, Nicholas, and then we'll go Nick, and then we'll go to Destiny afterwards. The second taboo thing, and I've got a quote here about. I'm going to read out a quote. Could be out of context. Maybe it could be the second one when you said it could be a joke as well. Okay. We need to go back to burning women alive more. Again, if I took it out of context, I do apologize. But can you maybe elaborate that quote? And could that be the second most taboo belief that you hold? Which I'd be surprised if you actually hold that belief.
I see your co-host thumbs down that one. I wonder, she didn't like that I said I want to burn women alive. That's obviously a joke. And if you look at the whole context of that clip, I said in a very deadpan way, I'm like, you know, women are casting spells and they're becoming witches. In the Middle Ages, they used to throw them in the river. They used to burn them alive. I'm like, and here they are lying on.
Jesus. And Nick Fuentes wonders why he was banned. Why? How could that have happened? How did that happen?
On the stand about, I think in that case it was Johnny Depp. I'm like, they're lying about Johnny Depp casting spells. I'm like, we got to burn these women alive. Obviously, a joke.
Oh, okay. I'd put that I'd put that in an extremely bad joke, but
true. Wow, what a joke! What a jokester! What a comedian!
Yes. Can I ask Nick a question real fast?
Your reaction is what makes it funny.
I would stand as tribute for you to burn me at the stake, but you'd have to be tied to me.
What would be
funny?
Before Ed and Keith, just 2 seconds. So Nick, what would be the second most taboo belief that you hold? And I want Destiny's thoughts on either of these, whether they should be censored. And I'll ask Ed the same question, and then Keith.
Probably my other one is that race is
Destiny is not amused by where this is going.
Real. You know, I'm a race realist. I think that there's genetic difference.
Oh my God. I wonder why. I wonder how it happened that Nick Fuentes got banned from any sort of social media with his race realism and anti-Semitism. I wonder why. What happened? What a freak accident. What injustice. Damn.
This is between the races as opposed to everything being environmental. So, I mean, and those are broad categories of like, you know, talking about Jewish people, talking about biological diversity, human biological diversity. That's what people would say is the dissident right. Those are like the two biggest taboo things they believe. And then so for me, I guess that those would probably be the big two.
So, Destiny, these are two beliefs and I guess.
How did that ban happen? Oh no, it must have been for his free speech. Oh my God.
You disagree with. So should Nick have the right to speak about those two topics on any social media platform.
Well, I just happen to be an open racist. For God's sake.
I'm not just sex.
I mean, personally, I think that if you're large enough of a social media platform and you're hosting political conversations, I think almost any kind of mainstreamish, like if more than 1% of people believe in it, there should probably be conversation happening about it. So I would say that everything he's brought up, yeah, you should be able to talk about on most mainstream like social media platforms, assuming political conversations happen here, right? Like if you've got like a social media website for, people talking about, their cats and dogs, then I can understand banning the speech there. But for places like Facebook or X, Twitter, like I can understand people wanting to have those conversations here, and you should be able to. But again, I would like to repeat the same thing I've said a million times. It is so boring that nobody will actually present what it is they actually believe. I don't know if it's strategy or I don't know if it's cowardice, but like
what is it?
Well, it's cowardice dictated by the fact that most people will not accept it. Most people will just not accept those views when stated openly. That is a fact. That's why people have to go mask on and etc. etc. Because those views will never be just accepted. If stated.
Think that I'm hiding. I mean,
well,
just
you just
say,
said
say
two
it straight
things
up.
that are objectively true that everybody believes in. Like Jews have a disproportionate. Jewish people
so
have
what
a
am I hiding?
Jewish people
What am
have
I
a
hiding? What am I?
I'm
What am
getting
I
to it. I
hiding
can finish
and not
speaking.
saying?
Say it. So
Well, I can give a reason why people would hide their beliefs on that. I can give a reason why people would hide their beliefs on that. I mean, Destiny
wait, if you want to hide your beliefs, that's fine. But then say that. Be like, yo, I'm not going to say what I actually believe because I'm not going to.
No, but
yeah, but
what is?
you're muddying the waters because
I can't say it. Yeah, I'm just saying.
A lot of people don't.
Go ahead and say it.
I can't. Okay.
Go ahead right now.
Say a minute.
Jesus. Let's see, unrelated, but where could I watch How I Started World War? I'm not sure. I'm not sure where you can watch it online.
A minute ago that the Jewish thing was a myth, and that like Jewish people don't have a disproportionate amount of power in the media.
Who would
and now
say?
you're just saying
Wait,
it's an objectively
hold on.
true thing.
It's two things, okay? One, Jews obviously have a disproportionate amount, and far more than the media, probably politically.
I'm not
surely
hearing what I'm hiding. I'm not hearing
yeah,
what
I'm
you're
hiding.
Is
You
made
don't
that
think...
accusation 3 times.
Oh
I'm not
God.
hearing an
Can
example.
I finish a sentence? I know you're excited.
Yeah,
to get
answer
back
the
there.
question. You're talking about other stuff.
I'm trying
Answer
to,
the
but you
question.
cut me off like every 2
No,
seconds.
you're not. You're going in another direction. Name one specific example because you said it now like 5 times.
Yeah,
oh,
okay.
you're
and I'm
hiding.
gonna have to
You
repeat
won't
the
say
same. I'm
real
trying to
view.
get my answer out.
Say it.
Eventually, let me do it. I know
okay,
you're excited.
let's hear
okay?
say the example.
Yes. So the
That's
idea.
a classic Destiny thing to tell the opponent, the interlocutor, that they're being excited. It won't work on me because I'm always excited. So that trick will not work on me.
That Jews disproportionately represent some part of like the power structures is not the controversial nor the strong claim. That is an objectively true claim that everyone can see. The strong claim is the idea that there is a secret cabal of Jewish people that are working to undermine other races across the world that are coordinating and working through all of those structures of power. That's the controversial belief. That's the thing that you believe in and you preach. But then you come onto these platforms and you give the weak take of like, don't you think that like most of the peoples in charge are like kind of more Jewish than like they really should be? Or the same thing with like the race and IQ thing. Like everybody who's reasonable to anything should acknowledge that there's going to be genetic differences, probably even genetic differences between groups of people. But that's not your claim. Your claim is black people are dumber due to genetic reasons on whole versus white people. Like that's the strong claim. You make the weak claim that is like everybody believes in it, but then like the strong claim goes unsaid, and that's usually what people are upset about. Which you can argue is good or bad, but at least like own up, like man up and own your positions. Don't like say the most milquetoast, like obviously true things ever, and leave all the controversy, behind you. That's weak.
See, the difference is that when you say these things, you're rephrasing them in the liberal perception way. You say, well, if you believe in race realism, that means you believe black people are dumb. No, if you believe in human biodiversity, you believe that there are genetic differences between people. IQ is a heritable trait, and blacks have a lower average IQ.
So you are saying what Destiny's saying. Yeah. So you do believe that. You do believe that, then. You're just using more words to say it. But you do believe that. Come on.
Average than white people. That's also a statistical fact. That's also true in SAT scores. It's also true in IQ tests globally and in America. I've never hid from that. I said that in front of a crowd of black people at Iowa State. I said that in front of Myron. Hang on, and Myron is here. I said that in front of a panel of all black women on Fresh and Fit.
That's a
because
fact.
You're just reframing what I'm saying
I'm not reframing
in a liberal
it.
way. And you're saying that if someone believes in genetic differences, then that means that you believe black people are dumb.
No,
and if you say that Jewish people influence society, you believe in a shadowy cabal where they're like evil wizards and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
So it's like, of course I'm not going to say the
Yeah.
caricature and the reframing that you're giving it because you disagree. You just don't like that people find it persuasive. That's why you put me on a blacklist and said, I will never stream a Nick Fuentes.
because
but
you're not
then
saying
when
anything
when I'm on a big
controversial.
space, then you got to show up to derail and disrupt and say, oh, all the persuasive stuff, well, he's just lying. There's secret evil views that he has that, well, you just aren't hearing right now. So that's why you're going to break your...
Maybe.
You're going to break your one rule. You know, you come on the podcast, even though you quote
I know
unquote
you're obsessed with
blacklisted
comic
me.
book villains.
Because as you said, I do like that movie. Because as you said a couple of years ago, you don't like when people like me talk to a large audience. I mean, you're the one that's
I had
hiding a
7 people
political
DM me
agenda.
to come here, okay? So I decided to come and hang out.
That's
But
no,
like,
so said like my career was
as a real
over
quick,
a
just as a
couple
real quick
weeks ago.
reframing. Like,
Now,
hold on.
Just saying, yeah, he did sort of make the strong claim while we're at it because, yeah, saying about talking about the genetic differences and that IQ is a genetically inherited trait. That's making this strong claim. Yeah.
Just Ed and Keith, I want to ask you both the same question. Is like seeing that back and forth between Nick and Destiny. Is there anything in that back and forth that should have been censored? Is there anything that could have, that could be considered hate speech or could have led to violence and should not be allowed on X or any other platform?
Look, I think it should be up to the platform itself. If a platform wants to censor certain types of hate speech or certain types of incitement of violence, I think they should be able to do that.
Even despite sorry to interrupt you, Ed, but despite the amount of influence they have now compared to 10, 20 years ago.
Listen, companies, I guess, social platform owners should be able to enforce their TOS.
Like if you give them that right now, and they all just meet in one room, they can essentially control speech around the world.
Yeah, but I think that's their right as a corporation. I don't,
Ed,
like,
what's the platform's primary objective?
The platforms. What platform are you referring to?
All of them. Why do social media companies exist? What's their primary objective?
To make money.
To make money. And you're saying that they should be allowed to ban certain speech they don't like if that allows them to make more money, correct?
Andrew Tate!
I believe, as in capitalism, I believe that's the way it should be.
So if Pfizer came along and decided to give a bunch of money to one of these social media platforms, would they allow anti-COVID vaccine conversations and speech or vaccine injury proof on their platform, or would they censor it to make as much money as possible?
I think it's up to...
What? Vaccine injury? Oh, damn. Anti-vaxxer.
To them as a corporation to do as they please, just like Donald Trump with Truth Social has censored liberals from his site.
That's fine, but we're talking about people getting injured for the vaccine.
I think Elon Musk has the absolute right to run it the way he wants to do it. That's like and under his terms, that is, as long as.
And most of sort of people, that run advertisements have the right to leave the platform due to how he runs it. Most sponsors have the right to leave due to how he runs it. That's also a right.
Something doesn't break the law, and I guess that can be, subjective to some, like what's going on in Brazil.
So,
I think that's his right, and I think, if that's the best way to run it, that his platform will probably succeed.
Cool. So vaccine, I understand what you're saying. So vaccine injuries do exist. However, the platform's objective is to make as much money as possible, and Pfizer is funding the platform. So they're going to pretend vaccine injuries do not exist. So they are purporting a false version of reality. They are creating and aiding the Matrix and making people believe a version of reality that is not true, primarily for financial profit. And those with the global centralized capital can control narratives and can control the world.
I really don't appreciate this anti-vaccine sentiment, considering that my father died of COVID soon before the vaccine was rolled out. And if he didn't get ill and he would have gotten the vaccine, there's a high probability that he would have probably been still alive. So I get actually pretty annoyed with the whole anti-vaccine rhetoric.
At a better level than most political parties. Would you agree with that?
Well,
unmute, Ed, I have to mute
wait, Pfizer is not even worth that much money. Why would we assume
Yeah.
Pfizer can control speech on
It's an example, Destiny.
Ed, so you keep blaming it on the advertiser or a company that's paying these companies. It's up to the media companies, up to their shareholders, what's in the best interest of those companies. That's how capitalism works in America. That's what I think most conservatives embrace. They embrace capitalism. Let the companies make up their own mind. If one business idea is not going to work out, if people don't like that, they're going to move to another platform. And we're seeing that with a lot of people who are moving away from Facebook and onto X because they don't like this level of censorship they're getting on other platforms. So they move to X. Just like the media, that you can watch Fox News, you can watch News Nation, you can watch, there's a plethora of different media outlets that you can consume if you don't like what one media outlet's putting out there. It's not the government saying, oh, the media can't talk about the Pfizer vaccine or say that it has side effects. If that would be an infringement on the First Amendment. But in capitalistic society, these companies can run the way they want without government interference. So if the government starts interfering and saying you can't run your platform how you want, then that's going to be the government interference, and that's going to be against the First Amendment.
Oh boy.
Okay, well that's another argument because there was Twitter files and there's a whole rabbit hole. People
and the Twitter files also. I mean, the Twitter.
What a deep conversation we're having here. Intellectual discourse. Well, that's why you came here. You see all these books. They've prepared me for this.
Showed that a lot of stuff went on. People requested a lot of things to be removed, and Twitter, being a publicly run company, publicly held company, they made up their mind on what they believed was best. Let
me simplify the question. Do you believe the people? So what you're effectively saying, we agree on the fact that those with the money can control certain narratives and how they're perceived and discussed. Would you agree with that?
Those with money have more.
Every single one, but I've also forgotten all of them, so I have to read them again. Bam! No, that's an answer, isn't it? I've given you the best answer possible. I won.
They have more control, yes.
Yes, and they can control on a public forum how certain things are perceived and discussed because they have the money. And when I say advertise, what I truthfully mean is donate and lobby. That's what they do. They donate and lobby to platforms to get their point of view.
Yeah, of course.
Yes. He has a point. Please donate. Please donate. Finally, a good point. Yes, please donate. You just didn't read them. Can you prove it?
On certain platforms they can, but on certain platforms they can't. Like, let's say X, for example.
Well, absolutely, because it's free speech. So
I know what they're about. I can definitely tell you what each one is about. That's easy.
This is where we're going back into I'm only going back over this because we talked about earlier when you guys were saying the primary objective of the media is to make money. And I said
that is the primary objective. I mean, there's really no arguing that.
Okay, well, if that's their case, then they're going to take money from the large centralized power structures and they're going to purport any false version of reality that it takes them to make as much money as possible. And people who donated the money to make as much money as possible. Objective truth has nothing to do with anything.
If that's in the best interest of the shareholders, perhaps. I'd like to think that shareholders have an ethical side of things too. And
okay. What a conversation. The ethical side of the shareholders.
If they see that happening, they're not going to be as interested in investing in that company. So, I mean, I think
Destiny is just quiet. Like all those Destiny debates are false advertisements of just Destiny just quietly sitting and listening in. I came for a Destiny debates Andrew Tate, not for Destiny listens in on a bunch of dorks. Okay?
the board of directors and the shareholders
That's not what I came for. I want to see the debate.
Are going to have the ultimate say there. And I don't think most people want that.
But do you think you were censored for money?
I didn't hear you.
Do you think your account, you and Brian's accounts, were banned for monetary purposes? Did they make more money by banning you guys?
No.
Do you say that contradicts the point?
Our accounts were banned because
they broke the rules, didn't they?
They thought we purchased our accounts, which we didn't.
No, sorry. What I meant was they thought you did. It wasn't because you had said.
Destiny's fed up. He's about to jump in and bring this conversation back on track. Do it, Steven. Do it for me, please.
Like an impact on society, and that's the reason they wanted to ban you, right?
They banned me. Yeah, they banned our accounts because they thought we were breaking their terms of service. But I would add that was a business decision that they thought would help the business. So
do you think Andrew? Sorry, Brian. I thought it was Ed. Brian, do you think Andrew Tate or Nick Fuentes, they were banned because the platforms wanted to make more money? Because Stripe wanted to make more money, they banned them.
Yeah, I do. I think that they saw them as somebody hampering advertising. Or hampering.
And do you think do you think this model is flawed, where advertisers
hampering their image? I think hampering their image, which hampers their revenue, right?
Let me ask.
That's just an alibi.
Let me ask a simpler question.
Oh, Andrew is speaking now. Let's listen to the guru.
So you're saying effectively, that mainstream media will lie for money, correct?
Well, I mean, if you lie as a mainstream media outlet and you're caught in that lie, it's going to hurt you it's going to hurt your revenue.
What do you mean by media outlets? Like most social media outlets are just sort of containers. So they don't lie themselves per se, but they can allow or disallow certain types of speech.
That's not what I asked. I'm asking, do you if I use Pfizer because it's the example we used earlier before Destiny has a breakdown. If Pfizer come along and they are sponsoring, donating, advertising, lobbying, whatever you want to call it, X amount of hundreds of millions of dollars to your news network, and you're talking pro-vaccine,
bad Pfizer that actually saved a lot of lives.
Would the mainstream media lie for money? So yes or no?
I mean, I think that depends on the individual who's making that decision. But I mean, if I was running the mainstream media, I certainly wouldn't. I mean, I think you have a reputation. If you get caught in a lie, that's going to hurt you monetarily in the long run. It's going to hurt you from a standpoint of...
That depends on what media we're talking about. If we're talking about a rag, tabloid, then they might just lie. If we're talking about a reputable newspaper, for example, then they probably won't.
That would be true unless your primary objective was to spread lies and for you to be paid to spread lies. And as long as you spread the lies, you continue to get paid because nobody buys what you sell.
Look at Fox News.
Nobody gives a shit.
Well, I don't think none of these companies have the money to solo fund like an entire social media platform. Like, I feel like the analysis stops with, if somebody pays you $100 to lie, will you do it? The answer is yes, but everybody that's a large creator on this platform knows that if you got paid $100 to lie, you wouldn't take it, because if people found out you were lying, your losses would be way more than the little bit of money you'd get paid to do the lie.
True, I guess.
Yeah, that's crazy. People pay you even though
we're talking billions.
Your marriage not exploding.
Kind of like, Nick, how you lie about every single thing you do. So, for instance, we were talking about deplatforming, and Nick is talking about the blacklist that we're on.
Damn, oh, Ukraine mentioned. Oh my God, I knew it. Sooner or later, Ukraine had to be mentioned. Honorable mention is. Wait, is Nick Fuentes also against Ukraine? How surprising! How shocking!
The only reason Nick, by the way, is blacklisted
Back to what Andrew was saying.
Guys, spam reporting people. That's the only reason I
Andrew, but
Nick Fuentes against Ukraine. Oh boy, what a shocking revelation. Then on the middle shelf, what is the seventh book from our left about? Like, I know what they're all about, but it doesn't mean that I remember the positioning of every single book on the shelf. That would be crazy.
The what you said is that I think the media will lie for money. I think you're right there, and I think Ed cannot disagree. But then
it's on history. It's about history. Okay, it's about history. The seventh book it's about history.
Not going to be their downfall. Like, this is not.
Well, this is the
because
thing.
they eventually lose trust.
Well, this is the missing element. They will lie for money, and then we're talking about how that's going to damage their reputation, which has happened. Nobody trusts them. Nobody believes them anymore. And everyone's missing the very obvious point that it's their job to lie for money. They've always lied for money. They'll tell any narrative they're told to tell by the big money and the big finance.
Who are they? Who the hell are they? What history? History of Poland.
That's the only reason
who are
exist
they?
is to lie
Who
for
are
money.
they?
Why would they?
There you go.
Why?
Good questions. Who are they? Finally, someone asked it. Who the hell are they?
Like, can you name an individual? Is it the CEO of CNN? Is it, who is?
It's the chief of the CIA, William Burns.
Global. It's going to change, right? The COVID-19 narrative is different than the Ukraine narrative. Perhaps they're all on the same team, but
Ukraine narrative. I knew it. God, all the brain dead opinions go in a set. They all go in a set. Anti-vaccine, anti-Ukraine. What else? There has to be something else. It just goes. transphobia as well, of course. It just goes in a set.
People with large
everybody into
people
maybe
with,
I'm
it's people
Andrew,
with large pools of finance
a
and
few
power.
I'm sure there's
and the
some
only
people
reason
who would lie for money.
Hold on.
I'm sure there's some people who would lie for money. You're right, but to say that the mainstream media would lie for money, like everybody in the mainstream media, their goal is to lie for money, just to put money in their pockets, and they're willing to tell lies. That's ridiculous. I mean, you're judging every individual person.
It's not ridiculous. It's why they exist.
No, it is. It's absolutely ridiculous.
The mainstream media.
How if they promote vaccine misinformation? People were all losing their jobs if they were to promote anti-vaccine content or anti-vaccine misinformation, which has direct harm to the people that are getting these injuries. Like, we're talking about a misinformation that has direct harm to humans. And we're
Wow.
talking, Andrew's bringing up a point where
there are cases of sort of side effects of getting the vaccine, but those side effects are so rare, so minuscule that they don't compare to the benefits that the vaccine provides. I'm sorry. There's just no competition.
if they lie for money when Pfizer is paying them, which they did during COVID, and then they're not
And we've been testing it for quite a while now, by the way.
reporting on vaccine injuries, then this is a lie that has direct harm to humans. That direct.
Wait, are we saying should those be banned? Should that be made illegal? If you lie and you get paid money for it, should that be like a free speech thing where you're in trouble for that?
Well, here's the pertinent point, though. I feel like we're missing, guys. I feel like we're missing a very pertinent point. The only reason mainstream media exists at all is to lie.
It is boring. Make it interesting. Steven, Destiny, do something. Help us. Save us. If I would have been, I don't mean to brag, but if I would have been there, it would have been interesting from the start to the finish line. Believe it and donate.
I don't know why we're trying to pretend that's not the case. The reason it exists and it's pumped out free everywhere all of the time and forced on everyone's throat all of the time in every single lobby everywhere is to lie. They get their objectives that they're supposed to purport to the populace. Their job is to lie. And to sit and say, well, if they lie, they won't be trusted. Correct. Nobody trusts them. Correct. They've been lying for money all this time. That's exactly where we are. So how is this confusing for anybody?
So Andrew, when does a media outlet become the mainstream media or part of the mainstream media? At what point?
Well, that's an interesting question. I mean, you have state broadcasters for a lot of countries, and I'm sure that in each different country, you have their state broadcaster with their particular narrative they want to push and enforce. I'm sure the Chinese state broadcaster and the Russian state broadcaster and the British state broadcaster will look at the same series of events with a completely different spin and a completely different narrative that they'll try and push to the populace, which they think is best in their national interest, which means it comes from above. It's not organic. It's not just accidental. They put together the narratives they're told to, and they push it to the population. They're professional liars. That is their job.
Yeah, but don't you think that every media outlet wants to reach that point of being considered the mainstream media because that means they're the biggest media in the country? So at a certain point,
There's
you
like
become part of the mainstream. At a certain point, you become part of the mainstream media, right?
Those five.
So at that point, do you just start lying? I mean, it's a ridiculous narrative. Sure,
what's ridiculous to say that there's like a free market for media. There's 5 major conglomerates don't own most of the media.
You get into the media and start lying through your teeth. It's like a rite of passage. Before that, you're truthful, but once you get into the mainstream media, your ability to tell the truth is diminished because you got a lot of money.
Idea of like, well, they're rising and falling and they're in competition. There's like 5 major
they rise and fall.
That control most of the media. And there is some, within margin, but nobody would ever say that like some tiny publication that could be founded by an individual is going to blow up and compete with the big 5 conglomerates like News Corp, 21st Century Fox, and Disney.
And they wouldn't let it. And they wouldn't let it. Guys, let's be hyper realistic here. I said earlier about the control of people and influence over people.
Destiny's so bored. Then why did you upload this as a segment, Destiny, if you're so bored? God.
is the only true war. Tanks and bullets are the final last resort to do that. It's much easier to use social media and narrative control and the MSM, etc., to control a populace as opposed to putting them all at gunpoint. The idea that you can just stand up and tell the truth and you're going to have a broadcasting organization inside of the UK bigger than the BBC and you're just going to talk against the government and you're just going to tell the truth and be Mr. Honest and they're going to let you get bigger than the BBC without catching a fucking bullet is asinine. Look at what's happening to people who have Twitter accounts. Not just my story, Nick's story, Alex Jones' story. There's a bunch of people with Twitter accounts who end up in a cell for having a Twitter account, let alone a broadcasting corp. To sit and believe that, oh, who becomes the mainstream and you can just go and make a news channel and maybe you'll get in. It's one big club and you're not in it. And it's control.
So Andrew, you haven't answered my question before. So when you say they, the mainstream media, are you talking about, let's say, Chris Cuomo when he was on CNN? Are you talking like is he being fed this information that he's only
I'll
allowed?
be honest. I'll be very honest with you. What I think of mainstream news broadcasters, I think they're idiots who are dragged from obscurity and they sit down in front of a teleprompter. And I think anybody can do their job. And Don Lemon's monumental failure has proved that perfectly because since he left CNN, nobody's given a shit. I think he has 500 views on any of his videos. He's some random idiot they plucked from obscurity, sat him down, he read the teleprompter. It's not about who reads the teleprompter, sir. It's about who decides what's on the teleprompter in the first place. That's the actual discussion we're having here. It's nothing to do with which jackass could sell his soul and sit down and read the garbage.
So many of those shows that individual,
Listen,
whoever has that show, they have their.
I'm turning into Destiny in real time. I'm just silent because like there's. He should have edited all of the boring parts out. It's not my fault. It's his fault. It's the husband's fault. If you're not gonna blame anybody, blame him. Blame him.
Team, and they're not necessarily being fed everything they had to say. They're allowed to have opinions themselves.
My friend, and I call you my friend. So you don't get
I'm glad you're calling me
I'm about to call you an idiot. Because you're an idiot, sir.
Jesus.
Tucker Carlson said the exact same thing, that he had basically full.
Tucker Carlson. Well, technically, his editor August. Whose? Oh yeah, that's right. You're right. You're correct. We cannot blame. We're blaming his editor August. You're right. Damn.
Did Tucker get fired for having an opinion that went outside of the narrative of Fox News?
No, Tucker got fired because he almost cost Fox News $1 billion for lying on air. It's funny that you defend the fact that he had an original opinion. What you're actually defending is misinformation and lies, which is supposed to be something.
There we go. Now we're getting into the debate. There we go. Is Ukraine gonna get a mention? Is Ukraine gonna get any sort of like honorable mention, or what's gonna happen? What's happening?
Eyes are against, I thought.
Which opinion was this? That's not what I heard. Tell me, please educate me. Destiny.
The Fox News, the Dominion lawsuit. There were texts that were leaked from him where he admitted that he was lying on air about claims that Sidney Powell had made to him, and he was tired of lying to his audience about things about the Dominion voting machines being rigged.
Well, I don't know if that's a lie at all. Firstly,
you don't know anything because you don't read any media. That's why you're out here saying things like they get marching orders from everybody. You don't know how any of these media companies are structured. You don't know where the teams get their information from.
Destiny's getting warmed up. Now we're getting a debate that we've been waiting for, that we deserve, that we crave. Also, Egghead, as always, consider joining the page and give me some love. So give me some love, please. There we go. I deserve love. Everybody deserves love, but especially me.
People that work in media are the most like social media hungry people in the universe. You think that all these people in all these networks across all these countries are getting fed the same marching orders and nobody's leaked anything, nobody's complained about anything, nobody's said anything? And why do we think that mainstream media is any more insulated from these problems than alternative media is? You guys will make fun of the marching orders from mainstream media, but I bet every single alternative media guy in here is anti-vax, thinks COVID came from a bioweapons lab.
True, and every one of you is like anti-Ukraine.
Thinks that Russia has a right to invade Ukraine.
True. There you go. True. All the stupid opinions. True.
Thinks that all the charges against Donald Trump are made up. Thinks that we shouldn't be supporting Israel. Like, you guys have literally copy-pasted the same opinions.
I mean, the Israel one is debatable, but
between every single one of you, and you guys are...
But most of them were spot on.
Talking like an army of NPCs about how the mainstream media gives you like fabricated opinions. Like, it doesn't even make sense.
Yes, we do all think the truth. That is
crazy how truth can be a perspective there, huh?
But when you
all think the same thing. It's not a conspiracy, but when the mainstream media does, it is a conspiracy. Crazy how that works.
It is crazy.
I just said that different state-sponsored broadcasters would have conflicting points of view.
But they
so
don't. Do you watch any media? Have you followed any media?
Course,
they don't typically have conflicting opinions. When you're reporting on international media, the stories are more or less the same.
And a BBC segment, they often directly conflict. Often.
No, very rarely. On the facts, no. Maybe if you're watching a pundit or you're reading op-eds, they will. But if you have any amount of media literacy, a really great example that works against your...
Expecting media literacy from these people, that's you're gonna get disappointed. You're gonna be disappointed. You're gonna be...
Israel stuff, by the way, was the reporting of that Al-Alasi hospital bombing, where everybody was saying that Israel bombed that parking lot. Every single mainstream media outlet in the world ran with that story for 2 days. I mean, how did that work if Israel controls the media? Or how does that work if they all give conflicting accounts and reports? It's because they don't. It's because everybody relies on, like, people that are reporting on the ground. It goes through their media teams. They publish what they think is right. Sometimes people fuck up. But there doesn't have to be a top-down conspiracy to explain why.
The Shua did change the headlines very quickly, Destiny.
After more information came out. Yes, sir. That's how it works.
When fake news came out.
This is so naive. There have been so many lies, specifically about wars. It's insane that you would even bring that up. Before the 2020 election, there was a big story about how Russians were putting a bounty on the head of American soldiers in Iraq. You remember this? And they said Trump is allying with Russia, who's killing our soldiers. Then a year after, and by the way, that's after the election, they came out and said...
Oh, no, the election thing.
Yeah, that wasn't true. They came out and said, see, well, we source our intelligence on the ground. Some of it has a high degree of confidence and some of it has a low degree. And this one had no degree of confidence. But it took them a year to correct it after it had already served its purpose. Same thing with the Hunter Biden laptop. They totally put the lid on that one because they said, we were told it's Russian.
Hunter Biden cock makes an appearance. Hunter Biden cock mentioned.
Disinformation turned out to be authentic. After the election, just like the 40 beheaded babies. 40 beheaded babies! 40
babies!
And their heads are off. I can't believe it. And then they found out in December, after Israel had already invaded, after they blockaded Gaza, after everything, they said, oh, yeah, that was all fabricated. It's a complete lie. Same thing.
Isn't it convenient they got more information and then update their story? 500 IQ.
With Ukraine. I remember when we debated, they said...
Oh, no. Oh, God, Ukraine. Okay, let's listen. Let's listen in.
Russia blew up a nuclear reactor because they're trying to do another Chernobyl.
What? Nobody said that ever. Nobody said that Russia blew up a nuclear reactor because they want... Where did you get that info from? What mainstream media? What?
Turned out that was bullshit. So those are just like off the top of my head.
What news media source said that Russia blew up a nuclear reactor? Have I missed the news lately? Have I been missing the news?
5 examples about 3 different conflicts where, they report it. It serves its purpose.
It feels like I've been missing the news. It feels like I've been out of the loop. I'm worried.
And then they revise it a year later after they got what they wanted. And you, because you believe their alibi, because you don't understand the distinction between power and powerless, between government and people, you say, no, I think they got more information. They found out that the propaganda that they created for their efficient purpose, they found out that was a lie because, these are just really earnest people like you and I trying to get it right, as opposed to very interested parties in government, finance, wherever you find it. So those are just a few examples off the top of my head. They learn more information, just like in Iraq,
maybe people
right?
just
They
get
learned there were
stories
no
wrong.
weapons of mass
Maybe
destruction
it's
in Iraq.
possible because it happened on the other side too. How many people were saying, there's no way that Russia's going to invade Ukraine? That's bullshit. The U.S. intelligence must be lying because Nick...
I remember that.
Said that they lie about the intel all the time. Well, guess what? That happened. There are no fighters in Al-Shifa Hospital. That can't possibly be the case. Whoops, we found CCTV footage that shows otherwise. Oh, no, hydroxychloroquine is a way better drug than remdesivir. This is going to be the ivermectin is going to save all of us. Looks...
Oh, no. Oh, God. The horse medicine? Is that what it's about? The horsey medicine?
It's like none of that was true. People get things wrong. Some people lie. You have to be intelligent enough to call out fault. That wasn't even a syllogism, dipshit.
That's a false syllogism.
No, that wasn't even a syllogism, dipshit. Listen, people get things wrong sometimes. You have to be more intelligent. You've got to be more sophisticated when you go through media, and you have to understand sometimes people
get sophisticated like Steven.
Wrong. Sometimes people do lie, but why the you trust people who in alternative media who are like teams of like 1 to 4 highly ideologically driven people versus entire media conglomerates that are being fact checked or have like, you know, dozens or sometimes hundreds of workers in some of these offices. Like the ability for you to lie about something is going to be way higher.
Involvement? How much do you know about the CIA's history of influence?
I knew it! I knew it! I called it! I called it some time ago. I called it. I told you. I told you that the person behind it all is William Burns, the chief of the CIA. I told you this a while ago. It's all the CIA, as always. As always, the CIA is responsible for everything.
Media.
I knew it. I called it. It's always that darn Burns.
What an amazing question. I don't know. How much do you know about...
I often don't hear people like you and Ed and Brian digging into the history of the national intelligence state directly influencing media.
Because history is different. Like if you want to talk about US foreign policy between like the 40s and before the, you know, the fall of the Soviet Union, that's going to be a different type of foreign policy, a different approach than our foreign policy over the past like 34 years. Also, the ability to sneak or hide different things is going to be different when everybody is carrying around a video camera and a recorder. Like the ability to do things covertly is a lot easier back in the day when people were typewriting to each other or
I have to go.
False flag. It's actually the Scientologist operation. I see. That makes perfect sense. We've been streaming for 6 hours 20 minutes. Just so you know, it's a marathon stream.
I thought was buried. Yeah, do your thing, Andrew.
Sorry, brother. I have to go, so I just want to ask a really quick question.
Really has to go, and it's called a debate between Destiny and Andrew Tate. He has to go.
Destiny, I want to understand your worldview because you and I have a different worldview, it seems, especially on girlfriends, etc. But we won't go down that path. Do you think it would be prudent and professional for a country to allow its state broadcaster, which speaks to its populace, to report whatever it wanted and whatever it discovered without any kind of moderation or input, even if it was directly adverse to the goals and aims of the national security of said country or the military-industrial complex of that country? Do you think they would allow the state broadcaster to just report whatever it wanted fairly without anyone telling them what to say or any narratives to hold, even if it's directly counter to the interests of very powerful entities within that nation? Do you believe that we operate in a world that fair?
Yes, because confidence is a valuable thing. And if your country doesn't trust you, doesn't trust the media, if it doesn't trust the leaders, and if you've got ways to hold them accountable, like via voting, then yeah, if you fuck around with your population and people find out, you're going to be held accountable for it. Arguably, that's why Trump won his election. You know, you can say that like, oh, well, the media lies to everybody and everybody lies to everybody. That might be true. Fine. Then why the fuck should we believe anything any of you guys say, right? At that point, you're in an epistemic, nihilistic black hole of nothingness where you can't believe anybody.
The fact that you believe a country X, will have military aims, it will have agricultural aims, it will have political ambitions, it will have trade aims, whatever they are, to compete in this globalized market, and they need their population to believe a certain point of view to be as competitive as possible against the other nations, and they're just going to allow their state broadcaster to broadcast whatever they want, even if it's counter to their own narratives and interests.
I mean, that's called the freedom of the press, yes. That is actually a little thing called the freedom of the press. Yes, correct. In non-dictatorships, that is known to happen. Yeah.
So ridiculously naive. That's not what happens.
It's not naive. You don't even understand how markets work. You know what naive? No, hold on.
I'm about to drive.
Naive is thinking that.
Little thing called the freedom of the press. Yes.
Companies with a market cap of $100 billion have more say in our government than like
the Daily Mail starts talking about war with Russia in the UK only a fucking couple months ago. Endless war with Russia, conscription, how it needs to happen. On a dime, all of the BBC, all of the British news starts talking about how important it is to go to war with Russia because that's the aim that they had from their military industrial complex. And the broadcaster and the media arm of the government works directly with their foreign policy aims. It's all...
Once Andrew Tate leaves this, we're going to leave as well because it just Destiny clickbaited us. Destiny lied to us, and I'm not going to be lied to. I'm not going to be clickbaited.
directly going together. Not a single newspaper printed, "This is dumb shit. Nobody should go to get their ass whooped by the Russians." Not a single one, because they are not allowed to.
If that's the case, then why didn't Trump shut down all negative media about him when he was president? If that's the case, why didn't Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden or Barack Obama shut down all negative media about them? You guys bring up the best counterexample to you is that Hunter Biden laptop story. Why did that get censored for one day? Why wasn't that story completely
that
killed?
Wasn't heavily suppressed.
Yeah, no, wait. Why wasn't that story killed completely? That is the most talked about story. Your example of media censorship is like the most talked about story in the past 10 years of online media.
It's talked about online on social media, yes, but it was suppressed in the MSM, which is the exact point.
No, it was suppressed on Twitter. The New York Post story, the big deal about that, the big deal about Twitter was, the big deal about the New York Post story was it being suppressed on Twitter and Facebook, but it came back in like a day. So the question is if the government, if the government was able to control things so well,
Fuentes does not like this.
Why didn't they shut that story down completely?
Destiny, let me ask you a question on that. Isn't that because they censored it because there was a specific reason to do so? Because the reason you censor it is because you want the election to go in a certain way. Once the election's over,
agencies tell them to do that? Didn't the intel agencies tell them to suppress that?
No, if you actually read the Twitter files, I know how much you hate reading. If you actually read them,
experts.
No, they didn't. No, nobody told Twitter to censor the New York Post story. They literally leaked the emails where they talk about censoring the story. I don't know why you guys say the intelligence agencies told them to do it.
So all of the mainstream media all ran with "this has been debunked," and they all cited the letter that came from the National Security State, which was signed by 51 intel operatives.
They didn't say that it was debunked. They said it looked like Russian misinformation. Which, if you're honest, it did. But it did.
They started all of their articles with that statement in order to frame it in the exact same way that Nick was saying that every article about Nick is framed by the first sentence being Nicholas J. Fuentes, this.
And the censorship was social media. You could still read the website and search Google, whatever, but these people only read Twitter headlines at best.
Evil things, so that when you read the article, you're pre-framed to believe Nick Fuentes
Imagine believing that they actually read anything, even the headlines.
is an evil human. Or
No,
you're
no, it's not even remotely the same. It looked like a fishy story. Any honest actor, like I'm pretty sure at this point we all know the laptop story is real. But even looking at it, it's
like
that
a
is
fishy
a
story.
Yeah, obviously. I'm sorry. Hold on. The idea that Hunter Biden dropped off a laptop years ago to like a blind computer store owner, yeah, that is a sensational story. That sounds like bullshit. It still sounds like bullshit, even if it's true. But again, like the deep state has so much control sometimes, like censoring stories, but it couldn't have prevented the New York Post from publishing it. Why? It couldn't go and like take that hard drive out of Giuliani's. Giuliani had balls. Oh my God! So it only takes one journalist to shut down the entire. Also, by the way, like a quasi-mainstream media journalist. This is the New York Post. It's not like we're talking about like a small YouTube channel or something, right?
True. We're talking about a big YouTube channel.
Even the New York
published that story, and then the entire media narrative had to shift in order to discredit the story as quickly as humanly possible. And the entire national security complex mobilized and got 51 of their top experts, like ex-director of the CIA, ex-director of the NSA, the people that had architected their entire national security state, the people that had lied to us about torture, that had lied to us about WMD.
Yes, I understand. You can talk about things from 20 years ago. That's fine. But the reality is,
discredit the story as quickly as possible.
And look who broke it. The most mainstream media people in the world. Giuliani had a copy of the drive. This is a mainstream ex-mayor of New York. And then the New York Post, a mainstream media publication. Giuliani was not mainstream. How old are you?
So let me ask you.
No, wait. I want to hear the answer. Wait. Hold on. I want to hear this. You don't think the New York Post counts as mainstream media, and you don't think
How old are you?
Giuliani wasn't
What does that have to do with anything? How old that person is, by the way?
mainstream political figure in the United States of America?
New York Post absolutely counts as mainstream media. What I'm saying is that a singular journalist got the scent, got the trail, and decided to write the story.
But I'm asking,
how that generally works? Yes, that is how journalism works. Yes, indeed.
Is that possible?
That is indeed how journalism works. A person gets a scoop and then writes about it. Yes, we are learning about journalism in real time.
Stop.
And that was a mainstream media publication. How would that be possible? The CIA,
not in real time. It's a VOD, but you get the idea.
CIA and the NSA and the FBI are controlling all these things.
You clearly haven't done a lot of research on how the CIA actually do influence.
Ian, your mic is really bad, but just so what you're saying, Destiny, is that the letter that was signed by...
Quick, Mario.
Go ahead, Keith. Go ahead.
saying is that when you actually research how the CIA influences journalists, it's not like journalists are literal robots where the CIA has a literal game controller where they actually like move their mouths. They peddle influence through payoffs or through like promotions or through just making friendships. Like, it's not as simple as just saying we literally control everything that everyone says. That's not how the world works.
No, it's not. Hold on, no, wait. It's easier to censor one story by like contacting a journalist and threatening his family than it would be to falsely get like every single intelligence agency or like 51 different officials on board with censoring a story. It doesn't make sense. It would be way easier to get the one journalist guy like to just like show up at his house and steal the drive.
Experts work for them.
Yeah, it's Burns.
Destiny,
hold on. Well, Comey works for them. The DOJ works for them. Why did they pursue the email investigation with Hillary? Why didn't they just kill that immediately? Why did Comey ever make those announcements publicly? It hurt him a lot. Why did this story with the DOJ with a special prosecutor come out with Biden being senile? That hurts him as well. Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff that they report on themselves on that doesn't make them look good. Is it all plausible deniability?
Destiny, I have a question. I'm curious.
Okay, go, Andrew.
I'm curious. Do you believe that in China, the state broadcaster can just broadcast whatever it wants and whatever it discovers, or do you believe it has to work within an official narrative from the government?
In China, I think they probably have to work with official narratives from the government. This media probably works close with the state.
And what about in Russia?
Yes. For publications like RT, yes.
Saudi?
I don't know as much about Saudi media, but that would be my assumption. It's a total monarchy, yeah.
But in the West, not at all, 0%, right?
Well, it depends on the country.
There's many dictatorships in... Like, Hungary does not have free media. Poland tried to crack down on the free media when the Law and Justice Party was in charge.
You're talking about, like, the BBC gets state funding. I don't think they get state direction. PBS gets state funding. I don't think they get state direction. I think in general in the West, I don't think the media tends to operate at the behest of the state. Whereas like in monarchies or dictatorships, you tend to operate more with what the state is telling you to do. Yes.
Yep, that is, yes. It's not complicated. Dictatorships generally like to kill off freedom of the press.
Well, we could ask why you'd get state funding without state direction. That's one question. But so you're
because of legislation from Congress that authorizes state funding. I mean, it's not really a huge conspiracy.
Of course, yeah, they just give money for nothing. Yes, fine.
Money for nothing. I'm sorry. Do you think the most wealthy broadcasters work for PBS and NPR?
I don't want to go down that rabbit hole because I want to try.
I know you don't.
I want to try and get to the end of the point, especially because I'm driving. So do you think that would allow a country to be competitive, considering that you need to have narrative control over your populace, and that we now know, and everyone in the West accepts, that China has narrative control over its populace via the state broadcaster, as does Russia, as does Saudi Arabia, as do all these other countries, and that having a news broadcasting apparatus which told the truth, even if it's against national security interests, would not allow you to be competitive as a nation state? Do you think that we're going to allow that to happen just because...
I mean, then don't the BBC... and like Dutch public broadcasting program critique the government? Well, I mean, it's called the freedom of the press for a reason.
Is it, I don't know, we care about truth so much?
No, because the West doesn't run the world because they dominate the narrative. The West runs the world because they dominate it militarily and economically. People don't like the United States because we've got the most bought and paid for media. They like the United States because we have the strongest navy that guarantees the most free passage through water. Because when the Houthis start firing missiles at people, it's U.S. destroyers that show up and save the waterways. They like the United States because we are a massive trading partner. We have the highest GDP in the world.
I mean, the U.S. has hurt its credibility with allies, especially with the whole aid to Ukraine, but that's neither here nor there.
At this point, and we buy and sell goods like crazy. That's why people like us, not because we poison our media, but because we actually put out good results. You can't control the media. You can't media frame the way out of like horrible participation in a world economy. You just have to like actually be able to put up the numbers.
No, I don't think you understood the point I'm asking, because America as a country is in competition with other nation states, right?
No, but we don't compete on who can control the narrative. That's shit you do on Twitter and YouTube. We compete on who has the highest number of exports. We compete on who can facilitate like the largest like multilateral trade deals. We compete on who can guarantee safe passage through waterways. And people start blowing each other up, whose military is going to show up to make sure that your ships are safe. Those are the things that we compete on.
Cool, understand. So you think that America has no vested interest in controlling the narratives that its own population believes in, although the CIA spends basically unlimited money ensuring that vested interests are installed in every other nation.
CIA. I knew it, Mr. Burns.
Stay around the world.
If you
They
think
don't care about their own at all.
Yeah.
They don't care about what Americans think at all. They just care about all the other countries think. Yeah,
If you think the CIA spends unlimited money, it's because you don't know what unlimited money looks like, and you have no idea what the scale is between like CIA spending and spending of companies like Facebook or Apple or Microsoft or Amazon. Like, if you guys at least were to come on and say things like, I think that all of our foreign policy is being ran by the people that control like Apple and Facebook, that would at least make sense. But by companies that are worth, you know, like tens of billions or like $100 billion, no, absolutely not. And also, no, the reputational hit you would take in a democracy when you elect your leaders and people catch you lying about stuff or fabricating stories or controlling the media. No, I don't think you.
Them lying. We never called them lying.
Is this supposed to be a desert?
Nobody ever said. Hold on. Nobody ever said. Nobody ever said they never. Nobody ever said. Nobody
influence other populations, but they have no interest at all in influencing the minds of their own populace. No, they just care about trying to influence everybody else's with their democracy and all the garbage they're doing when they're pushing it. And you're saying they don't control the narrative, which is also another rabbit hole we need to go down to.
I mean, technically, your story isn't even contradictory. Even if I let you have that, because technically Americans don't really give a happens in other countries as much as their own. So you could get away with influencing other countries more than your own. Yeah, of course. But the reality is that like if you get caught doing these lies, you pay huge fucking repercussions for it. Like a lot of the country's politics
for COVID.
What have they
paid for COVID? What have they paid for the Vietnam War? What have they paid for the weapons of mass destruction
the media was for the Vietnam War was harmful to U.S. institutions. That's one of the reasons why we left Vietnam. If we controlled the media, we would have stayed in Vietnam until we saw it through. Media pressure was one of the reasons we left. Look at how unpopular the Iraq War became. You don't think Obama wanted to take a more active role in the Middle East? He couldn't because the American public fucking hates everything in the Middle East after the Iraq War. What are you talking about? Yeah, American public heavily influences our capability of operating in different theaters of war. After Iraq and Afghanistan, we have no appetite for it.
Okay. Is this supposed to be about being unbanned, or is this about the #1 fucking news media truster to defend the State Department's agenda? Like, I don't even know what this is about anymore.
Yeah, I want to jump in here. I mean, because I thought the purpose of this space was discussing Nick's censorship. And I mean, this is like a civics lecture now from the Krasensteins and Destiny. And like, it's really interesting. People might not realize this, but yeah, Destiny has blacklisted Nick for the last few years to try and stifle his popularity.
What do you mean? Wait, why would I blacklist him?
Hold on.
Ask Keith, question. Yeah, question to you, Keith. Because I asked Destiny the question earlier. How did he blacklist him? What does that mean?
Why did I blacklist him?
Yeah, so Destiny refused to stream with Nick. He didn't want to help grow his pop. This space was discussing Nick's censorship. And I mean, this is like a civics lecture now from the Krasensteins. Well, he's ignoring a politician self-avowed.
Been for I think probably like 6 or 7 years, and
Did you direct your followers to get Nick banned?
And Nick Fuente, I haven't tried to get Nick banned in like 7 years. I had a huge conversation with him on Twitch. I was part of the hosting of that conversation. I didn't try to get him banned.
Your followers to mass report Nick
like 8 years ago. Yeah, my values have changed since then.
It keeps changing.
I'm not. No, I haven't changed it. I literally hosted a huge debate with Nick. But the reason why Nick is blacklisted.
Literally, Nick is my best buddy.
The reason why I blacklisted Nick is because as of a year ago, Nick and his group of people spam report people. You can go and watch it on the Ralph Retort. You can go and watch it on shows he's on. And he says, well, if people spam report me, I'm going to spam report them, which is ironically why I spam reported conservatives in the 2016-2017 period, because you guys spam reported everybody else too. Even large conservative figures would try to cancel other people. James Wood, the Guardians of the Galaxy dude, got canceled by fucking what? Cernovich digging up 10-year-old tweets. And Nick Fuentes plays the exact same game. Nick, do you acknowledge that as recently as a year ago, that you had your audience run around and spam report people on YouTube, that you were fighting with Mr. Medicare and other people, and you would encourage people to spam report people? Or are you going to deny that or not even answer it?
Really? Did you do that to Keffels? And to Hassan last year?
Why are you pivoting? Wait, do you want to answer that question?
Well, answer.
No, I asked you a question. Nick, you're the freedom of the speech guy. Nick, answer the question. Nick, he won't answer the question. So this is what I mean when I say they won't own their positions. They're too cowardly to own their positions. He's not going to answer it. And anyway, so just to be clear, that's why he's on my blacklist. The reason why he's on my blacklist is
I wouldn't call this censorship, but Destiny, why it hasn't seemed to have worked. Like if you look at Nick's following now, despite all the censorship, did it help him in your opinion?
It's not about it helps him. I just don't like to signal boost people that engage in like mass reporting. And Nick's community does that like crazy.
Reporting against Keffels and Hassan.
Notice how he doesn't answer the question? It's because he keeps dodging.
Why did you want to flag down Porcelain? What did he do?
Because the guy's annoying, and his content should be.
It's annoying.
His content sucks, so it shouldn't be online anymore. And I get to say that. Okay,
Oh my
and
God,
I get to choose.
Mr. Canceller is here. Gosh.
Content. He calls himself a documentarian. Give me a break. He's not a documentarian.
Are you telling me the irony,
He's
bro?
like a librarian, but documentarian.
Detect sarcasm? Oh, really?
He's not being sarcastic. The guy thinks he's a
okay.
documentarian. And I think
forgot you're
I think that's hilarious because it's stupid. But no, his content sucks. And so his content I think we should flag you because your content sucks too.
Sure.
Honestly.
You sure you're not going after, Porcelain because he did a Baked Alaska documentary and your ass hurt your friend got made fun of?
When was that, Jim? Was that like
let's see. You got angry. You got angry because Ethan Ralph got fucked with. You got angry because, Baked Alaska got fucked with. It sounds like you're just a little bitch running around protecting your friends.
Not really. I just hate his content. I hate his content and I think it shouldn't be online anymore. And you're
talking about Destiny, or who is he talking about?
You're the little bitch that's crying about it. I mean, you keep saying like you're so mad. I said like, oh, you got DMCA'd. I don't know. Seems kind of funny.
I report like when like people are shitting on me. I report their streams. I report everything they have to try and get them banned.
Is that Medicare? I mean, this is old footage. This is like archival material or something.
You're just a liar. Everyone, people can post the clips. Destiny had Keffels and Hassan mass reported last year. He had a tenuous explanation. Me and Destiny collaborated.
Every time Nick yaps like this without answering my question, it's because he knows he doesn't have an answer to the question. And Nick is the one on here talking about freedom of speech. Make him answer the question. Make him answer the question.
I'm just wondering.
I'll leave it with him.
Answer the question, Nick. Answer the question. Answer the question.
I think both of you haven't answered the question. But Nick, I'll give you the mic again, you and Keith, because I know Keith was waiting for a long time. Either Keith go on or we'll go to Nick.
Yeah, let me jump in here. So
let him ramble, he means, without answering the question.
And now another interruption. The thing is,
let me. Oh, good. So Destiny, let's just take a breather, please. Go ahead, Nick. Thanks, Destiny.
Thank you. So the thing is, I mean, I think the big point is I'm banned for 7 years from some platforms, banned from Twitter for 3. I get platformed on here. Mario, you, before he even put out the tweet, say, well, just on the record, I don't agree with most of what he says. We have to bring in 4 left-wing Zionist Jews.
The classic playing the thing while debate is happening. We're breaking out the classic memes.
On the space, and that's not good enough. Then we got to bring in Destiny, who for years has been saying, for whatever stupid reason he can say, well, I'm not going to stream with him. But he is going to show up on this one when it's a big platform. And that just goes to show the disadvantage that people like myself have. Destiny is on YouTube, he's on Reddit, he's on Discord, he's on Twitter. Despite saying equally awful things, jokes or not, he's engaged in mass reporting like anybody has, whether it's a year ago or 7 years ago. But a person like me, I've been banned from everything. I've been lied about by everyone.
I've been persecuted. I've been chased out. I've been...
Everybody lied about by...
I've been so bad-mouthed. Life is so unfair.
The ADL, SPLC, they've never written anything about Destiny. There's no pressure to get him banned from anything. I get restored. It's not 48 hours. I get invited onto a space where everybody practically has to sign a pledge that says, I'm not with this guy. And we got to bring in 4 other people who do most of the talking from the left to defend the State Department and the regime.
Andrew Tate
and now I'm going to be interrupted here. Now
I've been hiding from the woke mob for 12 years. True. We've all been hiding. We've all been living in hiding from the woke mobs. True. The biggest victim in the world, as it turns out, is Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, Brian, I'll give you. I'll let you respond right after, Nick. So I think Brian's point was, Nick, that you had a lot of. You had Alex Jones, you had Andrew Tate, you have Sneeko, you had others that were supporting your stance. So I think we tried our best to keep it balanced, but I do have to agree with you. Like, I'll be honest, I faced the most pressure bringing you on stage, more than anyone else except probably Prime Minister.
Oh, Tate is gone.
And Mario, do you hear a very clear double standard earlier when you introduced Destiny? He openly says that he hates Islam and he's Islamophobic, and nobody pushes back. There's not going to be any articles. Nobody's going to write a bill to go and say anything about Islamophobia.
Sneeko now is talking. Damn.
But then Nick says his points that he believes that race is real and he thinks that America's a Christian country. And then somehow that's the most banned position. That's the one that's going to get articles written about it. When Myron comes on stream and he makes jokes.
I'm done. I'm bored. So I'm gonna go to sleep now. Okay, I'm gonna go to sleep now. Thank you all for enduring this with me. Thank you all for all the love. Thank you all for being here with me for God knows how long. I'm gonna see you tomorrow, I guess. I'm gonna see you tomorrow. It's gonna be great. We've been streaming for, gosh, 6 hours, 40 minutes, which is like a thing. So that happened. Good night. I'm gonna see you. It's gonna be great. And yes. Good night. Hope to see some of you tomorrow. Hope you'll be reoccurring viewers. Okay? Hope you won't abandon me in my time of need. That you won't just be here when raided into me. So that Moho cannot say, oh, Lucy, you've got viewers. Have you been raided? No, I just have viewers. Hopefully, one day. Okay, I'll see you. I'll see you. Good night. I press end stream right now. I press the button. I'm doing it. I'm